That's why I'm a fighter. And I love my family and I love justice so much, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to stop you. And I hate your stinking guts. I can smell you from 1,000 miles away, and you smell like failure. You smell like hell. And I want to thank the God of the universe that I'm not with these people. I get tears in my eyes to God that I'm thankful every day that I don't come from filth like you that want to trample on humanity. Thank God I'm not a degenerate, filthy vampire like you. And I guess in the final equation, as upset as I get watching you hurt the innocent, that's what matters, is that you'll never defeat the human spirit. You'll never defeat God. You'll never win. Never. Never, ever. Never. And the spirit of humanity is rising, and it is going to defeat you. You think you're strong, you think you're scary, you try to mimic what you can only imagine in your mind is God's wrath, and God's wrath's coming for you. And this is where we get tested. So rejoice to God Almighty, and you deserve everything that happens to you, trash.
It's easily defeated.
I've seen how you are already defeated. You're dead. And I don't mean we're gonna kill you. I mean, you know what I mean. You're dead as a doornail, dead as a rotting corpse at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean.
He has the death sound effect. How good was that? How good was that? Over there on YouTube at Holo P. Okay, that's his name. It's YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. Please like and subscribe. That was perfect. That was perfect. I love how casually he's just standing there waiting, easily dodging the projectiles, and then easily defeats it. Welcome to the News Underground, folks. I am Abandoned Nihilism. If you just so happen to be looking for actual real news on Twitch, well, congratulations. You actually found it. You actually found real news, real information. We're also on Kick. We're also on YouTube. We're also on X. We're also on D-Live. But does anyone give a shit? I don't know. Does like literally a single person care? I get one view on my Periscope videos. Folks, we're going to be covering Ukraine and Gaza today. Really light topics. We're going to be, keeping it real chill. I'm sure we're not going to get anybody defending the Russian invasion of Ukraine and gloating in the chat, just absolutely beaming with happiness that Ukraine is being defeated on the battlefield. And I'm sure we're going to get people, including one wonderful person who's currently in the chat right now, who, will disagree, who still thinks that the Israel operation is somehow against Hamas, that this is, the victory is right around the corner, and, just got to kill a few more folks, I guess, and then we're going to get them. Then the problem goes away. Oh my God, Davey, do I have to? Davey's over here asking the important questions. No, for real though. That's a very good question. If I have time. I was supposed to stream yesterday, but then I got ripping pissed. I got so fucking pissed off I couldn't even think straight. I had the stream all set up, and then I got ripping pissed. We won't get into it. And yeah. So I have a lot of U.S. news, but I don't know if I have time. We'll see about that. We'll see. But thank you, folks, for coming in. This is the News Underground, the number one source of actual news. I don't just sit here and talk for endlessly. But, you know, it's the intro. We have fun. The first 5 minutes, wouldn't you rather have this than just a countdown? Right? Everyone does the countdown. It's the lamest shit ever, dude. Fucking come on. Not the News Underground. We keep it spicy. That was a really amazing animation. And I love how it perfectly, he's the perfect PlayStation 1, you know, end boss voiceover. Looking at you with the Elon platform. Oh my God, look at this. Someone on Periscope. Cohen Riveld, thank you. I hope you're enjoying the News Underground. Let's get right to it. We're going to cover Ukraine, actually. Change this. That is amazing over there. Glad you're enjoying it. Please tell your friends, you know, hey, if you hate yourself, if, you know, if you want your illusions destroyed, if you want your misconceptions challenged, go ahead and head on over to the News Underground. 99.9% of people are like, yeah, no, I'm good. That sounds like hell. I'm the guy you don't want to be trapped with at Thanksgiving. I try really hard not to. I try really hard to be, and you know, nice and not talk about stuff. But then someone goes and praises the Cybertruck. I fucking lose my shit. Can you stream on Twitter? You bet. I'm on Twitter, dude. We're on the tweeters. Check it out. Abandoned Gaming Nihilist. I really should probably just do a new account. Change that. The News Underground. But no, there he is. Look at that. Wow, look at that, guys. It's technology. It's Restream. I got Restream going. I'm on Kick. I'm on DLive. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. You can't stop me. Well, you can. It's actually quite easy. I've been banned several times, and I'm probably, you know, going to get banned at any moment. So you absolutely can stop me. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was looking. I just needed to get my live stream going on YouTube. I noticed that wasn't going on my mod room here. I got a whole separate thing for mod action, so I can ban anybody that disagrees with me. Welcome back, Ice King of Space. I see you in the chat. I don't normally look at the view, but I was clicking through things. Welcome back, Chem Goblin, strategy member, Davey. Let's get to it, man. Let's quit wasting my fucking time. It's just I'm kind of like, I don't want to talk about it. It sucks. It's just it's all bad news. The ammo attrition is catching up. It's starting to really affect the front line. Ukraine is losing ground. You know, the defenses can only do so much. It's not, you know, they're not impervious defenses, even though they've had enough time to set them up. Cohen is a cool name. It is a cool name, actually. Leonard Cohen, except with a K. I like it. Watch him be a raging asshole. He's probably already gone. All right, what do we think Iran is going to do? I think we've already seen it, actually, with Iran. We've already seen that response, and I think I have that queued up. Yeah, with that attack coming from Lebanon. Yeah. Dozens of rockets launched from southern Lebanon. I think that's it. I think that's it. Iran knows how to play this game. Iran knows the region. Iran knows the players. They know exactly how to play this game. A lot of the time, they're leading around the U.S. by the nose. And I know to American exceptionalists that's impossible. Facts are what they are. America, especially under Joe Biden, geopolitically, is absolutely dismal. USA still holds all the pay to win power packs. Money and power gets you a long way. That's just a fucking fact, isn't it? You can buy your way out of failure sometimes. Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. Yeah, no, that's too expensive, right? $4 trillion later for Iraq and Afghanistan, and what do we get out of that? Bunch of military-industrial complex fat cats made a lot of fucking money. Tell you what. First headline of the day, Russia-Ukraine war latest. Putin may launch an all-out bid to seize second city. Western officials fear major Russian advance. Ain't no joke, man. I don't have a bit of good news in this fucking section. All right. Get used to this. Like I said, pay-to-win power packs. I love that. I love how that fucking pay-to-win power packs. And it sounds like a fucking lyric. Russia has launched fresh strikes on critical infrastructure, with Kyiv residents told to cut energy consumption every night for the rest of 2024. Chem Goblin, can you confirm that? Have you received any kind of communication, email, phone call, letter? With Kyiv, meanwhile, Western officials reportedly fear a major Russian advance amid concerns Vladimir Putin could launch an attempt to seize Kharkiv. So that's just the headline. I just want to give you that. Yeah, Chem Goblin, I was asking if you have been told that you need to cut your energy usage. With Kyiv residents told to cut energy consumption every night for the rest of 2024. Can you confirm that you have received some kind of communication to do that? I thought you said you lived in and around Kyiv. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. My bad. Biden is being called in from his beach house. Israel is preparing for something big to happen. I don't think you're right on this one. No, they're not worried about Iran. They are worried about how to pretend to to go into Rafah without creating a humanitarian crisis, further humanitarian crisis. Sorry. They need to pretend to do that, and then they also need to declare victory against Hamas, even though Hamas will still be active. Immediately. Hamas might want to do something big and flashy once Israel declares victory against them. Sometimes for 10 minutes, sometimes for a few hours. I've not been told. I simply lose electricity every now and then. That's a very Russian-Ukrainian way of handling things. That's not very, white people in America would be aghast. Ukrainians, Russians, Polish people, they're like, yeah, okay, that's just okay. Something's going on. We didn't get a call. We didn't get an email. Ukraine says Eastern Front has deteriorated significantly. Another headline here from DW. Ukraine's commander-in-chief says Kyiv's military is struggling as Russia intensifies its efforts to move forward in the east of the country. There's one political entity that is responsible for this. That is the Republican Party. I'd like to remind people that it's not just the extremists in the Republican Party, the 8 or so extremists. It is everybody that supports the Republican Party. I mean, sure, there's the old school Mitt Romney types. I think he's gone, right? But you know what I mean? The Mitch McConnell types that agree with helping Ukraine. But their constituency is in lockstep with Putin because of the messaging that they're receiving from their talking heads that they repeat ad nauseum, reflexively. So this old school Republican Party concept, I don't know if I buy it. Seems to me the only people, the Republicans it seems to me Republicans in the United States are defeatists. They're cowards. They believe in empire. They believe in Putin. They agree with Putin. They are responsible for this. I say that with total confidence. It's the only thing Ukraine really needs. Ammo and supplies. They were given exactly everything that they claimed that they wanted with the border. Everything that they claimed that they wanted. But it's not about that. It's about getting a dictator installed. Because he's got an R next to his name. I mean, I think that's the case for some people, Davey. I think a lot of MAGA doesn't really think that deep. I think they're just repeating what they're told. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of money. Can't help out over here. like they would just get checks in the mail. Oh, here's the money that would have gone to Ukraine. Here you go. Good job, Patriot. Ammo and supplies. 2 things the U.S. should have a lot. Oh, they have plenty. We have so much. It's atrocious. Ukraine's commander-in-chief Alexander Syrsky warned on Saturday that the situation on the Eastern Front had deteriorated significantly, quote, in recent days. The comments come after Russian forces began to make inroads in Ukraine's eastern region of Donetsk this year. And yeah, they're pushing beyond Avdiivka. We'll, of course, get the map update. The gains come after a year. I mean, they're not like major sweeping gains, but there's a momentum that's building. And Russia is mobilizing while Ukraine is lagging behind. Partially that's to blame. That's on Ukraine's part, because it's a delicate political game that Zelensky's playing. Really doesn't want to lose that popularity, but he's really got no choice. So we have seen increased conscription. Speaking of Chemgoblin, have you received any pressure whatsoever? U.S. probably has enough artillery shells in storage to hit every square inch of Russia with a shell. No, not yet, huh? There's I think I got an article in here about an increase in conscription happening, but, it takes well over a year to train somebody properly. Ukraine just smaller. Yeah, this small country was able to hold back the entire Russian army valiantly. Best fighters I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like watching a big fish fight a small fish. The U.S. military is a small fish. They started losing the moment the U.S. turned off the tap. It ain't just about the tools, it's about how you use them. And that was the beautiful thing, is that that's all they needed. The weapons and ammo. They knew exactly what to do with the tools, what to do with them, and they were succeeding. And then the Republicans figured out a way to make this part of their politics. And Joe Biden, being the absolute coward that he is, cowed by Putin and his, fake, phony calls of Armageddon. Oh, I'm so afraid, says Joe Biden. Better, NATO, don't do anything, NATO. Don't even give them anything. Putin might hurt them more. He might escalate. I'm so worried about escalation. Feckless coward. That's Joe Biden. He's a coward because he's afraid to take a real stand. He was all in when it was the easiest fucking thing in the world, wasn't he? When it was a slam dunk politically. Gets a modicum of resistance from a fascistic authoritarian party that he refuses to hold to proper justice, by the way, by picking an AG that jerked himself off for 2 years before he even decided to wake up and go after criminals. Joe Biden is an abject fucking failure and a coward geopolitically. Bending over backwards to ruin his re-election chances by helping Bibi Netanyahu while pretending to wag a finger. And I got proof on that. Lots of evidence. It's nothing but bluster. Motherfucker's on autopilot. Operating like it's the fucking 70s. The commander-in-chief said over here, Syrsky said the fighting intensified after Russia's presidential election in which President Vladimir Putin triumphed against his permitted opposition. Yeah. Presidential election. Oh, come on. Quote, the enemy is actively attacking our positions in the Liman and Bakhmut sectors. with the assault group supported by armored vehicles. In the Perovsk sector, they are trying to break through our defense using dozens of tanks and armored personnel carriers, the commander-in-chief said. And we've seen the footage. I've shown the footage. It's in the Discord. These APCs getting completely shredded. Yeah, okay, well, Ukraine's able to do it the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time. Fifth time, someone slips through, but they barely make it through. Sixth time, someone, we're out of ammo. One gun broke. Some guy missed a critical shot. Now our trench is getting raided. Wave after wave after wave. They don't even bring in people to pick up the bodies. They just roll over the bodies until they've taken the area, and then they worry about that. The most inhumane fighting, kind of warfare you've ever seen in your life, man. Human life means nothing to the Russian government. Nothing. And they use that as a tool. It's ingrained in their military culture. And it only works because Putin is 100% correct about Western democracy right now. The whole idea was that Putin, fighting back and pushing back was that his ridiculous proclamations that Western democracy isn't strong enough to unify and push back against their authoritarianism. And he's been 100% proven correct. Trump is not winning. It's fair to say it's about 50-50 because as many problems as Joe Biden has with Israel and Ukraine and many other things. But there is one slam dunk I can report. There's some new news about student debt. There's more students are getting relieved student debt, some $4 billion. Davin, it's 0.8 on one poll, negative 8 on the other. It's basically 50-50 right now. But no, Trump isn't winning. The big thing that's nuking Trump is abortion, which is why we're seeing this, literally panicked 180 coming from Trump on abortion. Carrie Lake, all these other ones. We're seeing it's bizarre what's happening in Arizona, where they're pushing as hard as possible to enact this pre-Arizona, before Arizona was a fucking state law. While some of them are like, saying like, oh, we don't mean it, we're going to reverse it because it's bad for their politics. Biden is rising. Oh, get the... We're doing this? We're doing this, huh? He's not rising. It's like a frothing sewage pipe. It's bubbling. One bubble gets bigger than pops. Basically 50-50. Would have liked to see Trump as a president again. Right. You're aware Trump wants to install himself as a full-blown dictator and is interested in dissolving the Constitution as well as dissolving our federal government. Wants to churn our federal government into a bunch of czar-led authoritarian arms. You're aware of this, right, Carl? Or you don't care about that? And how in the hell would he stop the Russian war? His idea is to hand over Ukraine to Russia as if he owns it, as if it's a token for him to negotiate away. Do you agree with that strategy? Really? What a pathetic, defeatist, authoritarian you are. Trump has said, let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. We'll give it over to Ukraine. We'll give Ukraine over to Russia. And that's what you think will solve the issue, huh, Carl? Fucking silence. Answer me. I'm answering you questions. I'm asking you questions. Answer me. If I don't see a response in the chat in the next 60 fucking seconds, you're getting the flush, bitch. Can't wait to ban your ass. Anyway, you want to read more of this? It's right here. We got a lot more to cover. Tick, 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 tick. I want my comment. Fucking defeatist over here. Yeah, I think the authoritarian who wants to give away Ukraine that's a great idea. Wow, Carl. So you're throwing your hands up. You're saying, I actually don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Please ignore me. Is that what you're saying? I'm talking completely out of my ass. I actually have no idea what I'm talking about. Please ignore me. Is that what you just said? Could you confirm that, please? I have no problem doing that. Davey over here with a link. Thank you, Davey, for this link. He's pointing out that Chasiv Yar is a major focal point. If Russia were able to successfully capture this location, they would it would be a turning point in the war, for sure. This will likely be an important battle, says Rob Lee. I'm not sure who this is. Senior fellow at FPRI. Welcome back, Lenny. It's your boy, Lenny, south of Boston. OG from south of Boston. Welcome back, Lenny. #1 financial contributor. Bought a t-shirt last stream. Thank you once again, Lenny. Supporting the merch store. You want to see how you can support the News Underground right now before I get that Patreon going. There you go. This will likely be an important battle. Chasiv Yar is located on defensible high ground. If Russia takes the city, they could potentially increase the rate of advance deeper into Donetsk Oblast as part of an expected summer offensive. Russian forces will still have to cross the canal to take the city, but they have now reached the canal southwest of the city. Jesus Christ. Immediate increased deliveries of ammunition could prove critical. Carl, do you think I'm lying to you when I tell you that Trump 100% wants to install himself as a dictator and dissolve American democracy? Do you think I'm making that up? Do you disagree with that assessment? I'm going to ban you I mean, you're like, I'm ignorant. I don't know what's going on, but I have this concrete opinion. But I don't know what's going on. Don't listen to me. I'm full of shit. I barely know what's happening. But here's my deep-seated belief. Answer the question, by the way, Carl. I'll repeat it one more time. Do you think I'm lying, or do you think I'm inaccurate that Donald Trump wants to install himself as a dictator and dissolve American democracy? Okay, thank you, Carl, for your time. I really do appreciate it. We're just going to do the timeout. You are pathetic. And honestly, don't fucking come back here. Don't fucking come back here. It's a privilege to be in my chat. Okay? It's not a right. That's the weakest shit I've seen in fucking months. That's the weakest fucking shit I've seen in months. Don't you fucking come back. So we're going to hear more about Chasiv Yar very soon. If you want to see this information right here, it's really great. Looks like lots of military info. We're going to get a recap from reporting from Ukraine, so we're going to probably get some information about Chasiv Yar from him, hopefully. Moved on to the next link from DW. Finally, a video. Ukraine appeals for more air defense support. This is 17 hours ago. This is the latest. Weak ass shit, dude. I mean, I tell you, right off the bat, has to happen right off the bat, right? At least it wasn't somebody gloating right off the bat.
Now, Ukraine is urgently appealing to its allies for more air defense supplies as it struggles to fend off waves of Russian missile and drone strikes. The call comes in response to a renewed Russian assault on energy supplies and infrastructure. A drone strike has destroyed one of Ukraine's major power plants. Chapilsky plant was the largest energy supplier for Kyiv and 2 other regions. Mike Martin is a War Studies Senior Fellow at King's College London. Welcome back to DW, Mike. So Ukraine...
Davey, thank you for that information. Yeah, I guess, Davin asking me that question, I guess I'm maybe about 60%. I feel about 60% that Iran isn't going to attack again. But maybe, with that information, with Davey telling me that Biden cut his trip short, maybe that brings it up to 55% certain there won't be an attack. Oh, I think I hear myself. What the hell? Oh my God. Sorry about that. the YouTube of this stream was playing. I was like, what is this ugly voice that I keep hearing? All right, let's get to it.
Ukrainian air defences brought down 57 of the 82 incoming missiles and drones. What does this tell us about the state of Ukraine's air defence systems?
I think it would be a big mistake. But they need... Iran, the leadership of Iran needs, something to chant about in those long religious/political style speeches that they do.
Well, look, if I was an air defense commander in charge of defending a city, I'd want to take out every enemy projectile or drone or plane that came towards me. And I don't think it's a lack of skill. They've been doing this for months. It tells us that they simply don't have missiles and other projectiles to take out incoming Russian drones and planes and missiles.
Right, and this has been a theme for perhaps the last 6 months to a year of this war, the lack of artillery on the Ukrainian side.
It has, yeah, and this is specifically about aircraft missile defense, which is more specialist than artillery. Artillery ammunition you produce in great bulk and ship it to the front lines, and then it gets fired at the enemy. But as we've seen, 80 Russian either drones or planes or missiles came over last night. So that's not very many. You don't need very many air defense missiles, but each one is more expensive, more often they're heat seeking, so they're more technically complicated than an artillery round. And we've seen in the news again over the last year the furore over, are they going to get the American Patriot system? Are they going to have enough missiles for it? This is part of the wider story in Ukraine, which is that Ukraine doesn't really have all of the ammunition that it needs to put through the weapon systems that it's already been given.
Well, Russia's been targeting energy facilities across Ukraine since the beginning of the war. Their rate of success appears now to be increasing. What has changed?
Well, absolutely. They've been doing it for about 18 months now, and that was to... it is a war crime. We do need to say that, right? Targeting energy facilities that civilians use is a war crime. But what's changed is your viewers will probably note that over the last 6 months, Ukraine has been starting to hit Russian oil production, oil refinery facilities, and that's causing problems in Russia. So there is a renewed Russian focus on targeting, a bit of a tit-for-tat, really, targeting Ukrainian supplies. And, of course, as we've already mentioned, the Ukrainians are running out of the defensive missiles that they need.
So this $60 billion worth of aid for Ukraine that's still being blocked by the US Congress, even if that gets passed pretty quickly, how much difference how much time will it take to actually make a difference? Some of what happens when appropriations get made is that
if he pushes the button today, if it magically happens today, it'll be 1 to 2 months before Ukraine actually sees the ammo and shit. And there'll probably be some expediting, so that'll probably be cut down for the most important things. But it doesn't happen instantly.
It covers an order that goes into the US military stocks, and the US military is able to immediately give away what it has in its stocks, and then that order that's gone from the appropriation will then restock the US military. So the question is really the balance between those two. But to answer your question directly, it's not going to make an immediate difference. We're talking, a month, 6 weeks. And whilst that goes on, more and more of those Russian drones and planes and missiles are going to get through the air defences.
Good talking to you. Thanks for taking us through that so clearly. Military analyst Mike Martin from King's College, London.
Republicans. This is the fault of Republicans 100%. Look how comfortable the Republicans are playing with Ukrainian lives for their own petty fucking politics. What do you think? How do you think that they're going to treat the American public once they don't have to worry about democracy? You Corwin? It was I know it looks like it's like a Timmy's cup or whatever. But I only bought a Timmy's one like 3 months ago, and my wife been reusing the parfait cup to make me homemade parfaits with the Timmy's cup. How about that? Reuse and recycle. Trump mocked after insider admits ex-president couldn't get his head around basic fact. So this is the, we just had Jackass McGee, Carl Toes. Yeah, getting your money's worth. So we had Jackass McGee over here talking about how he wants, maybe Trump would be a better option. I'd like to see Trump. Trump would handle, he'd win the Russia war. Why? Because he said so? You got a little evidence to back that feeling up? Or is it more than a feeling? Oh, that is. You know what I'm talking about. What country am I from? I'm from, I don't give a fuckistan. Who gives a fuckistan? That's where I'm from. Welcome back. Consciousness. I'm from who gives a fuckistan. I'm a human goddamn being. That's all that matters. But listen to this. Welcome back, Ice King. But listen to this, right? I want to see Trump. Maybe Trump would be better with Russia. Maybe Trump would be better with Russia. Former President Donald Trump was ridiculed Friday after his former advisor admitted, quote, could not get his head around a basic fact. What basic fact is that, you ask? Former advisor Fiona Hill reports in a new book reviewed by The Guardian that Trump, as president, had a hard time understanding Ukraine was a country. Quote, Trump made it very clear that he thought, that Ukraine and certainly Crimea must be part of Russia. Hill reportedly said he really couldn't get his head around the idea that Ukraine was an independent state. My God, music to Putin's ears. Welcome back, homeless bag. Hill, who served in the U.S. National Security Council from 2017 to 2019, reportedly made this admission to New York Times reporter David Singer in his new book, New Cold Wars, China's Rise, Russia's Invasion, and America's Struggle to defend the West. Singer argues that Trump's view of Ukraine was, quote, essentially identical to that of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, if Carl Toes is really just naive and ill-informed, then I guess I'm sorry for being such a raging asshole to that person. But if Carl Toes wants to continue to hold the opinion that he would like to try this orange fascist out instead of Biden, who I fucking despise. But if this is a fact, if you want to continue to hold the opinion that Trump is going to somehow be better on Russia after this, goodbye. No objective evidence I could present to you could possibly change your mind. Oh, he didn't say that. There's no proof. She's lying. She's lying. Sure. News quickly spread to social media where the former president was mocked. Quote, what to expect from a country that has a clown running for president, asked Baba Yaga. Why does Raw Story do this? Totally random Twitter fucks. Said some shit, basically. Other readers raised concern about what Hill's report said about a potential second term for Trump, the presumptive Republican nominee. Alarming, replied Agent Cox, 93708. These kinds of arguments lead to 2 world wars. Wow, did Agent Cox say that? Does he work for the dildo department? Or was he transferred to the butt stuff section? Thanks, Raw Story. Great journalism. They do this all the time. I think you could also make the argument that Trump changes his opinions wildly. Yeah, no, I mean, he's a complete, he's a total nihilist, sociopath, doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't give it one shit about abortion, right? Oh, I agree, I don't agree, I agree, I don't agree. It's all about the polls. Welcome back, Woke Patriot, by the way. Homeless bag. Trump is probably the stupidest, most uninformed president ever. I would say so. I would say so. Yeah, he's a real politician. Media gave him tons of coverage with Low Energy Jeb and Little Marco. They helped him punk the OG Republican Party. Well, I mean, look, he's not without his talents. He is not without his talents. This man is a master liar and manipulator. He does it as naturally as we breathe. Our heart beats autonomously without any control. He lies at that level. He is a master manipulator and liar. And it comes to he's a genius savant when it comes to that. I've never seen a more natural reality weaver, you know, gaslighter. No, but look, we underestimate Trump at our own peril. Isn't it safe to say that by now? That underestimating this man is a deadly mistake. Doesn't take much talent to manipulate low information voters. Yes, it does. You bet it does. Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert completely crash and burn. It takes a lot of talent to be on Ted Cruz's level. It takes a lot of talent to be on Matt Gaetz's level. It does. We can't underestimate these fucking people. I know it's a lot of Trump news, but it's, you know, specific to Ukraine. Listen to this. Talent than I do. Yeah, I mean, Woke Patriot, yeah, it's a wide spectrum, okay? Look, I mean, we're dealing with dedicated sociopaths who, you know, we try to read a book to better ourselves, you know, we try to go jogging or whatever. They try to figure out new ways to lie, new ways to manipulate, new ways to gaslight and get what they want. You know, they're not like us. They're not like normal moral people. They're amoral, nihilistic sociopaths, and they kind of get a kick out of watching this all fall apart. Some of them who really know what they're doing. I would put Matt Gaetz in that category. I would put Tucker Carlson in that category. Nick Fuentes, of course. The interesting thing about Nick Fuentes is that he's a bellwether. He's almost autistic in his inability to lie. He can't help but give away the game and tell us exactly what the plan is. Because he's legitimately giddy. And there's actually several right-wing characters that are like that. There's that one fella that Right Wing Watch is always clipping, giddy to talk about theology. Isn't it Benny something? I guess Iran launched drones at Israel, according to Axios journalist. Well, we'll be getting to Gaza here in a second, but listen to this. Trump hailed as quote-unquote destroyer of America on Russian state TV, according to Newsweek. Russian state media called out former President Donald Trump on Wednesday, saying that he has looked as the destroyer of America amid discussions of the 2024 presidential election. Oh, interesting. Wait a minute. I maybe should have read this. Okay, so this is okay. Wow, way to take this headline. I got fucking hit, dude. I got tricked. bad journalism on my part. Trump is not being hailed as destroyer of America on Russian TV. Russian TV is pointing out that in the American, the American left narrative about Trump is that he's going to destroy America. Russian state media called out former President Donald Trump on Wednesday, saying that he is looked at as, quote, the destroyer of America amid discussions of the 2024 presidential election. While speaking with Russian presenter Vladimir Solov, and we've featured him quite a bit, he's a piece of shit. About Trump, the pundits played a soundbite from the former president's interview with Fox host Sean Hannity. Trump can be heard saying Ukraine is being obliterated. The clip of the broadcast was shared on Twitter, blah, blah, blah. Yes, Russian media. Solilov responds, and it will be destroyed. Who needs it? Who needs Ukraine where they don't respect Russians? Okay, so this is a little bit more interesting. They clipped him. So they clipped this out of context, and then they used that as a narrative, saying, "See, even Trump is saying it, and we agree." Deputy Dean Andriy Sidorov, Deputy Dean of World Politics at Moscow State University, then responds, "Trump is coming. Think of him as you will. I always saw him and still see him as a destroyer of America." So that's interesting. So I think that he's saying that as like that's a positive. Okay. Yeah, okay, no, all right. So this is, okay, all right, I'm glad I read more into it because this is accurate later when you read it. Okay. They're using it in several different ways, it looks like. And once again, back to Jackass McGee's, I think I'd rather try Trump because he's going to win on Russia. Really? You got the pundits over here being like, oh, yeah, he's going to destroy America. He's going to capitulate. He's our guy.
Ее и уничтожим. А зачем она? Зачем нам нужна такая Украина, в которой не уважают русских?
Сейчас идет Трамп, который можно как угодно к нему относиться. Я его считал и считаю разрушителем Америки.
Это хорошо.
Конечно.
Конечно,
нам такие люди нужны.
Но там сжимается,
чем быстрее.
Пенса заставили давать показания против Трампа.
Forced to testify? What? Who? What?
Что?
Huh? Forced to testify? Wow, he just makes shit up, huh? Wow, what a cool gig. What a super cool gig, dude. You get all this production, you got all these people. I mean, these people surrounding this guy are fucking terrified of this guy, right? Because he's, big Putin dick sucker, right? So absolutely terrified. And you just get to just make shit up about another country. Oh yeah, okay. Mike Pence is being forced. No, he wasn't. No, he fucking wasn't.
Давать показания против Трампа. Кого? Пенса.
Who?
Только что пришла новость, что
Who?
судья
чтобы он
обязал Пенса, чтобы он дал показания.
Ну, Пенс вроде бы никуда там политические амбиции не имеет больших, по крайней мере, пока не проявил.
I think Pence wishes that he was more popular, that people, but no, he's done. He's done in Republican politics. He needs to go back to the radio.
Так что может сдать Трампа. Ну, это святое сейчас Соединенных Штатов, в принципе. Но если Трамп уйдет, то может быть, выйдет какой-нибудь Десантис или еще кто-то. В общем, это безразлично. Вот когда сейчас говорят о том, что выборы в Соединенных Штатах это серьезно, на мой взгляд, вот последние серьезные выборы, это были 16-й год, может быть. Потому что 20-й год нам показал, что выборы, в принципе, можно таким образом провести, что они будут...
Free Israel. Hey, Free Israel. What was happening before October 7th in the Gaza Strip? Was it just like Israel just minding its own business, right? Israel just chilling in the cut, just totally ignoring the Gaza Strip, right? Before October 7th. By the way, what's up with that Bibi Netanyahu Hamas connection? Iran just launched an attack on Israel. Oh, God. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, hold on. That's some breaking ass news, dude. Okay. If that's the case, we're going to switch over to our Gaza coverage and get back to Ukraine once we're done covering Gaza. We're just going to switch over. 17 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 1 hour ago. It's just drones. Hamas have. So I asked a specific question, Free Israel. What was happening in the Gaza Strip before October 7th? You know, I asked about the BB Hamas connections, but nobody really has any true information about that besides what we already know. It's just drones so far. I need some news. I need a clip, dog. Need a clip. What do we got? Watch live. Watch live.
National title last Monday night when they defeated the Purdue.
Okay, come on. The goddamn thing. Iran attacks Israel imminent. Watch live. And it's fucking, they're talking about sports. I don't know, guys. I don't know if it's happening quite yet. So, Free Israel, buddy. I asked you a question. What was happening before October 7th? You tell me, huh? Why? So you can hand wave it away? Oh, we weren't doing that. It wasn't an open air prison. Bibi Netanyahu wasn't working with Hamas. He wasn't cultivating a relationship with Hamas. There wasn't blockades on medicine. There wasn't blockades on cooking oil. There wasn't the Gazan citizens were allowed to fish even. Israel, after 2015, Israel just left the Gaza Strip alone, guys. Yeah, homeless bag. Ever since the invasion and then, of course, the first Nakba, Israel has just been chilling, dude. Minding its own business. Yeah, I know, Free Israel, right? So it's okay. So it's okay. Kill all the Palestinians because of that poll. So kill them all. Do you want to kill all the Palestinians? Free Israel? Is that what you want to do? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either. We're going to stay over there in Ukraine here until we get some more info about this. Only people saying they expect the attack in the early hours of Sunday Israel time. Oh, okay. Also, it's expected to be multiple hundreds of drones and at least 100 missiles. Interesting. Wow. I mean, it would be kind of dumb for them to. I mean, they know these things are going to be shot down, but they need something flashy, right? Because like I said, this whole thing is a play to their own people. Free Israel, I asked you a question. Why are you answering my very simple question with another question, Free Israel? Do you think all the Palestinians should be killed? Do you think, they should be eradicated, Palestinians? Or maybe you're okay with, exiling them to the Sinai Peninsula? Is that because you're so humane, right? Kicking 2.4 million, let's just say 2 million, kicking 2 million people out of their country. No, but yes? Is that your answer? No, but what do you want them to do? I would like them to return to their land, to their home in Palestine. 1967 borders. You ever hear those? Oslo Accord. Never, 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 never. It's ours. Never. Ah! Right? That kind of shit. Is that what you're going to give me? Yeah. Can't have that. We can't treat them like human beings. We have no choice. Look, there's a 70% poll. And I love that you haven't answered my question. So once again, Free Israel, I'm going to give you one more opportunity before I hit the flush button. Answer the question or you're going to be forced to leave. Do you believe in eradicating all the Palestinians? Or do you believe in exiling them to the Sinai Peninsula? Certainly you don't agree with giving them back the Gaza Strip, right? We can't give them back the Gaza Strip. We can't. Right. Of course not. We can't treat these people like human beings. That's off the table. So what do you believe in? Eradicating all the Palestinians or exiling them to the Sinai Peninsula? Which one you got, buddy? Because you're so humane. And there it is. And there it is. It's just a total joke. Just a total joke. Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. I don't have time to waste, so we gave him a chance, folks. We gave him a chance. Bye-bye. See you later. I did. No, you didn't. I'm seeing obscure shit, like someone filming a drone over southern Iraq. Okay. Yeah, look, being in my chat is a privilege. It's not a right. You got to hold your own, and you got to come correct. I'm not saying you need to completely conform to my worldview. Davey is a perfect example of that. But you need to be an honest actor. Okay? Believe it or not, the gaslighters would like you to think otherwise. But believe it or not, there are facts. There are things that are true. Okay? There are certain things, like guideposts or poles sticking out of the ground that we can hold on to that we know are true. We know are true. The gaslighters, they need it. They need things to be confused. They need it all to be confusing. The IDF spokesman would make a statement in 10 minutes about it. Okay, well, alrighty. I wait with bated breath. Next article here: Ukrainian thermal power plant completely destroyed by missile strikes. So we've already heard about this in that news report, but here's some more information about it. Here's a video of the aftermath. This is a war. I don't like it. I don't want to see this. But this is a war. This is a military target. Quite frankly, they should have. I'm sure they expected this. Going after Russia's energy infrastructure. I agree with that move, and I still agree with it. Ukraine should continue striking Russian oil infrastructure. But you gotta send more than one. It's a whole coordinated effort. You can't just fly one Cessna in the air. Yeah, woke patriot. Some people do get paid, but some people do get paid to do that, but a lot of them don't. I would say maybe 99% of the stupid idiots in my chat don't get paid. Yeah, that was really loud. Sorry about that. 99% of the jackasses spouting this nonsense in my chat are not getting paid. That's how pathetic they are. That's how pathetic they are. But I blame Mike Johnson. I blame the Republicans. I blame Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about human life. And here's a perfect example, right? His direct actions are affecting human lives. And it's like, well, it's good for my politics. Good for my re-election. The sacrifice I'm willing to make. The sacrifice I'm willing. Well, what can I do? I have no choice. I got to win. Once I get in there, I'll make it better. Look, but, people got to die in the meantime, man. Well, I'm not a saint. I love how my Trump straw man is. Says exactly what I want him to say. It's so nice. So here's that video I was talking about recruitment, conscription in Ukraine. That's it's a major problem. And look, this is a war. This is a war. I would have burned my draft card at Vietnam, and I would have volunteered at World War II. It's all about context. I'm not risking my life for Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm not risking my life to go die in the Vietnam jungle. But I'll risk my life to defend humanity against the fucking Nazis. It's all about the context. So when I say Ukrainian men need to volunteer and they need to buck up, I understand that I am asking a lot, that I am sitting in the lap of luxury. I currently live in Canada as a U.S. citizen. I don't have to worry about a draft. I don't have to worry about an invasion. But it's all about context. I wasn't born in Ukraine. I can say with total confidence that if I was a Ukrainian civilian, even with my family, I would at the very least be donating my time building trenches, doing whatever I could for the war effort. I don't know if I would be able, if my wife would even let me, but I would probably be drafted. I probably wouldn't have much of a choice. But if I did have a choice, I don't know. I mean, the wife is very convincing. The wife is very convincing. So I'm, there's once again, though, reality. The reality of the situation is Ukraine needs men. They need soldiers. So it's tough, man. How good is a soldier that doesn't want to be there? Well, not the best, but better than nothing. I think the Ukraine draft age is only 28. Humanity, Jesus, I'm out. You fucking moron. Wow. You laugh at the very idea of humanity. Okay, no problem. I mean, that's the kind of evil that we're fighting. This person right here, laughing at the very concept of humanity. I guess he was laughing that I was saying that this is that World War II. Was he laughing that World War II was a fight for humanity? The Nazis were going to eradicate like half the planet. The impure were going to go in the ovens, and they were doing it, baby. Death factories. Oh, you fucking moron! Whoa, look at this guy. Yeah, no, you're the evil we're trying to destroy. So my feelings are complicated about this, but ultimately I agree with the Ukrainian effort to draft more men, to go after these draft dodgers. At the same time, I'm saying that I want to be clear that I am saying that I understand that this is a massive sacrifice, and I want you to know that I wouldn't be saying this if I felt it was like a Vietnam-like effort, or if it was way more gray. If Ukraine had attempted an invasion of Russia, or if there really was Ukraine intentionally victimizing people in the Donbas region. And it really was Russia coming to the rescue, right? That's not the case. This is the most morally clear conflict I've ever seen in my life. And I'm almost 40. Ugh. Yeah, right, Lenny? Chud alert. So let's get into it. Let's watch this clip. I just wanted you to know my feelings on it, because it is complicated. Like I said, if Vietnam, I would have burnt my draft card. World War II, I would have volunteered. For me, it's all about context. Yeah, Woke Patriot, I agree. But would you agree that that's better than nothing? A scared, less motivated soldier is better than nothing. I think that's the calculus.
On the battlefields of the east, Ukraine tries to repel the Russians. But on the western frontier, it's engaged in a different sort of war. Here, the authorities are trying to stop their citizens from getting out.
Wow.
They're needed in the army. It's short of recruits. But there are thousands of Ukrainians, like these men caught near the...
Were they told to lie on the ground? We can't march them out of there on their feet? I don't understand this performative. It's a European thing, isn't it? No, I wouldn't agree with that formulation. Well, I disagree. Because you know what? In World War II, a lot of scared men. A lot of them. Okay, and they rose to the occasion. So no, I disagree with you. I do understand, though, that it is, I mean, the most terrifying situation for a human being to even be put through. I'm not saying this lightly, but it's all about context. If this war wasn't worth fighting, I wouldn't agree with this. this war is worth fighting.
Border with Romania,
That changes things.
who do not want to fight. We make contact with a man preparing to flee through the mountains of western Ukraine.
Holy shit.
He calls himself Ivan and says he can't wait any longer.
I'm not being disloyal. Everyone understands this. Many of my friends have already gone. Anyone who has the opportunity is leaving.
And in a groundbreaking interview,
Woke Patriot, really? Really? How do you really, that's how deep you want to go to try and win this argument? Knock it off. You know damn well this is a moral fight. This is an existential fight for Ukraine's existence. They fight or they literally cease to exist as a country. And Putin is eager to put chains around their necks. Give me your fucking, your fucking peacenik bullshit. Every fucking time with you.
we meet a smuggler who helps young men flee before they're
This is a
conscripted.
fight worth fighting, and you fucking know
Stas
it.
says he's not ashamed of what he does.
People simply aren't ready to die. Young people aren't ready to bury themselves alive. So they turn.
How do I know when a war is a good war? When, oh my fucking God, when there's a clear oppressor, when there's a clear power dynamic. I mean, there's so many fucking reasons, and I get into them every fucking time, and it's never enough for you. It's never fucking enough. Always with this contrarianism. Under the guise of peace.
Turn to us for help. A lot of
It's
people
not a
are
valid
turning to
question.
us.
It's bullshit.
Some call them traitors. Others say they're weak.
How do you know a war
But
is
every
moral?
day, the authorities catch men suspected of dodging the draft.
When it's a
and the
situation like
number of
this, when
deserters
it's a situation
is
like
expected
this,
to climb as the government lowers the enlistment age.
Here's a simple answer to that simple stupid question. When it's an existential fight, when it is a struggle for existence. In World War II, it was a struggle for humanity's existence because it wasn't just going to stop with the Jews. They already proved that. Going after gypsies and gays and you fill in the blank. So no, an answer to that stupid question, a simple answer to that stupid question is when it's existential. That's when it's morally just. That's when it's a good war. Because, yeah, no, there is no good war. I know what kind of fucking Bob Dylan point you're trying to make. But no, to answer your question, when it's existential, when it's a fight for existence.
From 27 to 25.
Welcome back, Borderline. No, they're not.
In December.
Woke Patriot. No, they're not. Holy shit. I'm literally done with you. Literally. Ignored. You're on ignore. Vietnam War wasn't existential. Iraq, Afghanistan wasn't existential. Maybe for some of the tribes in Iraq, right? Because there was the basically ethnic cleansing that happened in Iraq after we created a power vacuum. But no, not all wars are existential. Not in this way. Not in this way. I can't be reasonable. I can't be reasonable. Right. Every fucking time, man. And you know what's funny is that you're just playing devil's advocate because you agree. You agree this is an existential battle. You agree that Ukraine should be fighting back. But you want to have your cake and eat it too with something like a draft. Oh, I'm still a peacenik. I believe in this war, but I'm still a peacenik. You want to have your cake and eat it too. Oh, I don't believe in the draft. Well, because of nostalgic memories of Vietnam. This isn't fucking Vietnam. Context matters. This is a different kind of conflict. This is an existential fight. Ukraine needs more men.
The army said it needed up to 500,000 more troops.
Sorry, Corbyn.
It's a very sensitive matter, said President Zelensky, but he has bowed to the wishes of his generals.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do it.
2 years
Terrible
ago,
for
a
politics.
great wave of volunteers raced to sign up. But exhaustion has set in at the front, and the army is struggling to replace them. These images show members of 3rd Brigade fighting for their lives in the city of Avdiivka. At their recruitment center, we found a few men and a woman making inquiries. Some apply to join specific units before the military makes the decision for them. Mikola is about to begin basic training.
Look, woke patriot, if you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. Do you disagree? You either support this shit or you don't. Right?
Of course, it's unpleasant, but it's the harsh reality, I believe. Whether you like it or not, if you want to be useful, you're gonna have to, do whatever it takes.
Have you told your friends that you're doing this?
Actually, no, I didn't. I told my best friend, and she was surprised because it's not common, obviously, to actually act and not just talk.
Good for this kid.
But she wished me luck,
Money
of
right where
course.
his fucking mouth is.
The recruitment officer, Sergeant Koval, lost his left arm at the front. I
And he's
asked
still
him
doing
whether
it. I mean, look at that. He's looking right at, this is where the bravery comes in. Look at that. He's looking right at what could happen to him. Or worse. And he says, no, this is more important than that. Fair enough, woke patriot. Thank you. Thank you.
Koval lost his left arm at the front. I asked him whether it puts people off.
If candidates are deterred by seeing my injuries in the flesh and choose to stay with us, well, they're our people. But if they don't realize what could happen, then they're just not for us.
He is matter of fact and unsentimental, like some of his colleagues nationwide. Recruitment officers have become increasingly aggressive, pulling men off the streets when they're suspected of avoiding military service. But these methods provoke real resentment in Ukraine.
It's just like Vietnam. Even though it's existential.
And that feeling may grow. A major mobilization
Zelensky
bill is moving through Parliament, and that may allow the army to summon recruits via email. But Ivan's not going to wait for that.
There are people who will guide us through the forest where we are now. I can't say how it's happening, but I know there's a passage we can take.
Cam Goblin, could you, I hate to ask, but could you provide a single link of evidence that recruiters that are literally kidnapping people from their homes and off the street are being punished for that? Woke Patriot, you know that's not the case with me, dude. You know that's not the case. But you need to reduce what I'm saying to that for you to win. This isn't, I mean, come on, man. You either support this shit or you don't. With that said, though, optics is important, and you really can't be black bagging motherfuckers, dumping them in a white van, motherfuckers. You know what I mean? You can't be black bagging motherfuckers. That's not a good look. That's not a good look. That's not how you do things. Woke Patriot, you're pretty informed. You were there. You lived it, I believe. Was there similar situations when the United States implemented its draft during Vietnam, where recruiters were deputized or given the ability to do things like this? How did the United States handle draft dodgers, you know? We just stick the police after them, basically. So, yeah, kind of, right? Kind of the same thing for draft dodgers in the United States. It would just be the police. It wouldn't be these soldiers, I guess, snagging and bagging.
I just need some peace, you know? But I will guide us.
Good. Then leave, you know? Leave, man. If you're not willing to fight and defend this shit, then yeah, go. Don't come back. Don't come back once it's a peaceful country. But you know he will. The fact is, cowards like this exist everywhere. And sometimes you got legitimate, sometimes you're not a coward. Sometimes it takes a lot of, you know, strength to, you know, take care of your family. Maybe you got, you got circumstances that would require something like this. I don't think that's the case with this guy. I think he's a fucking coward. But also, you know, would I, you know, if I was a frontline soldier, would I want this coward black bagged and then thrown on the front lines, and now all of a sudden, you know, the different, you know, getting my, you know, difference between me living or getting my arm blown off is the competency of this guy. He's over here pissing his pants. So, you know, woke patriot's not exactly wrong. And we saw that in Vietnam, by the way, the complete degradation of the chain of command, the fragging phenomenon, soldiers wanting nothing to do with fighting this. So it's not exactly, you know, fantasy.
Through the forest where we are now. I can't say how it's happening, but I know there's a passage we can take.
I just need some peace, you know? I want to live. For myself, first and foremost.
And fuck off.
He's really nervous, very jittery, but he's not going to change his mind. I mean, his mind's made up.
That's cowardly
Ivan
behavior.
will pay $6,000 to escape. The smuggler told us the cost has soared as he pays his contacts to look the other way.
Zelensky. Can't be letting this shit happen.
In the past 5 months, it's been very hard to work because border controls are tightening. They're checking everything. You know, it's easier to swim across than doing it by foot.
Is it a business? Is it about helping these young people? I mean, why are you doing this?
He didn't want to answer.
Yeah, he didn't have a good answer. Cowards never do.
The defense of Ukraine rests on the shoulders of middle-aged men.
Yeah, man.
They're battered and bloodied. Many need relief, but thousands of Ukrainians don't think it's their responsibility. The government will have to persuade them. John Sparks, Sky News, in Western Ukraine.
Welcome back, Estonian and your tubing. Yeah, man. Even if the cause is just, you can only, you know. It's weird though, right? Like Russia gets away with. Russia has culturally ingrained this nihilistic idea of, you know, like Vlad Vexler talked about it, how like Russian people don't really view their government as an entity that's supposed to be helping them out. When Russians deal with the government, it's on like a quid pro quo kind of basis. There's less of this idea that the government is meant to protect you. With that said, there is a reason why Moscow hasn't, you know, the people who are living in Moscow haven't been touched by the recruitment, maybe mildly touched, but you know what I mean. The recruitment has been from the rural areas, the country areas, backwoods areas. And I think that continues to be the case. So even in Russia, a draft can seriously hurt your politics. Russian attacks on Ukraine stoke fears army near breaking point. This is according to Bloomberg, so grain of salt. Oh no, we have to pay for it, guys. Whatever will we do? Oh no, I guess I better just log into my Bloomberg account and pay an exorbitant monthly fee to get this critical. Oh, whoops! There we go. Sorry. There goes that paywall. Maybe try a different way. Okay? Maybe this isn't the fucking way. Maybe I'm not ever doing this. Ever. Look, the fact is that a profit motive and journalism, they don't meld. If we want proper journalism, we need to pay for it. Socially. He's just come out of the government. And the government shouldn't be allowed. It's not the BBC. The government shouldn't be allowed to even touch that shit. They should just dump money into it, and that's the only thing that they can do. Of course, that isn't the case. I think it's the boomers that pay will help them. I mean, Bloomberg, you get a lot of shit with Bloomberg. Like, you can have your Bloomberg account with your special keyboard, your terminal, your Bloomberg terminal. Axios reporter Barak Ravid is reporting that Iran has launched the drones and missiles. They will take a few hours to fly to Israel, according to other fucking missiles are in the air. Yeah, no, I'll be shocked if even one of these hit. We're literally getting real-time missiles are in the air tweets about this shit. Takes that long? 9 hours? Iran isn't that far away. So this is an attack from Iranian soil, not a proxy. If they hit, it'll be intentional and escalated. Yes. Whoa. Iran launches attack against Israel using dozens of drones, 4 U.S. and Israeli officials told me. That's a reporter for Axios. What the fuck? Are we really? The missiles are in the air? Okay. Well, by the time, if I can finish up with my Ukraine section, by the time we'll get there, we'll see if Iran is in full-blown war with Israel. That's like I said. I mean, okay, so I was definitely wrong. I was definitely wrong. Iran is definitely launching attack. The Hezbollah attack from Lebanon was not enough. Is this going to turn into a full-blown war? No, I don't think that. It benefits Bibi, though. Bibi would like that. Like, there's a reason why the IDF attacked that Iranian diplomat. A war with Iran would benefit Bibi greatly. You know, it would get the U.S. monkey off his back. It would force the U.S. basically into a conflict with Iran. Joe Biden he's never gonna give it up, man. Never gonna let you go. Never gonna give you up, man. Never going to let you down when it comes to Israel and Joe Biden. You got Bibi taking an actual diarrhea dump in Joe Biden's electoral cornflakes, and he's still like, "How much can I send you, Bibi? I'm a Zionist for life." Cruise missiles will take a couple hours. Interesting. So about a half hour ago, the drones were spotted above central Iraq, so the drones were in the air for at least 1 to 2 hours already. Local shower excrementer. Good God. Oh! 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 Oh, it's in my head! It's in my head! Oh, get out of my head! that Smiling Friends bit. Get out of my head, man! Get out of my head! Thank you, shower excrementer. Real quick here, just a couple lines from this. Russia's missile attacks on Ukraine's energy system, the bombardment of its second largest city, and advances along the front are stoking worries that Kyiv's military effort is nearing breaking point. If a lot of what a great name. Middle Eastern countries are refusing U.S. airspace. Where are the U.S. going to strike Iran from? Israel. That's what Israel is doing there. Israel is a military satellite for the Middle East. If anybody wants to talk shit or get out of hand, that's Israel is that's where the attack is going to come from. That's the game. We're not supporting Israel because we're good. We just love them. We're just great buds. You know, we didn't after World War II. We didn't plop them right in the middle of the Middle East. We didn't plop them right there for because it was just a random dice roll. It's horrifically disgusting. Mr. Eskerenner. Dire shortage of ammunition, manpower. Yep. Risk of collapse. Ukrainian defenses, an event that would give Kremlin an opening to make a major advance. Next few months will mount Ukraine's toughest test. That's true. Public growing exhausted of war, especially in the city of Kharkiv in the country's east, which has been particularly targeted. Yeah, it's just, and it's going to be targeted twice as hard if there's a even bigger push. A foreign power attacked the U.S. diplomatic office. How would the U.S. respond? We would see like the Houthis. We would blow some shit up, and then we would wait and see. We wouldn't do an invasion immediately. If Iran, attacked, because Iran has already, didn't they do that last year? Iran attacked a U.S. base in Iraq, I believe. Wasn't that the headline? Very depressive mood in Kharkiv right now. People started to return last year. New restaurants opened, and now I see people are fleeing again. Yeah, not a great idea, guys. Got to win that war first. F-35's already down some drones. Boy, it's really hard to talk about Ukraine when missiles are in the air over there in Gaza. Keep me tuned, guys. Israel has attacked Iran on a number of occasions, and Iran is not shy about returning the favor. Yeah. And let me tell you, Iran's not stupid. They know how to play this game. Russia's airstrikes destroy Kyiv's largest power plant. So just more, I just want to show some more footage here.
When you're one of the more than 4 million Canadians living...
Ooh, gotta pay for it. 30 seconds. 30 seconds of this. What is it? Anxiety. What do I need to be anxious and worried about?
At Novo Nordisk, eradicating diabetes has never been a
diabetes. Okay, that's what I need to be worried about. All right. Are you filled with anxiety about diabetes yet? Oh, what if I have diabetes? Should I go get checked? Maybe I have diabetes? I don't know, man. People are gonna make fun of me. I got diabetes now.
Was in response to recent Ukrainian strikes on Russia's power facilities. Ukrainian officials are becoming increasingly alarmed not just by the high number of missiles and drones fired by
Israel ain't using the goddamn nukes.
Russia, but also their accuracy, which indicates better intelligence and fresh tactics by Moscow in this ongoing offensive on
But just having them changes the equation somewhat.
Ukraine's electrical grid. More details now from CNN's Fred Plykin.
Kiev's largest power plant destroyed. The energy company Centrenergo declaring Thursday, quote, a black day. The dark smoke on the skyline marking the end of the company's energy supply. All three of its power plants across the country either destroyed or occupied. Russian strikes systematically targeting power facilities have been a constant in Ukraine since late 2022, but have ramped up in recent weeks. DTEK, Ukraine's largest power company, saying two...
Woke Patriot, that is such a... Dude, you're just... you're reaching now, man. Those two are very much the same thing.
Of their plants were also targeted overnight. They say their facilities have suffered their worst attacks this month since the war began, with 80% of their infrastructure already destroyed. Employees trying to repair and to rebuild. The burnt-out skeleton of their facilities needing to be back up and running as soon as possible, echoing each other's calls for the world to ramp up its weapons support.
We need more air defenses. If we don't have air defenses, there won't be anything left. A lot of missiles and drones get through, and we get a lot of hits.
It's a call heard many times over, with the Ukrainian president currently in Lithuania to meet European leaders and to ensure those calls do not become white noise in this very long war.
Got some bad news
Warnings
about
by
France.
generals also becoming more desperate. The country's parliament voting on Thursday to overhaul mobilization rules, potentially allowing the military to call up more men.
The enemy outnumbers us by 7 to 10 times. We lack manpower. We are holding the defenses on the last breath.
The bill still needing to be signed into law by Zelensky is a sign of an exhausted front line. Civilians in Kiev spending the night once again.
And I refuse to believe Joe Biden. There's nothing Joe Biden can do. I refuse to believe that. No executive order, no. Didn't, I mean, George Bush started the whole damn Iraq war on a, like, emergency. I mean, I guess he did have to get approval, you know, after all that. But it's just like, I don't know, man. There's just nothing he can do, huh? Hands are totally tied. We're dropping drone bombs all over the world at any time. I think we're in 6 different theaters as we speak.
Underground.
But this is the thing. This is the thing that they just can't. Just can't move on militarily. This is the thing we just can't move.
A routine too familiar for a country resilient as ever. For Plitkin, CNN.
Moving on to the next link. Pentagon can't force Starlink to block service to Russians, U.S. official says. So here's just wanted to just show you this is what happens when the oligarchy captures our government. You know, and then all of a sudden we got Elon Musk working for the enemy, working to help the invasion of Ukraine. The United States can't do fuck all about it. Even though he gets to, you know, enjoy the luxuries of our country, he gets to undermine us. Literally gets to undermine our foreign policy. Elon Musk. Idiot savant Elon Musk with his fucking Homer mobile called the Cybertruck. Keep polishing it, dickheads. You look like idiots. Rust a truck. U.S. is quote-unquote taking steps and quote-unquote working through the problem with SpaceX in Ukraine, space policy leader says. Joe Biden, man. Does he even exist? Is he like an AI hologram? Is he there? Hello? Could I get a little leadership? Please? Really? Well, we got to ask him nicely? If this were like a nonprofit organization that was like successfully mounting protests against the government because of their terrible single-payer health care plan, well, all the stops would be ripped out. We got to completely dismantle that organization. Oh, we got all these special legal tools that we could use to completely dismantle you. Oh, an oligarch is undermining our foreign policy. Oh, well, we're in the process of asking nicely, so we'll have to get back to you. Thank you, Chem Goblin, for taking a look. Iraq and Jordan have closed their airspace. Got missiles in the air, folks. Missiles in the air. Iranian missiles in the air headed towards Israel. Fired from Iran. I feel very confident that they're all going to be shot down. And I think the leaders of Iran are like crossing their finger. Yeah, shoot them down, shoot them down. Please shoot them down, shoot them down. You know, don't kill any Israelis. Don't actually do it. Because it's just about creating a big flashy show for their home audience. Space policy. Space is owned by no one, so technically they take down the company. I don't know what the technical legal is, but isn't it funny? Isn't it funny, right? The neoliberals, man. It's the first thing they do, right? They're getting ready for a fight. First thing they do, tie their hands behind their backs. Oh golly gee. You elected me to be a leader. I just don't know how to do it. Colorado Springs, Colorado. As new details come to light about Russia's use of Starlink satellite terminals, a top Pentagon official said the Defense Department can't force SpaceX to cut service to the invaders. Say, by creating a whitelist for Ukrainian troops terminals. It's absolutely possible. 100% possible. Quote, I don't think the DoD is in a position to make them do these things. So I'll just say that. I'm aware of Ukrainians' concerns, working through it with both Ukraine and Starlink. What? Did you open a ticket on the website and you're waiting for a call back from the service? The DoD? You're waiting on a call back? Do we think Trump and a right-wing organization would allow Starlink to undermine them if they had any ability whatsoever to harass this company? Do we think the right wing would accept this? This corporate entity getting in their way? I don't think so. So far, it's only drones. Cruise missiles will be in a few hours. Then ballistic missiles last. They want them all to hit around the same time. Yeah, right. You confuse the anti-air with the drones. Kind of make everything really busy so you can squeak it through. I mean, that tells me that they actually do want to hit something. If they're employing that kind of strategy. Because people don't know the difference. People wouldn't, the citizens who, are like, yeah, we want revenge. They wouldn't know the difference between a competent strike. That sounds like a competent, well-planned strike with the intention of actually doing some damage. Maybe they're hoping to hit a target that they know will be cleared of civilians. I'm trying to hope. What I'm hoping is that Iran is trying to do this in a way to seem like it's defending itself, or being aggressive in that way, like it's not a pushover, but also trying to avoid a massive escalation. That's where I think Iran is coming from. I don't assume that Iran is a irrational actor acting against its own self-interests geopolitically. I try not to assume that with countries. Yeah, Davin, you think so? Iran knows that that's not going to happen. They're savvy enough. They know that there isn't that kind of unity. Welcome back, Alice. Neoliberals are like chihuahuas, bark loudly from the safety of their masters, but whimper when left alone. I can't sit here and disagree with you. They're pathetic. And they're the reason why we're getting this authoritarian fascist threat from the right wing. They're allowing it to happen. Oh, we can't do nothing about the filibuster. Oh, gee, golly gee. That would make a Christian cinema mad. Oh no. Joe Manchin's my buddy. Russian forces have been using Starlink inside Ukraine, Defense One previously reported, and I reported on that weeks ago, compromising the advantage Ukraine once had. Now the Wall Street Journal has detailed how Starlink is solid through, quote, a shadowy supply chain, sold through a shadowy supply chain, and makes its way to Russian forces and other U.S. foes. And let me tell you, folks, this is a subscription, okay? You got to sign up for it. Starlink, run by Elon Musk, is getting calls from Russian soldiers on the front lines, killing Ukrainians, and he goes, yep, let me sign you right up. Doesn't give a fuck. Loop that the sun does if you mark it at the sky every day at noon, called alemia. Oh, that's very interesting. Starlink is a commercial product, and Russia has no problem trying to blah, 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 blah. You get what I'm saying. Read the rest of it if you want. Anal Emma. Get your mind out of the gutter. No, they do that in other places. Saudi Arabia. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Next article. Ukraine Parliament passes controversial law to boost army recruitment. So just more evidence to back up. We don't need to waste any more time with this. Looks like lawmakers dragged their feet over months over the new law, and it's expected to be unpopular. It comes about a week after Ukraine lowered the draft age eligible for men from 27 to 25. So it looks like, yes, they did do that. But yeah, if you want, just more specifics, more information, there's the link. You got those Starlinks from Saudi Arabia. It's very, look, if you don't know about IT, think about how easy it is for the cell phone company to turn off your cell phone. They know exactly, who that hardware is tied to. They know that hardware is pulling resources from their network. If you're not paying for it, and they know where the money's coming from. Russia's kicked out of SWIFT, so that means Starlink had to set up some kind of payment process for these fucking murderous Russians. Starlink bending over backwards, going out of the way to make sure that Russian customers get the service they need. Those devices could be made inert immediately. There's probably GPS in the device for them to work properly, so they probably know exactly pinpoint where the goddamn device is. Oh yeah, anything, they could easily create a blacklist for any device in Russia or in the occupied Russian areas. Elon Musk shitting directly in the U.S. government's cornflakes, and the U.S. government sits meekly by while an oligarch affects their foreign policy. Oh, well, the DOD's asking nicely. We opened up a ticket. Pathetic. That's not leadership. That's capture. That's the oligarchy capturing our government. That's what it looks like. Utter nonsense. GOP slammed for scheduling votes on fridges and dryers, but not Ukraine. So look at this. This piece of shit. This is the agenda. Look at this. Hold on. This is a great list from Davey. Did I have a... No, okay. I had a tweet that had a list of all the things that they had on here. But it's like, no, they want to... They're mad that fridge manufacturers are being forced to implement Energy Star, and the agenda is to let these appliance manufacturers, pollute more and use more energy. Oh, we don't, it's you're against people's freedoms to waste energy. That's their agenda. Welcome back, Tisriel. Yeah, Tisriel, exactly. No, exactly. I believe it was Henry Ford that supported the fucking Nazi party. I haven't been this overloaded with information since the first day of the Russian invasion. I cover Ukraine like this at least once a week, but usually twice. But let me see if I can get a list here. Of what this... Yeah, so check this out. Including Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act. Hands off our home, basically allowing billion-dollar, like Whirlpool and other companies, to make their appliances less efficient so that they use more electricity. That's what their agenda is. The Republicans. The Liberty and Laundry Act, probably allowing soap companies and other laundry-affected companies to pollute and poison. Oh, regulations. Clothes Dryer Reliability Act. The Refrigerator Freedom Act. The Affordable Air Conditioning Act, which would probably they would probably set it up so that air conditioning companies could rip you off more. I guarantee you this making air conditioning affordable is going to make your air conditioning less affordable and less efficient. Stop unaffordable dishwasher standards. The Suds Act. That's it. That's the Republican agenda. Ukraine, Israel, middle class issues, kitchen table issues, wages, anything. No, the priority is, let's let billion-dollar companies make products worse. This is it. And we got Carl Toes over here who had the fucking audacity to come back into my chat talking about how, maybe we should give Trump a try. Maybe we should give Trump a try. People who think like that should give my nuts a try. I'm sick of this shit. The Suds Act. The Suds Act. That's their agenda. An absolute absurd joke. Moving on. Big props to Davey over here for these lists. These are the Democrats and Republicans who are not supporting Ukraine. So this is tough though, because the Democrats made a deal with the devil, and they, and Ro Khanna and all the rest of these guys were okay with the neoliberals tying Ukraine aid with Israel aid. And this is what you get. You play politics, you lose. The Democrats really only have themselves to blame for this. But here they are. Honestly, if I was in this position, I would just give the aid to Israel if it meant aid for Ukraine. Alexandria, AOC. Ilham Omar. I get Ilham Omar and Rashida Tlaib. I mean, I get them. They simply can't. But I don't know. No, actually, I don't know. I might not have if it's tied to it, right? Because it's like, no, I just so disagree with giving Israel more aid. And I would be really mad at my own party for forcing me into that position. So I might be on this. I would probably be in the currently opposed, not strongly opposed. Short of major Gaza concessions, persuadable with pressure. Now, maybe I would be strongly opposed then. But this is the fault of the neoliberals. Yeah, well, you got, blame, don't blame us. Don't blame the people that, that refuse to help Israel. Yeah, but it sends a message. It sends a message that we're not afraid of the Israeli political lobbies who spend hundreds of millions of dollars to change U.S. politics to the benefit of right-wing, extreme right-wing Israeli political parties. It's a tough position, but this is what you got to separate these things. They didn't want to. They thought they could play politics and they lost. And here are the right-wingers that, are intractable, refuse to move. Who cares? Fucking fascist. You can only depend on them to be atrocious human beings. Will not do what's actually necessary to stop Israel from doing the genocide. I mean, they would prefer a nice, slow and steady ethnic cleansing like in the West Bank. They don't like this accelerated, Bibi Netanyahu, Ben Gvir extremism. They want it nice and slow, piece by piece. So you can just kind of color it over. Really interesting article. I think this one is from Chem Goblin, so thank you, Chem Goblin. Politico, France has increased LNG supplies from Russian Federation more than any EU country. So thanks a lot, France. Right? Money talks. Money talks. Money talks. And this has been the problem with Russia. As soon as we, Russia is, as soon as we, started sanctioning and hurting Russia's economy, Putin kicked in with another plan, and he's been full steam ahead. And and then while the Western consensus was shaking each other's hands and patting each other on the back, Russia was setting up backroom deals, selling oil, selling natural gas, pennies on the dollar. He knows Western democracy can't handle this. He knows they need to keep coming back. Right? What did we see? What did we see? We saw India and Turkey, turned into proxy oil stations for Russia, and the rest of the world, even the United States buying oil from India, probably still with a Russian flag stamped on it, fresh off the Russian boat, right onto the U.S. one. So here's France, right? Macron talking a big fucking game. Oh, we're on the side. We're on the side of humanity. We're on the side of Ukraine. Meanwhile, can't say no. Can't say no. And every time a country makes a move like this, they're saying Vladimir Putin was correct. Vladimir Putin was correct about the strength of Western democracy. In the first 3 months of this year, shipments of Russian liquefied gas to France increased more than any other EU country compared to last year. If you go into it, so the economy, that's what they've been saying for 2 years, Tisrael. Excuse me if I'm a little doubtful. For a year, right, since the sanctions started. They burnt through more reserves than they anticipated, and to see it from the inflation value still rising despite the I mean, and I did report on that you know, some of these things are starting to hit. You know, there's the what do they call it, parallel imports. Is that the technique that Russia has been depending on to get Western goods? Like, you know, and I showed a big list. Actually, I have the list, you know, posted in the chat, repeated through the chat, right, on a chat bot, of all these Western companies that are using that. I think it's called parallel imports, that technique, you know, where it's not a direct import. It goes through a proxy, but then you get Sephora and, you know, Nike and all these other American Western brands still being sold in Russia. So I'd like to see that. Parallel imports literally don't work. The Chinese car manufacturers are announcing their pullout already. Okay, Tisrael. So it's okay. Well, I mean, please give me a link. Give me some evidence that, you know, that Russia's economy is actually starting to bend and break. Because that would be some good news. I don't think Iran or Israel really care about the respect of the airspace of their countries. If a country closes its airspace, doesn't that send a signal to Iran? That's a good question. Yeah, well, Patriot. Yeah, but still, I don't know. It's a good question. That's an interesting conspiracy theory, Carl. This is evidenced by data analyzed by the analytic, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, just they analyzed data, European Truth Reports. In total, Paris has paid the Kremlin more than 600 million euros for gas. 600 million euros from French taxpayers right into the Russian military's pockets. If you're a French citizen, what the fuck do you think about this? Oh, well, my natural gas was cheaper. OJ did that shit. That's what we said when he lost, or when he won. Then he wrote the book, If I Did It. I don't know, borderline feline. I don't know about that. Joe Biden doesn't want that shit. Israel, Bibi wants that shit. I think Bibi wants that shit. He wants to drag the U.S. into a conflict with Iran, and then he can be a war president, a real war president. He won't have to manufacture this war against a terrorist entity that's apparently Hamas isn't even as large as the fucking Crips. Anyone know that? Goddamn Crips in LA have a larger gang than Hamas. But no, a real war. Oh, that's a gift to Bibi. Quote, it cannot be that France on the one hand says that we must be tough with Russia, then on the other hand pays it a lot of money. Said a diplomat from one of the EU countries who wish to remain anonymous. You pussy. You pussy. You want to keep your job, huh? The increase in Paris gas trade with Russia comes as President Emmanuel Macron tries to take on a tougher line in support of Kyiv 2 years after Russia's full-scale invasion. Last month, blah, blah, blah. Urged not to be cowards, yada, yada. France insists that its gas purchases are necessary to ensure the supply of gas to households. Yeah. It's essential to your politics because you barely won your re-election, Macron. And if their gas bill goes up, you know it's going to hurt you politically. That's what this is about, Macron. Got nothing to do with security. We can't. There's no other. We got no other choice. We got to buy it from Russia. It's our only source of natural gas. The dynamics of exchange rates are hidden in the official Central Russian Bank website, apparently. Well, Tisrael, I hope you're correct. I'd like to see more evidence to that. If you would like to read this, it's right here. Wanted to show some countries that are actually chipping in. We won't get into the details here. Just read the headlines. But South Korea to donate $2.3 billion to Ukraine. Thank you, South Korea. $2.3 billion won't fix the problem, but that ain't nothing to scoff at. $2.3 billion looks like. Not bad. Thank you, South Korea. Big props. Oh, Alice, it's more complicated than that. Come on. It's more complicated than that. The French resistance during World War II were positively heroic. Video summary, but you can pretty much go over to the official data. Oh, Tisrael, come on. I'm just joking. I know. Tisrael, do I look like a scholar to you? Do I look like a guy who can crunch the numbers? I need smart people to do the work for me, and then I can steal it from them. Okay? I mean report on it. I'm being truthful, but I know I'm, you can definitely do it. No, the fuck I can't. All right, I'll find the video. Yeah, find me someone who knows who has a college degree that's analyzed these numbers and give me some real information. Come on, what'd you want? Real journalism? Get the fuck out of here. Quote, only option Putin gave us, Siberian battalion in Ukraine joins the fight against Kremlin. So this is very interesting. I didn't know Siberia had this kind of autonomy to be able to do this. Not stealing, just borrowing. It's reporting. Look, I truly believe, I know it sounds hypocritical because it benefits me, but I truly believe news content, debates, documentaries, news, video magazines, the stuff that I show every day, all this stuff produced, should be disseminated, should be repeated, should be talked about, plastered everywhere. For news, right? It's not cool if I do this, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and they're like, it's premiering tonight, and I'm like stealing that content. That is different. And I know it kind of sounds hypocritical, but I don't know. I feel like a special exemption for news that can affect your life needs to be made. But call me crazy. Or call me maybe. Why did I do that? Why did I say that? Why do I say those things? It's just called that. I don't think it's actually Siberian. Oh, so these guys are like expats, or they're out, they don't live in Siberia. Siberian Battalion is made of Russian, but was founded as a part of the Ukrainian military. Okay, so wait, is this like another avenue for the Russian separatists that we've seen? If maybe those guys are too wild, but this is a more legitimate avenue for Russians to be helping Ukraine. Harley Jepsen for Senate, sure. What's his nuts? The fucking George Clooney, whatever, dude. I'll take anybody with an idea. I'll take anybody who can crack a smile, unironically. I don't know, man. I'm so tired of the neoliberals. I'm so utterly tired of them. And I know a lot of these Hollywood guys support them, but God, dude, I would just take anybody at this point. Carly Jepsen, let's go. Borderline feline, it appears to be. Yeah, that appears that the drones are in the air, and the rumor is that the cruise missiles are going to be next. Romanized Battalion Siberian Romanized is a parliamentary group made up of paramilitary group made up of Russian citizens opposed to the Putin administration. First line of it. Okay, interesting. All right, very interesting. Iron Dome is stopping them. It doesn't make sense. Well, it makes sense from a local Iranian politics perspective.
Підрозділи громадян Росії перебувають в тісному контакті з підпільними території Росії, яка здійснює диверсії вже як партизанський рух, яке надає дуже корисну інформацію щодо об'єктів базування Збройних сил Росії.
Look at that bowl of Rice Krispie treats my wife just got me, and a bowl of and a cup of Ovaltine. Yeah, of course, we're going to get to Gaza in a minute here.
Because that's the only option that Putin gave us, to
a parliamentary group. I know. Sorry, excrementer. I know you expect more from me.
Are not working, and if you want to change something, well,
yeah, fuck Jill Stein. Lenny, don't I know it, man? Don't I know it? Okay. So they're thoroughly vetted for like a year before they're allowed to actually put a gun in their hand.
У меня есть специальность, получается, я являюсь боевым медиком.
That's the case
Я
with all
нахожусь в
protests, Ken
составе
Goblin.
групп, уже участвовал в боях под Авдеевкой, в ограниченной военной операции в Белгородской области. Моя задача оказывать медицинскую помощь бойцам и в целом контролировать медицинское обеспечение в составе групп.
Calm down. I'm actually. It does sound like they want to hit something. There's the fact that most economists that actually report on proper numbers trying to speak Russian. It is tough. I have that problem myself, Tisriel. I was trying to find really good news on the Vietnam situation, and all the Vietnamese, local Vietnamese coverage wasn't in English. It's tough. Jordan said that they are prepared to shoot down Iranian drones. Whoa. Wow. They don't want that smoke, dude. They don't want that heat. They're like, please don't force 2 million Palestinians into my land. Please don't. Those grenades look cute. All right. You say so. All right, next article here. Ukraine receives 32.4 million grant from Russia-leaning Serbia. Serbia granted Ukraine financial aid worth 32.4 million. Now, Serbia, he's the one with the juicy lips, right? The leader of Serbia. Right? He's got, yeah, it's Mr. Juicy Lips. It's Mr. Juicy Lips. Look, if you don't know what I'm talking about, look, people are like, what are you talking about, dude? No, look, he's got juicy fucking lips. What can I say about this guy? He's got the juiciest lips you've ever seen. Okay, look. Just find a good look. It's just a regular picture. Look, see how they're glistening? They're always glistening. They're so juicy and shiny. This is the guy I was thinking of last week. Look at those flappers. Hold me. He's got some real flappers, okay? These images aren't really doing it for me, but you know what I mean. So that's actually really interesting news because he's been, you know, taking a kind. I mean, like, I don't know. Has he been pro-Russia, or has he been more of just kind of a doubter, hater on the thing? I think he's been pro-Russia up until this. Serbia granted Ukraine financial aid worth $32.4 million in March 2024, demonstrating support despite its traditionally close ties with Russia and refusal to join sanctions against Moscow. That's what it was. That's what it was. But he did not join the sanctions. March 2024, Serbia provided Ukraine with a significant financial grant exceeding 1 billion hernias, $32.4 million, despite its historical loyalty to Russia. The National Bank of Ukraine announced the aid in its response to Liga's request, stating that the funds were transferred to the account of the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine, Serbia, and Germany. But look at that. Juicy Lips over here can give more than the Republican Party can. Interesting stuff. If you want to see the rest of this article, it's right here. Liga balls. Liga balls with your juicy lips. It's professional. This is a professional news operation, okay? It's the news underground, all right? We keep it very serious, buttoned up, real tight. President of Serbia's got some DSLs. What can I say? He's got some DSLs. I do real journalism here, okay? Ukrainian drones strike 1,100 kilometers deep in Russian territory. So a little bit of good news here. A little bit of good news.
Now, where Kyiv says Russia launched 17 attack drones and several missiles targeting the south of the country overnight. Officials say air defenses were able to down 14 of the drones and 2 guided air missiles. But Russia is not the only party in this conflict heavily relying on drone warfare. Ukraine is increasingly using domestically produced drones to strike back at Russia deep inside its own borders. On Tuesday, Ukrainian drones hit the central Tatarstan region, around 1,100 kilometers from the country's shared border in one of the deepest Ukrainian attacks since Russia launched its full-scale invasion 2 years ago. Now, Kyiv said the attack hit a major oil refinery and a drone assembly factory.
Nice.
But how serious a threat are the Ukrainian drone attacks to Russia? DW's Kyiv correspondent Nick Connolly has more.
A light aircraft without a pilot, but stuffed with explosives, hits a Russian drone factory in Tatarstan, more than 1,000 kilometers from Ukraine. And it's not a one-off. Krasnodar, Ryazan, Samara, nowhere in the European part of Russia is safe from Ukrainian strikes. Russia, for its part, has always been able to hit anywhere in Ukraine with expensive Cold War-era ballistic missiles that were built to strike the US. But the sense that Ukraine could do something similar and hit Russia far from the front lines is new.
We don't have our own cruise missiles, our own ballistic missiles. What we do have...
Someone gonna steal his books? What a weird book setup. What's the glass for, man? Gotta keep them fresh? Is this refrigerated? What's going on here?
Is Western-supplied Storm Shadow or Scalp missiles, or ATACMS in small quantities. But we are only allowed to use them against Russian forces in Ukraine.
Great limitation. Limitations that Joe Biden could easily, come on, you're telling me that's one thing. Oh, he needs to ask Mike Johnson permission to do that? I don't think so. Those are arbitrary restrictions put on by Joe Biden because he's so fucking scared of Putin and escalating. He's the commander-in-chief of the military. That's a decision he can make with the stroke of a pen.
In Ukraine.
Ukraine began using its homemade drones to hit Russian oil facilities like these last year. While the geography of the strikes has expanded, the accuracy is still limited. Often enough, the drones reach their target but fail to make much of an impact. That's now changing.
There are grounds for optimism. We saw footage of a Ukrainian drone hitting a Russian oil refinery. You can see the drone closing in and making a turn to ensure it hit its target, the distillation column.
I'll review it after the stream,
some of these drones now have navigation systems that enable them to be maneuvered into their targets. They're similar, if cheaper, to what you'd see in a Storm Shadow cruise missile.
And it's working. Analysts say Russia's oil refining capacity has dropped by more than 10% since the latest round of Ukrainian drone strikes began early in January 2024.
Thank you, Good job.
Ukraine is reducing Russia's oil exports to make it harder for Vladimir Putin to finance his war. But this is not only worrying people in the Kremlin. The Financial Times reported that Washington has requested Kyiv stop attacking Russian oil infrastructure, fearing these attacks could push prices up.
And Zelensky himself admitted this. Once again, total failure of leadership, complete capitulation, and oh, I'm so worried about what Daddy Putin's going to say from Joe Biden. The exact antithesis of leadership. Putin is in full command of this fucking situation right now. Joe Biden is on the sidelines. Oh, there's nothing I could do. And that's what everyone thinks, and everyone's gonna have my back. No, they're not, Joe. Keep licking your fucking ice cream, you goddamn idiot. Show some backbone. Jordan has announced to shoot down Iranian drones in its airspace, and Israel already intercepted some drones. Well, that's interesting. That's, Israel is kind of forcing Iran into a position here, and battle lines are being drawn. That's really interesting to see that from Jordan. They're like, I want no part of this. I want no part of this. In fact, this is the move we're gonna make. We're gonna make this very clear.
Up for US consumers and harm President Biden's chances of re-election. US officials, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken, have made a point of stressing that their country has neither, quote, supported nor enabled Ukrainian strikes on Russian territory. But Valery Romanenko isn't so sure.
I think these strikes wouldn't be possible without Western intelligence information that enables Ukraine to direct these drones around Russian air defenses.
You see what I'm talking about with the cowardly behavior from the United States government, from Joe Biden leadership? Oh, well, we don't approve of that. Even though the strikes have been totally 100% military targets, no evidence whatsoever that Ukraine's going after children or apartment complexes or marketplaces. Oil refineries, drone manufacturing, military location, military storage. And even now, well, we're really scared. We're really scared of Putin and we're really scared of escalation. So we just, we're trying to play it cool. Even now, oh, we're total cucks. That's a political term now. That's where we're at. Yeah, that's politics now. Yeah. That's where we're at.
Supported nor enabled Ukrainian strikes on Russian territory. But Valery Romanenko isn't so sure.
I think these strikes wouldn't be possible without Western intelligence information that enables Ukraine to direct these drones around Russian air defenses.
Oh, but
we're getting
not
that
really.
information,
not officially.
and we're
we didn't
thankful
officially
for
say
it.
For all the fear in Western capitals, these drone strikes could escalate or expand.
Like Putin is fooled. Like the Russian government is fooled.
The scope of this war here in Ukraine, many feel they have little to lose.
Taking a look at these links.
Their argument goes something like this. The West can't withhold military aid while also asking Kiev not to use what it has. Ukraine, they say, won't fight this war with one hand tied behind its back.
So how concerned should Moscow?
So we got an update to the Iranian response here. Thank you very much. I think that was strategy member with this link, Davin. Thank you very much, Davin. Cough Poland, cough Romania, cough. Basically, I think this person is implying that Poland and Romania should join in with Jordan. Jordan's air defenses are ready to intercept and shoot down any Iranian drones and aircraft that violate its airspace. Two regional security sources say. This is wow. The battle lines are being drawn. Missiles are like, wait, yep, okay, no more bullshit, no more politics. This is the side that we're on. Like it or not, Palestinians, like it or not, Iran, Hezbollah.
Moscow be about all of this? That's a question I put to military analyst Frank
Iranian drones, nor is Romania.
At the tactical level, they're very serious, as you heard there from Mr. Romanenko, who outlined exactly how things are done and what they're done with. So, yes, they're causing damage, and you can see that when the American Secretary of State gets involved.
That's interesting that even for Poland, I know it's only in Polish airspace for only like 10, 11 seconds sometimes. So it's not. I don't think even a response would be technically possible because it's in there just so briefly. But that's interesting that even Poland is like, they're no friends of Russia, but they still don't want to antagonize Russia on that level. But Poland is not the United States. You know what I mean?
And the Financial Times is stating there's a strategic effect to it. There is that kind of effect as well. However, on the
different
Russian war effort, it is, I think, right now at the level of just above nuisance. That's at the sort of highest level. However, Ukraine is really majoring on these assets.
Well, what's the harm of poking a raging bear that's currently attacking and slashing somebody? What's the harm of poking that bear? Sure, don't poke a bear that's minding its own business. Absolutely. But is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about a bear that is currently mauling somebody, if we're going to take that example, even further? And the person is, of course, Ukraine. Isn't it okay to poke the bear then?
They have announced just earlier this year the formation, I think rightly, it's very innovative, of an unmanned systems force, a bit like the Space Force or the Air Force, a whole new service. So they're really making this. They see this as a massive competitive edge. And I tend to agree.
So
We've seen the effect they've had, of course, as well.
Like, I wouldn't be poking the bear if I was smaller and less powerful than the bear. Then yeah, no, I ain't poking that bitch. I'm sorry you're getting mauled, but I don't want to be next. It's 1 + 1 = 2. It's geopolitics at that level. Realpolitik. Whatever. I never say it correctly. But if I was America, and I'm the size of a fucking Empire State Building compared to the bear. That's American exceptionalist. That's not exactly the case, but you know what I mean. America definitely has more power, more leverage. I'd feel more comfortable poking that bear. What I mean is, unless you can take it out one shot, leave it alone. That's not. One shot. You only get one chance. Dun 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 dun. Ukraine. You only get one shot. You're gonna win the rap battle. I don't think you. I don't know if that's a viable geopolitical strategy to take them out with one shot. Didn't America try that with shock and awe? That didn't go too well.
In the Black Sea.
So, do you think they can help overcome Ukraine's disadvantage on the battlefield?
I'm not explaining myself. Okay, it's okay.
Yes, you're talking about essentially an asymmetric approach. In other words, Russia right now has the advantage of manpower and heavy materiel, but the effort being put into the drone program from Ukraine and its allies in what Zelensky has called the drone coalition, which includes many NATO countries, notably Britain and Germany, that's really ramping up and I don't think it's offsetting Russia's advantage on the battlefield yet, and I don't necessarily think it.
No, but it is interesting to see Europe coming to terms with the dysfunction of the United States and, trying a little harder than, because I think there was like, okay, Uncle Sam's got this one, we're going to chip in, but we don't have to, we'll have to make some sacrifices around energy, but we're not really going to have to be, dedicating a lot of resources and time to this. But I think it's Germany, maybe France, maybe, but I think some of these European countries are stepping it up.
It will on its own, but it's certainly a major factor right now in the war, as you can see.
The U.S., you mentioned the Secretary of State there. We heard him in the report say they don't support nor enable Ukrainian strikes on Russian territory.
Okay, good
many
to know, Lenny.
other
Thank you.
Ukrainian allies say the same. But realistically, would Ukraine even be able to attack Russia without the support of its allies?
You heard there from Valery Romanenko. It's entirely unrealistic to expect that Ukraine can or will be doing this on its own.
Maybe technically, maybe they could little excursions here and there, but effectively, consistently, that could, affect the Russian economy. No, not without Western help. No.
There's huge intelligence and other forms of information going into Ukraine. Now, I've no doubt whatsoever that intelligence is used for targeting purposes.
Yeah.
There may not be active assistance in the form of personnel, but in terms of intelligence, absolutely there is.
Yeah. What are we even talking about? God, man, things have just super degraded. Okay, finally, we're at our last link of the Ukrainian news section. We can move on to the big news of the day, the war, the upcoming fucking World War III coming up, according to some people, in Gaza. But this is the last little bit here I wanted to report on. 80% of Ukrainian CHP plants have been destroyed in recent weeks. So this is just, more information about it's legitimate. 80% of thermal power plants in Ukraine have been destroyed. It is a legitimate hit to Ukrainian energy infrastructure. Doesn't totally take them out, but it is, as that analyst that we heard earlier, it's a tit for tat. It's a direct response to Ukraine targeting and successfully attacking Russian oil infrastructure, energy infrastructure. Quote, the Russians continue to fire missiles at our energy facilities, destroy transformers and generators. And, if only 5 or 10 of them get through, and that's the case, Ukraine is desperately shooting down as many as they can. But you swarm it. You swarm that anti-air defense, and some of them get in. It's just like the arcade game, Missile Attack? Or what the hell is that game called? Missile something? But same thing, you just get overwhelmed. Wonder what Turkey is doing? Well, we've seen some interesting moves from Turkey recently around Ukraine, in support of Ukraine, didn't we? I was reporting on that last week. There was some positive development with Turkey and Ukraine, if I remember correctly. Galaga, no, it's called Missile Defense. Missile Command. My God, it's a classic. You know, Missile Command. The whole gameplay loop is. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. You know, the whole gameplay loop is you're trying to defend your towns from a missile attack, so you're shooting up missile defenses, but all you need to do is overwhelm. You know, eventually something's going to squeak through. It gets really hard. It gets impossible at a certain point in the game. It gets impossible to prevent missiles from hitting your town. And not to be simplistic, but you know, that's the strategy. That's really the Russian strategy. It's the Ukrainian. It's the Iranians are doing it as well. You know, confusing. You know, getting out there with drones, trying to mess up the anti-air. Well, I mean, not only, but their southern border will be one of the messiest again in the probable 10 years. Allow for opportunities too. Maybe. Russia, war crimes ain't crimes if you ain't getting busted. Yeah, you joke, but you're not exactly joking, are you? Russia has a completely different frame of the Russian government has a completely different frame of mind when it comes to war crimes, and you know they disregard the legitimacy of all these Western justice, you know, international justice systems. You know, famously in World War II, they wanted to just line up all the Nazis and execute them. That was what they wanted. They were like, Nuremberg trial. What are you talking about? A deal had to be made with Russia just to allow the Nuremberg trials to happen. They just wanted to hang everybody. They wanted to shoot everybody. I don't agree with them, but I will admit that if they did it the Russian way, more Nazis would have died. More Nazis who absolutely committed crimes. One of the big criticisms of the Nuremberg trial, from me at least, is the amount of Nazis that were able to go, you know, get light sentences. I was just following orders. Oh, I didn't know anything was happening. I didn't know anything was happening. That kind of shit. Population of Argentina would lose like 10%. Interesting. What is the Russian way? Welcome back, Kissing Gonzo. Russian way of what? Warfare? No, I mean they don't. Yeah, human rights, crimes against human rights can be justified. There's a process of justification within Russian military for that kind of stuff. Russian way where we're seeing war and the way they perceive conflict. Yeah, I mean there's less of humanity. You know, the ends justify the there's a ends justify the means kind of mentality in Russian military culture. Yeah, Tisrael. Yeah. All right, so moving on to Gaza. Oh, thank God, we can finally stop talking about the serious stuff and get to something lighter. I was thinking of, maybe halfway through the Gaza information, we could, get a catch up on the abortion situation there in Arizona. Just trying to keep things light, folks. Nice and light. We can do abortion, or we can have a debate about the legitimacy of religion. Okay, but we have to keep it chill. Okay? Here's my first clip. I'll admit it. I think it's really Okay, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut because I'm going to get in a lot of trouble for saying anything like this. But let me show you some of these Orthodox Jews who are perfectly okay with a lot of these Orthodox Jews. To be fair, there is a certain sects. There's certain. It's not a monolith. Orthodox Jews in Israel are not a monolith. Yes, TMO, we are covering that. Apparently, the cruise missiles are not in the air. Currently, the only thing that it's in the air are drones that are currently flying towards Israel. Jordan, and the last bit of news is that Jordan has closed its airspace to Iranian drones and cruise missiles, and Jordan has said that they will shoot them down if Iranian weapons are in their airspace. So that's the latest news. TMO. AB said 400 to 500. Okay. Wow. I want some. I'm going to need a double source on that. But wow. Okay. If that's true, I'm taking it back. I'm taking the whole Iran doesn't, is hoping to not kill some people, hurt some people. 400 to 500 drones. I mean, that's huge, dude. That is insane. That's actually insane. It's something like Vatican non-Catholic Christian relations. Anyway, okay, back to what I'm saying. Back to the topic here before I got diverted. You know, I think it's fair to say there's a pretty heavy pro-destroy Palestine sentiment amongst the Orthodox Jews. I find it the peak of hypocrisy that a lot of these people that are calling for the total elimination of an entire population of people, maybe some of them are not calling for genocide, maybe some of them are calling for ethnic cleansing, but a lot of these guys are like, no, Palestine is ours. It was historically ours. The Palestinians are the settlers, right? Whatever means necessary to get rid of them. But now the Israeli government is asking these extremists to contribute, and they're pitching a fit. They're pitching a fit.
Government want to draft us to the Israeli army. Therefore, for us, it's considered as being irreligious. Therefore, we prefer to die and not go to the Israeli army. We are demonstrating against the government.
Isn't that funny? Yeah. I mean, you know, not all of them, not all the Orthodox Jews believe in it, but a lot of them believe in eradicating Palestine. And look at that. How dare you? How dare you ask us to fight? How dare you?
Government against the High Court. We will not go to the army. We prefer to die and not go to the army.
Okay, all right. Meanwhile, their entire existence is literally welfare. Literally welfare from the Israeli government. They're literally paid to sit in a church or whatever, studying the Torah their entire life. And they're like, oh, how dare you ask us to, contribute? They legitimately think that, what they're doing is actually more important than even what the IDF does. You know how these religious extremists think, it's their thing is the most important thing ever, and everyone else needs to bend around them. Yeah, kissing Gonzo. Just 0 to 100. You're attacking our existence. You're attacking our existence immediately. Yeah, there is that interesting connection with the extreme religious elements that believe like the completion of this Israeli project is actually the beginning of a apocalypse, and it's like it's above every it's like this is the beginning and end of civilization kind of thing. So that is definitely a real dynamic amongst these extremists. Could we call Israel a theocratically adjacent democracy? What do you think? Sure, whatever. It's like labels are important, but I don't know. Labels are important sometimes they're not. I'll let the scholars figure that out. As far as the Messiah coming back, the Baha'i faith argue that the Messiah has already returned back in the 1800s. Who is the Messiah? It was Shigeru Miyamoto. Labels are useful for libraries. No, labels are useful. Kissing Gonzo, are you a conservative? Are you a right winger? No. Right? That means something. Labels are it's a necessary evil. It's the devil we got to deal with sometime. so much of a free thinker, it scares me. But you would never accept someone labeling you incorrectly in such a way. Oh, is he scared of the horses? Oh. All right, moving on to the next thing here. Now, this is something I wanted to talk about. I got some parts of this. I actually read this article beforehand. I actually did my job. But this is absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a little history here. This Shyheim, I'm sure I'm not saying that correctly. Shyheim Levinson is no friend of the Palestinian people. I don't read every single fucking article. I don't have time to read every single one of them. I try to read as many as I can. Jesus Christ. What do you think? This is some kind of professional journalistic operation? You know how much money I made from the t-shirt that Lenny bought yesterday? I made $1. You know how many t-shirts I've sold in the last 2 to 3 months? 1. So, yeah. You want me to read the articles? Buy some fucking merch or something. Give me some fucking money. You want me to do my job? Okay, back to this. One is pretty good. It is. I'm happy. Lenny is the man. So anyway, back to setting up this article. So this is very important. So this is saying what can't be said. Israel has been defeated, a total defeat. Wow, who's this liberal, right? Who's this Libby liberal? Doing interviews on Democracy Now! And high-fiving it with, Medea Benjamin and, hanging, agreeing with all the lefties. Well, that's Shyheim Levinson, who at the start of the war said this. Shyheim Levinson, with 220K followers, just said that no distinction should be made between Hamas and Palestinian civilians in Gaza. So, before you throw away this head, before you throw this head, it's harassed, and it's only Israel's oldest newspaper, and it's only somebody who at the start of the war said this is this is an attack against Israel, and we can't distinguish between civilians and Hamas. Kill. Okay, and he's been like that for and then he puts this article out. Okay. I'm going to read the parts that I've highlighted here, but the angle that he's coming from is that the Bibi Netanyahu government has failed to complete this project of moving the Palestinians or the Palestinian problem, in a way you could word it. They've failed to properly do that. He doesn't necessarily disagree with the ethnic cleansing. He doesn't necessarily disagree with the erasure of the Palestinians in the West Bank. What he disagrees with is how badly Bibi Netanyahu has managed this, and he's acknowledging the damage that the Netanyahu government has done to Israel internationally and internally. But he doesn't disagree that that the Palestinians are less than human, that all of this is justified. So that's before you fake news, that's just a liberal. Just wanted to give you that context here. Let me read this for you. Saying what can't be said. Israel has been defeated. A total defeat. The war aims won't be achieved. The hostages won't be returned through military pressure. Security won't be restored. And Israel's international ostracism won't end. Sure, Tisriel. I don't disagree with that. It sounds about. I just read Little Pizza there. I think that's about right. So he's saying Hamas isn't going to be defeated. We've pissed off the entire international community against us. We're not getting any of the hostages back. Let me read. This is interesting stuff. We've lost. Truth must be told. The inability to admit it encapsulates everything you need to know about Israel's individual and mass psychology. Right-winger, pro, kill the Palestinians, need to remind you. There's a clear, sharp, predictable reality that we should begin to fathom, to process, to understand, and to draw conclusions from for the future. It's no fun to admit that we've lost, so we lie to ourselves. So some of the parts I skipped were kind of jingoistic or, you know, making defense of the IDF, calling them lions, calling the IDF heroes and lions. After a year, we could have been in a totally different place. You know, and I was talking about this from the very beginning. There's more than one ways to crack this egg. There's more than one way to eliminate Hamas, to win, right? To you know, this could have been a fully supported international effort to, you know, building by building, clear out all of Hamas. This could have been a massive W for Israel, and it would have been fully justified. But it wasn't. It's not about Hamas. It's not, and we're not going to hear any of that from this guy about the real aim, because the real aim was to push all the Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip and then take it over. Right? He needs everyone to still pretend that this is an anti-Hamas initiative and that it's a failure of leadership. Okay, but listen. After a year and a half, we could have been in a totally different place, but we're being held hostage by the worst leadership in the country's history and a decent contender for the title of worst leadership anywhere ever. Okay. Every military undertaking is supposed to have a diplomatic exit. Oh, we can't even talk. You're pro-Hamas if you talk about a diplomatic exit. The military action should lead to a better diplomatic reality. Israel has no diplomatic exit, and that's true. It's kill, kill, kill. It has a scoundrel for a leader, someone with no capacity for leadership or decision-making, a person who loses his sense of good judgment over a free cigar. That sounds specific. Yet the electorate put its faith in the current prime minister to the tune of 32 Knesset seats. Talking about Bibi. Theoretically, we could have been in a better place. But listen to this. This is a right-winger's opinion. Supported Bibi, supports the, ethnic cleansing. This is what he's saying. The shock of the outbreak of the war could have been a starting point for a swift, powerful, aggressive, eminently justified campaign to quickly root out Hamas wherever that was possible. And that's important right there, wherever it was possible. Because it's this idea, just like the United States, eliminate terrorism, eliminate the terrorists. Well, that's an impossible goal. Why are you setting that for yourself? They had to step it down and walk it down. Oh, we declared mission accomplished. We declared we've won. Even though there's terrorist elements all over the country we've supposedly pacified. Somehow Israel was going to do it better. We still got the delusional in our chat. Somehow Israel was going to do this better. Eminently justified campaign to quickly root out Hamas wherever that was possible. It could have been replaced by a coalition of countries with money and good intentions to carry out reconstruction. That's not the goal, though, was it? That would have been really great. That would have made Israel look really, really good, huh? Setting up a technocratic government of Jordan and, maybe Egypt. Maybe getting the PLO involved. But no, that's not Bibi's plan. With global and Arab backing, along with the Palestinian Authority. Yeah, wouldn't that have been great? No, that's completely off the table. That is completely off the table. We could have created a viable alternative to Hamas in Gaza. Why? Why have a viable alternative when you're taking it? After 6 months, they already might have been the first sign of independent government there. And he's right. This process could have started the moment the siege of Gaza City was over with and they were pushing further south. Could have started that technocratic government process. Now, Hamas is gone. We got to feed people. We need a government. Let's start this process now. But no, we can't. Oh, wait, I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. No, we're going to delay until, accidentally, the settlers. What can we do? The settlers are there now. After 6 months, there are already been first signs of independent government there every day and every minute. Better decisions could have been made, but that's whom we elected. a suit with a person attached. We can't say it, but we've lost. People have an inclination to believe in the best and be optimistic, hoping that tomorrow will be okay, that we are in a process that in the end will be more successful. That's the most fundamental failure of human thought. The notion that the direction we are taking is a good one, that we just need to get there already, right? And we've heard this sentiment, right? Just finish it, just finish it, just finish it. That in just a little more time, with a little more effort, the hostages will be returned. Hamas will surrender, and Yahya Sinwar will be killed. After all, we're the good guys, and good will triumph. Right? So this is his, because he agrees with that. He's like, yeah, we are the good guys. We just, we picked the wrong government to do this. It's the same mentality that leads to the notion that, quote, the Iranian regime will soon implode. And other notions that have more to do with Hollywood scripts than life itself. They're not the truth, and it relates to something that's uncomfortable. After all, it's uncomfortable telling the public the truth. More bullshit, more, pro, we're the good guys, this, it's all justified, but we're doing it wrong bullshit. It's unpleasant to say, but we may not be able to safely return to Israel's northern border. And he talks about this as he's like, oh, we're never going to be able to conquer it. Northern border. To what had been before. Yeah. When they had to give it up. When they had to give it up. And they continue to occupy it. Hezbollah has changed that equation to its own benefit. That's the situation. Is that you can't, settlers aren't allowed, settlers can't have an easy time of it because they're not up against unarmed civilians too close to that northern region. Hello from France. Hey, Mr. the MacTurf, the radio, Rado. Why don't you tell Macron to stop buying natural gas from Russia? How come you let him do that? We constantly tell ourselves about an imaginary deadline, April, May, September 1st, and if Hezbollah keeps it up until then, we'll give it a thorough shellacking. The deadline keeps getting pushed back. The border region remains empty. Oh, that's so sad, right? You gotta put those Israeli settlements there immediately. Oh, it's so sad that it's empty. It's not yours. The deceit continues. There now seems to be a high probability that for years, anyone driving along the border will be a target. Tel Hai will fall again. And whose fault is that, dude? You won't even acknowledge the existence of the Palestinian state. The MacGuffin, back for it. McMuffin. Yeah, kissing Gonzo. Like I said, more bullshit. Last little bit of this article here. Along with natural psychology, there are the machines plying lies and deceit. There's a political camp, the very survival of which pretty much depends on a quote-unquote victory. That camp has long since lost all touch with truth and reality. We've gotten to know its leader, that human Pinocchio, for months. He's been talking of total victory and of being a step away from victory. And for a couple of months, he's been saying that we're going to enter Rafah right away. Tomorrow, here I go. I would believe TV reality figure Ohad Bazalgo telling me that I'm his one true love before I would believe one word from Netanyahu. This is all about Netanyahu, by the way. I'm kind of think that this guy supports Ben Gvir. And he's criticizing Netanyahu for saying he's going to go into Rafah, but he thinks that Netanyahu's going to chicken out. That just to give you an idea of where the criticism is coming from. This is not from Israeli left. Rafah is the newest bluff that the mouthpieces are plying to fool us and make us think that victory is just moments away. By the time they enter Rafah, the actual event will have lost its significance. You see what I mean? Go now, go in there, now. There may be an incursion, perhaps a tiny one sometime, say in May. After that, they'll peddle the next lie. all we have to do is fill in the blank, and victory would be on its way. And we've already seen this with people in the chat moving the goalposts about how to define victory. So they're going to go into Rafah. Who knows what kind of damage they're going to do. And then they're going to be a rock and a hard place. Okay, we've done the entire strip, and Hamas still exists. Do we just lie and declare victory? How do we do this? The reality is that the war aims will not be achieved. Hamas will not be eradicated. The hostages will not be returned through military pressure. Security will not be reestablished. Security. As in the colonial gains will be secured like they secure them in the West Bank with official settlements. Or making the settlements official. The more the mouthpieces shout that we're winning, the clearer it is that we're losing. Lying is their craft. We need to get used to that. Life is less secure than before October 7th. The beating we took will still sting from years to come. The international ostracism won't go away. And of course, the dead won't be coming back, nor will many of the hostages. For some of us, life will get back on track with a petrifying fear that an imminent repeat. And for some of us, life won't get back on track. Those people will walk among us like the living dead. That's what we voted for. That's how it is. We need to get used to this sad reality in our homeland. So once again, it's like we're not going hard enough. BB's not the right guy. We could have, this guy legitimately thinks that this is an attack against Hamas and not an attack against the Palestinian people. Or maybe he does, and he thinks that we should be attacking the Palestinians differently. But just to give you an idea of the current internal political situation of the Bibi Netanyahu government and why this guy might be interested in a conflict with Iran, antagonizing Iran. Yeah, Todd, we've been reporting on that. There's apparently some drones in the air. Currently, the cruise missiles are not in the air, but get another little update here. See what's happening. So it looks like there's a statement from the IDF, which is about, take that for what you will. I don't trust the IDF. It's like Fox News, Iran launches drones towards Israel. Iran launches drone attacks towards Israel 4 minutes ago. So we got drones. That is an interesting thumbnail from TVP World. Heard it a few times that Iran wanted an Islamic State all throughout the Middle East. Yeah, okay. Well, if they want it, they're not doing a very good job of achieving that. If they were close to achieving that goal, wouldn't Jordan choose to work with Iran instead of defiantly standing against them? Let's try to widespread the conflict by attacking Syria. Yeah, playing with fire. Damn. Yeah. Welcome back, Zeo Duke. So we'll check up on that again a little later. This was really good. I think this is a link from Woke Patriot. This was a really good list of the failures of the Biden administration for Biden is basically pretending to give a shit about the Palestinians because of politics, because of Michigan. Really, it's really the Michigan, the Arab population that lives in Michigan, the Muslim community as well that lives in Michigan, and Michigan being a swing state. That's why he's pretending to care about the Palestinians. Really, though, he fully supports the United States empire's goals with Israel. He totally supports, the erasure of the Palestinian country. If that means, he would prefer the two-state solution and then everything be peaceful and Israel to keep its gains. But he's okay with Palestine being erased as long as the United States gets to keep Israel in their back pocket for the Middle East. Yeah, Todd, it's a little bit more complicated than that. Signs his paychecks. I don't know, dog. It's a little bit more complicated than that. I love the fact that USA just say it's not us when Israel attacked the consulate, but Iran retaliates, say Iran. Yeah. Kind of how it works, isn't it? Biden is about to drag America into a war with Iran on behalf of Israel. I don't know if that's true or not. The disastrous way he's handled matters since Israel bombed the Iranian consulate in Damascus shows that any shift in Biden's policy on Israel was all talk, no walk. And I kind of agree with that sentiment. I mean, we have seen, though, IDF pulled away, right? They said, oh, mission accomplished in wherever. We're pulling out and getting ready for, they were, Rafah is definitely happening, but this is a pullback to collect our forces in preparation for Rafah. That definitely happened after Biden made a phone call. So there's some walk. There's a little walk, little tiptoes in the tulips, but not a big walk. Not. Oh, we're gonna cut off arms. We're gonna really punish you. None of that. So Todd, you think Trump would do a better job? Yeah. Is that what you're getting at? That's what you're getting at, isn't it, Todd? In Minnesota. No? Oh, Tatiana, thank you so much. Oh, okay, good. Well, I wasn't sure, it's hard when I get new viewers in here. It's hard. Trump, of course, said he would like to see Israel finish the job, whatever that means. Let me just ban Tatiana here real quick. Sorry. Hey, Tatiana, if you want me to buy your services, give me a free sample. Anyone want to take a wager that Trump can't throw a frisbee? Oh, I would wager that. Yeah, there's no flicking of the wrist. He wouldn't know what to do. So here's a short thread on Biden's latest cave to Netanyahu. According to U.S., it was not given an adequate heads up for Israel's carefully calculated bombing of the Iranian consulate in Damascus. They didn't even warn him. Yeah, Lenny. Yeah. Woo. Not only was it a flagrant violation of the Vienna Convention, but it also risked, perhaps intentionally, ending the fragile truce between the U.S., Iran, and the Iran-aligned militias in Iraq and Syria. By that, Israel directly and knowingly jeopardized American security and put U.S. troops at risk. That's technically true. Texture Splunky. Cool. Thank you for that follow. President is not in charge of whatever we go to war or not. It's not a matter of between Biden and Trump. Really? Last time I checked, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan was not an official declaration of war. It was an emergency procedure that was triggered by the White House. When the last time we declared war, was that Vietnam? Was that Vietnam? So I don't know if you're right there, Todd. I think the commander-in-chief has, especially after 9/11, after the Bush administration, the commander-in-chief has a lot more ability to make unilateral moves with the military without congressional approval. Technically, I am correct. You think people are impressed when you say shit like that? Am I supposed to be like awed by your intelligence? Technically, you're incorrect. You say the president is not in charge of whether we go to war or not? No. The commander-in-chief, through emergency, through the the emergency rules that were implemented after 9/11, the commander-in-chief can attack anybody he wants. I'm talking codified law. Yeah, I guess technically the United States government is supposed to declare war. All right, I see what you're saying, but all right, I see what you're saying. Yada yada yada. More, So instead of rebuking Israel for jeopardizing the safety, so he's still talking about the American troops. I thought this was a longer list. I should have pre-read this a little bit better. If you want to see this tweet, it's right here. But it's a total spit in the face. What we saw, when Anthony Blinken was there, we saw them. What was it? Attack Iran or no? He made a declaration. Anthony Blinken made a speech before the discussion saying, "Oh, we're talking about Rafah and different solutions." And then it's like before he even left the country, Israeli government spokespeople were. A spokesperson came out and said, we're absolutely taking Rafah. We're absolutely doing it. Yeah, Todd, I don't like to get bogged down in those kind of discussions too often. I think sometimes those kind of discussions can be kind of pedantic distractions. But I see what you're saying. Moving on to the next clip. Here's a little footage. Northern Israel rocket attack. 50 rockets launched from southern Lebanon. So this happened 24 hours ago. So things are moving fast. This is technically old news, but this is what I thought Iran was going to take credit for and then chill out. I was wrong about that, but let's take a look.
Returning to our breaking news story now, more than 50 rockets have been launched from southern Lebanon towards the Upper Galilee, that's in northern Israel, and the occupied Golan Heights. There have been explosions reported from these rockets being intercepted over some of the border
and this
towns.
Audio is nuts.
Ali Hashim joins us now from Naqoura in southern Lebanon. What does the scene look like now, Hashim?
Well, just a few moments ago, Hezbollah issued a statement claiming responsibility for launching tens of rockets, according to the statement, towards military posts in the Golan Heights. According to the statement, this is in retaliation to Israel's attacks on southern Lebanese towns of Taibi, Al-Khiyam, and Aita. So this is Hezbollah's statement, but as it's clear, this is one of the maybe the biggest group of rockets being launched together, biggest barrage since the beginning of the war. There were before 40, 30 rockets, so it's a significant escalation.
All right. Well, I'm sure you'll keep us posted of how that situation develops across the border there.
Out of the air.
Ali Hashim there. And just to recap, so 50 rockets. Actually, Ali, since we've got you, just bring this into context. There were a lot of expectations that there might be an Iranian attack. Is this seen more so in the context, though, of what happened today with earlier strikes from Israel into Lebanon targeting Hezbollah rather than the concern about Iranian retaliation?
So obviously we don't really need his speculation on this because we know the answer to that now that we're 24 hours later and we're seeing Iran attack Israel directly. So let's not waste our time with his speculation there. I'm sure it was good, but sorry, we got to keep moving. If you want the video clip though, it's right there in the chat. Goddamn, I do not have time for this, but this is definitely queued up for next time. Really, this guy has been killing it. Really, really funny dude. Jon Stewart's also coming out talking about performative outrage over Israel's war crimes. This is the kind of shit that would get you fired 10 years ago.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Anti-Semitic. How dare you criticize Israel? We saw, 10, 20 years ago, you try to criticize the occupation in the Gaza Strip. You try to criticize the settler colonialism in the West Bank. Goodbye career, goodbye legitimacy, totally you're treated, like a conspiracy theorist. How dare you, anti-Jewish, how dare you go against the prevailing narrative that we're the most moral democracy in the Middle East, blah, 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 blah. But now we're seeing CNN, Christina Amanpour, mainstream narratives. So that's really good. I don't have time to show this video, but I am going to keep it queued because I do want to show it, but we'll show it maybe next time. In lieu of that, though, we are going to watch this one. Was brought. Oh, okay. So we heard the right-winger's opinion. I know it's TLDR. I know it's like fucking Zoomer news. It's like insufferable. But this TLDR does a really good job. I'm going to sit here and say it. They do great research. They're sourced, which is really important. If they're putting information on the screen, there's a citation, there's a source, which is very important. Very concise and very visual. So it's perfect for what I'm trying to do, trying to inform people. So sorry if you find the format to be overbearing and millennial Zoomer style. What can you do? The waste of all those rockets expensive. Yeah, kissing Gonzo, sure, but I've been criticizing this rocket strategy for the longest fucking time too. Welcome back, Al Rakabi. Anyway, that's my preface. Here's the title: Is Israel losing the Gaza war? So I just read an article giving you a breakdown of what a extreme anti-Palestinian, possibly pro Ben Gvir journalist for Haaretz, the one of Israel's oldest newspaper. So we got his opinion, which was Bibi has failed us. We're not getting the hostages back. We're not actually going to defeat Hamas. We're our international reputation is in the shitter. We're weaker than we've ever been. There's this is a total failure on every level. So let's hear what a Western, a twee Western cutie thinks about it.
To you by NordVPN. We're now more than 6 months on from the October 7th Hamas attacks and the beginning of Israel's war in Gaza, and there remains no end in sight. With the tide of public opinion seemingly turning against Israel, Hamas still in operation, and more than 100 hostages still in Gaza, is Israel actually losing?
Maybe. We just had Hamas tell us that they don't know if they can get 40 hostages together for the first round, which is I've said it from the very beginning. It's been amateur hour with these hostages from day one from Hamas. They never expected to be able to take so many, and they had no idea what to do with them. And they have no hierarchically, however you say that properly, heretically, maybe, they have no control. So, what kind of organization, what kind of army is Israel fighting when these goofballs, I know how to say hierarchy, but it's like hierarchical. I know hierarchy. I know words, speak good. But that just, it just gives you an example, just shows you just how amateur this entire, but the pro-Israeli side has to convince us that this is a full-blown organized army, global war on terror style. Yeah, chain of command, that would have been a better word. You know what I'm saying though? But you don't even have control over, your elements. It's legitimate scumbag terrorism. And they're holding the Palestinians hostages like the gangs in El Salvador. So it's, when Israel is dropping a fucking, 1,000-pound bomb on an apartment complex, killing everybody inside, it's not justified anyway.
Losing the war. In this video, we're going to explore this in 3 parts. The damage being done to Israel's international standing, the domestic pressures on the Israeli government, and whether it's actually achieving its war aims.
Okay, now I'm going to do a 20-minute rant here. Now listen to me, I got something to...
Before we start, if you haven't already, played when we release new videos. So, let's start with the international angle. The growing Palestinian death toll in Gaza, now at more than 33,000, a devastating humanitarian crisis, warnings of famine, and a restriction of aid flow have all contributed to Israel's increasing international isolation. However, in recent weeks, the single biggest event to have prompted a reassessment of support for Israel among many of its allies was the killing of 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers by 3 successive Israeli drone strikes, described by Israel as a serious mistake stemming from a serious failure. Those killed were a Palestinian, 3 British nationals, a Polish national, an Australian national, and a dual Canadian-American citizen. As such, the killings sparked immense international backlash from the countries affected and further afield, with Israel's explanation doing little to assuage this anger. In fact, the UK government is now coming under increased pressure to suspend arms sales and military cooperation with Israel. And Foreign Secretary David Cameron has warned that British backing for Israel is not unconditional. Meanwhile, there are also growing calls from within the US Democratic Party for President Biden to condition his military assistance for Israel based on its actions, prompting Biden to warn Netanyahu that US policy will be determined on Israel's implementation of specific, concrete, and measurable steps to address civilian harm, humanitarian suffering, and the safety of aid workers. This, plus the US's decision to abstain on, rather than veto, a UN Security Council resolution demanding a ceasefire in Gaza, represent notable shifts in American foreign policy. In fact, a memo from the US State Department following a meeting with their Israeli counterparts states that the Israelis seemed oblivious to the fact that they're facing major, possibly generational damage to their reputation, not just in the region, but elsewhere in the world. It adds, "We are concerned that the Israelis are missing the forest for the trees and are making a strategic error in writing off their reputational damage." Even former President Donald Trump has altered his rhetoric on Israel, warning that Israel is losing a lot of its support because of its actions in Gaza, adding that Israel has got to get better with public relations, because right now they're really being hurt very badly. But the pressure on the Israeli government isn't just coming from abroad. Benjamin Netanyahu is also under significant domestic pressure from all sides. Following the 2022 election, Netanyahu formed Israel's furthest right government ever. And even given his narrow majority, keeping those far-right elements on side has always been crucial to his government's survival. But now, in the face of international pressure to halt the military offensive in Gaza and not invade Rafah, the more extreme factions in his government are piling on pressure to do the opposite. In fact, just this week, National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said that if Netanyahu decides to end the war without an extensive attack on Rafah in order to defeat Hamas, he will not have a mandate to continue serving as prime minister. At the same time, far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich voiced his own frustration that the exclusive and smaller wartime cabinet was making significant decisions without the approval of the full cabinet, something that he said was harming the war's momentum and our security interests. On the flip side, the more centrist elements of the wartime government are also ratcheting up the pressure. Benny Gantz, who joined Netanyahu's unity cabinet after October 7th, but remains his single biggest political rival, broke ranks and openly called for early elections in the country, saying that the vote should be held in September. Now, this is completely at odds with what Netanyahu has said, with him repeatedly rejecting calls for early elections, saying that it would undermine the war effort and Israeli unity. But Gantz has basically flipped the script by saying that elections are necessary to preserve unity and renew the trust between Israeli citizens and their government. Now, polls suggest that Netanyahu's approval ratings have collapsed after the October 7th attacks, and that Gantz and his party now have the most to gain from an election, with Netanyahu's right-wing coalition expected to lose its majority to the anti-Netanyahu bloc. Meanwhile, on the street, Netanyahu's government faces renewed mass protests, calling for a deal to secure the release of the remaining 130 or so hostages from Gaza, as well as demanding that Netanyahu resigns and there are early elections. There's also a separate political crisis going on related to the possible drafting of ultra-Orthodox Haredi Jews into the military, something that has the potential to fracture and bring down Netanyahu's coalition too. But anyway, despite this growing international pressure and the political instability the war is causing, is Israel actually achieving its aims? Well, the Israeli government set out two main objectives following the October 7th attacks by Hamas that killed nearly 1,200 people in Israel. These aims were to eradicate Hamas and rescue the hostages. So let's start with defeating Hamas. Now, this is tricky to assess, because yes, the Israeli military has taken control of most of Gaza, and it claims to have killed 13,000 or so Hamas fighters, including several senior figures. But as the international crisis group's Israel-Palestine senior analyst says, the IDF hasn't been able to get the top brass of the Hamas leadership. Also, from the beginning of the war, critics pointed out—
Todd, I'm sorry to pause. What the fuck are you saying? Could you please tell us what the fuck you're saying? Thanks.
Out that the aim of eradicating Hamas may be something of an impossible goal for Israel to set itself. That's because destroying an entity is one thing, but destroying an ideology and a movement is another much more difficult task. No. Especially when you consider that Hamas's position that violent armed resistance against Israel is necessary.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying about a bombed city, but were you trying to say that this was... Yeah, I mean, what are you trying to say? That it looked like a shithole before it was bombed, or what?
Could well have been emboldened as a result of Israel's response to October 7th. So what about the goal of freeing the hostages? Well, of the 253 hostages that were taken from Israel, there are 129 yet to be returned from Gaza, at least 34 of whom are thought to be dead. 109 hostages did get their freedom through prisoner exchanges or other deals, while just 3 have been rescued directly by Israeli military operations. And 12 bodies have been recovered, including 3 that were mistakenly killed by the Israeli army. So ultimately, political deals via mediators with Hamas have proven to be more effective at rescuing hostages than military action alone, which effectively puts this hostage goal at odds.
Negotiating with Hamas, you basically agree with Hamas. If you point out the fact that you were able to get more hostages by actually negotiating instead of bombing them, well, that would fly in the face of the entire strategy. We can't have that.
With the first goal of destroying Hamas. There are tentative signs, though, that things are starting to go in a different direction, at least for now. A new round of truce talks are underway in Cairo, and Israel has withdrawn most of its brigades from the Gaza Strip, signaling a lull in fighting that's allowed some Gazans to return to their homes, or what's left of them, in the southern...
I don't know. What are you talking about? I don't see paint. I don't see paint. What makes you question why? What are you trying to get at? You want to tell us what the fuck you're trying to talk about? What are you trying to say? You know, Todd, it might... A lack of paint, which I don't actually see. I'm seeing lots of paint. I'm seeing lots of evidence that these are painted buildings. But there might have been something to do with the fact that Gaza, before October 7th, was the largest open-air prison that humanity has ever designed. We're talking cooking oil and medicine was not allowed to get into the Gaza Strip at certain times. Fishing rights were not available to the Gazan citizens. So if you do notice a lack of paint, it might have something to do with the fact that they were being occupied and blockaded. So it's okay to Bay Medic. Are you trying to imply that it's okay to ethnically cleanse a population because of their sexist views on women? Is that what you're trying to imply?
That's allowed some Gazans to return to their homes, or what's left of them, in the southern city of Khan Yunis. But with Netanyahu still vowing to press ahead with an invasion of Rafah, this lull may not last. Now, watching our videos, it's understandable if, at times...
So you disagree? Do you disagree then? You think the Free Palestine? You think the Palestinians deserve to exist? Bay Medic? Is that what you're saying? Welcome back, ROB. Right? Because that's what you're saying, right? That's what you were going to say next.
Do you not think that...
You believe in human rights? Oh, okay. Right. So the Jews, the existence of Jews is being... That's what we're talking about here, huh? It's an existential fight for Israel, huh? Rightio. R is for Rob. That's cute. If Israel doesn't wipe out Palestine, it will cease to exist. Didn't you guys know that?
Es lamentable y profundamente.
This is amazing, and we're gonna watch the whole minute 40 seconds of it. Now I want to see paint. Still talking about the paint, huh, Todd? Gee, guys. Gee, isn't it weird? Oh, the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip they didn't have basic supplies. Why do you think that is? Maybe they're animals. They're shitting in they shit in their own living room. Maybe they're animals, guys. They don't even know how to act human. Why wouldn't they have basic supplies like paint? So gray and dismal. Yeah, I don't suffer fools. I don't let stupidity fester in my chat. It's a privilege to be here, not a right. Todd eats paint chips. Dude, I would have no meal. I would be very hungry there. There's no paint for me to eat. So this is amazing. Ione, I think that's an I. Ione Belara, the Spanish minister for social rights, says Israel is competing with Nazism for the first place in the League of Horror in the history of mankind. So this isn't Destiny or Vosh or Tucker Carlson saying this shit. This is a Spanish minister for social rights saying this. It looks like making an official government speech. Oh, Todd's just asking questions, guys. Such, you know, nothing says I'm an honest actor like I'm just asking questions. Nothing says honest actor like that. I'm just asking questions. Oh, Bay Medic, you're still talking. She should likely. Oh, okay. Right. So Bay Medic, obviously you don't agree with. So you're going to have to answer this question, Bay Medic. You might want to listen instead of just furiously typing. So listen up. Obviously you don't agree with the Palestinians being returned to the Gaza Strip, right? We can't have that for Israel's security. So do you agree with what, eradicating all of them? Or do you agree with exiling them into the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt? I mean, obviously we can't treat them like human beings, allow them to return to the Gaza Strip. That's never going to happen, right? I'm sure you agree. Okay, Todd, hey, buddy, honey, we're going to go ahead. We're going to put this dunce cap on you for 30 minutes, dear. Okay, we're just going to, yep, there you go. Thank you. We're going to put that 30-minute dunce cap on it. I want you to think carefully and maybe go, I don't know, make some macaroni and cheese or something, you annoying, insufferable person. Just a 30-minute dunce cap. It's okay, buddy. Here we go. So back to my question to Bay Medic. You want to answer the question or what? I've actually been giving you at least 60 seconds to answer the question, Bay Medic. What you got for me, buddy? Okay, here we go. Let's say they succeeded and left the area where you say to Jews. Well, we're not talking about that, are we? It's not an existential fight for Israel's existence. Hamas was never that big. Hamas was never that large of a threat. Iran is not that large of a threat. Iran does not threaten Israel's existence. It's not there'll never be a repeat of the Nakba where the Arab countries unify to push Israel back. That's off the table. We all know that's true. Now go back to the original question, the one that you're avoiding. Well, of course not, but that would really make your argument really easier. I'm going to give you one more opportunity to answer before I ban you. Do you believe in letting the Palestinians return to the Gaza Strip? Of course you don't, right? It's totally laughable, right? Of course not. Palestinians aren't human beings. So do you believe in just killing all of them or exiling them to the Sinai Peninsula? This is your last opportunity to answer the question. That doesn't answer the question. You got to pick one. You get three options. Allow the Palestinians to return to the Gaza Strip. Hey, that'd be great. Destroy them completely, utterly. 2 million people. Or exile them to the Sinai Peninsula, right? You got to push them out of Rafah. Oh, there you go. Bad actor alert. There we go. Can't answer the question, can he? Can't answer the fucking question over here. Well, thank you for playing Bay Medic. Good try. You're gaslighting the shit out of us. I don't know what's up or down, but I gave you an opportunity to answer, and you just couldn't give me one. Better luck next time. All right. So back over to this here. Bay Medic says that this politician in Spain, should learn about what a real Nazi is. So let's hear what she has to say. Yeah, yes. Iran is currently attacking Israel. That Iran does not present an existential threat to Israel, even though Iran is flying some missiles in the air. What you believe the Ayatollah's propaganda that Iran is more powerful than Israel? Really? You believe that bullshit? Well, then I guess we know who the sucker is, huh? But yeah, we're covering the missiles. Yeah, Davin. He's just asking questions, Davin. Come on, buddy. Honest debate. It's an honest debate, guys. Let's hear what this politician's from Spain here, Minister of Social Rights, Oh, so woke. Oh, boo. So a woke minister. Let's hear what she has to say about Israel.
Es lamentable y profundamente racista que hayan tenido que ser asesinadas personas con pasaporte australiano o británico para que la gente empiece a abrir los ojos y vea lo que muchas llevamos viendo 6 meses. 6 meses de bombardeos sobre población civil. 6 meses de dejar morir a niños y niñas de hambre. Y cuando creíamos que ya lo habíamos visto todo, vemos a Israel traspasar una vez más todas las líneas rojas y competir con el nazismo por la primera posición del horror de la humanidad. Que es que cuando abandonaron el hospital Al-Shifa, lo que se encontraron allí los familiares de las personas que iban a buscar es el infierno en la tierra, señorías. La mayoría de los cadáveres no estaban enteros. Estaban maniatados, aplastados por los bulldozers. Es absolutamente terrible. Por eso, señor Sánchez, está bien reconocer el Estado palestino. Hubiera estado mejor hacerlo en 2015, cuando usted lo prometió por primera vez. Quizás eso hubiera evitado parte de lo que estamos viendo hoy. Pero le pido que lo haga. Hágalo mañana mismo, convoque un Consejo de Ministros extraordinario y reconozca el Estado palestino. Y sobre todo, no sirve de nada reconocer el Estado de Palestina si no le paramos los pies a Netanyahu, si no evitamos un genocidio, si no hacemos algo concreto para pararle los pies de una vez por todas. Suspendan la compraventa de armas, rompan relaciones diplomáticas con Israel, respalden a Sudáfrica en su denuncia ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia. Se pueden hacer cosas concretas, pero hay que hacerlas.
She needs to go back to school. I'm some asshole on Twitch. What is the definition of a Nazi? I'm just asking questions. Just hand wave it away, you fucking shills. You monsters. Those who would defend this monstrous action. Oh, it's a war. It's a fight for our existence. Alex. The justification for ethnic cleansing at best. The genocide's still on the table. Moving on to the next.
Well, for Muslims across
as Ramadan ends, war in Gaza rages on. So it's just, just a rather boots on the ground. The violence is still happening. No, we're not going to make fun of Woke Patriot like that. He's a homie. And he challenges us. Woke Patriot challenges us to make sure that we're being morally consistent. So it's important.
Across the world today is Eid el-Fitr, the end of the holy month of Ramadan. And in Gaza, what is meant to be a day of joy has a very different feel and look this year. Displaced Palestinians in some communities have been forced to say prayers in the open air. Worshippers in Rafah are kneeling on mats and in the streets around a mosque left all but destroyed by an Israeli airstrike. Local Palestinian media say over 520 mosques have either been destroyed or damaged during 6 months of war. Meanwhile, the bloodshed continues. The Hamas-run health ministry says more than 120 people have been killed in the last 24 hours. Those same officials say that number reportedly includes 14 members of one family. They also estimate almost 33,500 Palestinians have been killed during the conflict.
I don't know if you could hear that, but there was a child screaming in anguish. Always fun to hear.
U.S. President Joe Biden is sharpening his criticism of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over his handling of the war against Hamas. CBC's Richard Madden is following this story for us from Washington and has more on what Biden is saying.
President Joe Biden is giving his...
Here's a fucking preview of what Joe Biden is saying. We've all heard it. We don't even need a fucking repeat. Bunch of fucking words. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You know, how many bombs can I send you, BB? 5 seconds later. So fuck you, Joe Biden. Melt toast, hollow leader, autopilot leader. Hasn't changed a fucking thing. Now, I will admit that he got BB to react, so there was some kind of threat. But who are we kidding? He what? Was it less than 24 hours ago? Made a full-throated support. We totally because of the Iranian response. They said, "Oh, we absolutely got Israel's back 100%." Right? No caveats, no, actions have consequences, none of that. We got your back. Rishi Sunak's comments about Iran retaliatory strike. What? Just that Israel has a right to defend itself, yada, yada, yada. What, did he say something surprising? We support Israel 100%. Thank you for the follow, Contour. Minister Gantz, youth and middle school will one day fight in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, doesn't shock me, borderline. Minister Benny Gantz addressed the media and said that Israel will continue to fight in Gaza. Quote, we will go into Rafah, we will return to Khan Yunis, and we will operate in Gaza. Well, that sounds like a government that is absolutely planning on allowing the Palestinians back in the Gaza Strip, huh, guys? I mean, he's only a minister. You just go to a website and fill out a form, and then you can become a minister in Israel. It's that easy. This is like nothing. This is like anyone could do this. So that doesn't mean anything. I'm lying, of course. I'm totally making that up. Does that matter? So, I mean, I don't want to read this. Fuck it. But if you want it, it's right here. Moving on to the next thing. Gaza truth talks still deadlocked. Netanyahu sets date for offensive. So, I mean, I'm not going to belabor the point. Just going to repeat what I've said from the very beginning. Who in their right mind is going to accept a total ceasefire, or I mean, a total surrender of your political leverage, the hostages, for a 6-week ceasefire? Who would accept that? That's always been the deal that's on the table from day one. It's been a shit deal from day one. Nobody, mainstream media, nobody has the balls because, I'm pro-Hamas for pointing out that it's a fucking garbage deal. Every person I've confronted with this, okay, you would take that deal if you were, I would never agree with Hamas. I would never work with Hamas. Yeah. You ever heard of something called pretend? Okay, you're running Hamas. You're the leader of Hamas. You're the king shit. Are you going to accept a deal where you give up all of your political leverage, all the hostages, for a 6-week ceasefire, and then it's right back to the war? That's, because that's not a negotiation. You know what that is? That's the terms of defeat. That's the kind of shit deal that you get when you're two generals sitting aside a fucking table, talking about, okay, here's what we're going to give up. Yeah, no, boy, that's a rock and a hard place. We got no choice. We have to capitulate. That's not a real negotiation. That's a surrender. Do what, totally full-blown surrender, or else, we're going to, continue the eradication. That's not a ceasefire negotiation. That's not a real negotiation. And that's been the deal from day one. It's been absurd since day one. No one has the balls to talk about it, though. Like anyone would take this fucking deal. Give us all your political leverage for a 6-week break. And what do we hand over the hostages? Why don't you just start the next day? Who's going to hold you to that deal? No one's going to give a shit if you break that deal. Not for me. No, dude. Maybe on the song. Chem Goblin, you better hit a bomb shelter, dude. Chem Goblin lives in Ukraine. That was not for me. Get your ass to a shelter. So that's all I have to say about the ceasefire negotiations. That they've been absurd from day one. Oh, it was a siren in the song. Ukrainian drones blow up Russian missile factory 190 miles from the front line. Wait, this isn't Gaza news? Whoops. Get to put that one in the Ukraine section.
Now, democracynow.org.
And yeah, no. Yeah, okay. This is important. This is important. I did want to talk about this, but it is not important.
Well, let's turn to our daily fact-checking segment now, Truth or Fake. As ever, I'm joined by Catalina Marchand-Abreu.
I mean, it's not totally relevant to the exact moment because we have some breaking news happening in Israel. So I want to keep the news relevant to Iran antagonism. You know, the true intentions of the IDF and the Israeli government, the true intentions of Bibi Netanyahu, the failure of the United States government to take control of any of this, to lead in any kind of way, Joe Biden's failure to lead. Okay, this is another... I got a bunch of Ukrainian news in the Gaza section. Palestinians visit cemeteries and pray outside destroy mosques. I'm shocked that there's even a mosque even still exists. There's still a tower even still standing. Yeah, it's only a minute 30. Let's watch this one. Next to the wreckage of a mosque in southern Gaza. That's amazing. The tower even stands.
اليوم هذا بالنسبة لي حسرة بالنسبة للعيد اللي فات والعيد هذا كسر خاطر أنا لما بطلع في أولادي بتحسر حالي أنا العيد الله يعني عيني بقعد في هذه أنا قاعد ودموع بتنزل من علي بخر بتحسر على الأيام اللي فاتت.
So I guess because this guy doesn't single-handedly destroy the entire Hamas organization, that he's justified. If he gets killed, it would be justified, because I mean maybe he was one of the 70% that says that they're okay with October 7th. You know, you never know, right? Very high likelihood. So, you know, because he's not. You know, I mean, of course, going against Hamas, he would immediately be murdered, right? Like I said, Hamas is holding these guys hostage, these people hostage. So because he's not Ramboing Hamas, he deserves to die. Is that the logic? Am I doing this correctly? Am I defending Israel correctly? Right to defend yourself stuff, right? Isn't that how it works?
كسر خاطر أنا لما بطلع في أولادي بتحسر حالي أنا العيد الله يعني عيني بقعد في هذه أنا قاعد ودموع بتنزل من علي بخر بتحسر على الأيام اللي فاتت.
I like how they lay down a plastic sheet so that they don't get sand on their feet. Yeah, these guys are animals. Yeah, they're definitely different. We're so superior to them, guys. Totally. Yeah. They're just, you know, they're savages, right? Yeah, they all support Hamas, so, you know, all justified.
العيد اللي فات كان بالنسبة للعيد هذا أحلى عيد في حياتي. كان ابني جنبي وفي حضني وبجهزه. يا ريته جنبي ويا ريته معايا وراحت كل حاجة حلوة في حياتنا.
So this mother who is crying over her dead son, the son deserved to die, and you know, if a mother who lost her son supports Hamas or supports October 7th, well, she's got to go, right? This is how this works, right? She should have learned her lesson from this. Right? Justified? Something like this? Fucking crickets over here. Fucking crickets. What are you, taking a nap? Whoa, 22 viewers? Holy shit. Hey, thank you to all the viewers. 22 viewers. Wow, that's totally crazy. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Thank you to all the viewers. Those look yummy.
اليوم ما راح يلفوا على أي مكان، راح يفتقدوا كل مباهج العيد. حتى حبة شوكولاتة واحدة ما راح يقدروا ياكلوها.
That's an interesting. I've never seen an oven quite like that. That's very interesting. I guess there's some kind of heat. This is like a drawer, some kind of heating element below here or something. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh no, okay, I see the little. It's propane, it's gas, some kind of liquid gas, some sort. Interesting. All right, moving on to the next. Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, Elon Musk being a piece of shit, but
in his sharpest.
Who gives a shit? We'll get back to that one. Biden calls Netanyahu's approach to war against Hamas a mistake. So this is interesting. 2-minute clip from France Français. Let's see what they have to say here.
In his sharpest words.
I thought that was Hunter Biden for a second.
Yet, U.S. President Joe Biden told Univision that he is unhappy with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war in Gaza and Israel's restriction of humanitarian aid.
That's what they used to say. That's what they used to call it.
I think what he's doing is a mistake. I don't agree with his approach. I think it's outrageous that those three vehicles were hit by drones.
Has literally done nothing to stop the flow of weapons. Those were probably U.S. missiles that went into those. In fact, I think a fresh shipment was made just a few days ago, maybe even on the day that he was making these statements. Fresh arms was going to Israel. Logistics, help, and aid, everything. Nothing was cut off. No punishment whatsoever. I want you to remember that when hearing these words. And oh, he looks, you know, he's speaking with such conviction. He's a master politician. He's a career politician. Okay, he knows how to manipulate. We're listening to lies. The only problem he has with the Gaza Strip is the speed. Where he's been in politics longer than half the chat's been alive, and he has never, ever done anything substantive to stop the seizure of property in the West Bank. In fact, I bet you in the 70s and 80s and 90s, he was probably on board for it, making excuses, because that was the safe thing to do, and no one was really paying attention. So don't give me your motherfucking lies. The only problem he has with it is the speed. Take it bit by bit with the settlers. That's all he asks.
That those three vehicles were hit by drones and taken out. So what I'm calling for is for the Israelis to just call for a ceasefire, allow for the next 6-8 weeks total access to all food and medicine going into the country.
Biden told Netanyahu last week that he might put conditions on support for Israel's offensive in Gaza unless Israel takes concrete steps to protect aid workers and civilians. Israel received $3.8 billion in U.S. military aid in 2023, and the U.S. has approved over 100 arms sales to Israel since the war with Hamas began in October. Relatives of Israeli hostages held by Hamas traveled to Washington on Tuesday to meet with Vice President Kamala Harris.
You can believe, as we do, that it is horrible that innocent civilians in Gaza are suffering, and at the same time, you can also know that it is horrible and against international law for hostages to be held against their will.
Representatives of Hamas.
Yeah, do we think this woman would support making a healthy middle class in the Gaza Strip for the Palestinians to eliminate Hamas as a solution? Or do we think this woman will only accept military-style solutions? I mean, that's how you really get rid of terrorism, is that you make a healthy Palestinian society. Right? You would install a technocratic, transitionary government. You'd hold real elections. Let them rebuild. You would help them rebuild the Palestinians. That means Israeli taxpayer money going to help Palestinians. Well, we can't, they're not human. Okay, would we do that to help slugs? Oh no, the poor slugs. So, you know, I'm so sick and tired of the crocodile tears from some of these, you know, legitimately, you know, aggrieved family of hostage members, because they don't, they will only accept military style solutions. We can't start treating the Palestinians like human beings. Okay, that's what I've been waiting for. Thank you, Borderline Feline. Let's go ahead and take a look. And let's see if we got some cruise missiles in the air. Yep, we got a live feed over here from
whatever
NBC
the U.S.
News.
decides to do in regards to Israel.
No, I think, you know, the Arab states are now carving out their own foreign policy, which is important.
All right, we're going to keep on this for a minute.
For example, in Ukraine, they decided to stay with the relationships they had with Russia and develop their ties with China. They're not giving up on either of those. The U.S. has lost significant influence in the region, in large part because it's no longer a trusted, stable partner. They've described leaders in the region that I know have described the last 25 years of American policy as a roller coaster ride that's gotten them dizzy. I mean, to go from Bush to Obama to Trump to now Biden, they don't know what to expect from year to year. And so they've decided to carve out their own. They have made peace with Iran. Remember that. And your previous guest, the former UK general, I don't remember his name, was talking about the fact that the Arab states probably secretly want. No. The last thing on earth that any Gulf state wants is a war with Iran, because it will destroy their economies for years to come.
Right.
They want stability in the region. They want restraint on Iran, for no question. It is a meddlesome regime. But Dubai, Abu Dhabi, the UAE as a country, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, they need stability in the Gulf. They do not need a war that will actually spill over onto them and destroy their economies, like I said, for years to come. And the U.S. needs to consider that.
It'll be interesting to see.
All right, we'll keep that stream going. Let's see what CNN's saying.
Yeah, Alex, this is that tweet from the Iran's mission to the United Nations that I wanted to ensure that we verified before bringing it on air. But Iran's mission to the United Nations, at the same time as these launches have taken place, as this escalatory military action is taking place from Iran, Iran's mission to the United Nations is trying to tamp things down, saying that this attack that it has carried out tonight is in response, a direct response to Israel's strike on its consular facility last week, and now saying the matter can be deemed concluded. I certainly think that a number of high-ranking Israeli officials, namely the Israeli Prime Minister, will certainly disagree with that notion. But Iran is also including a warning in this tweet, saying, however, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime, from which the U.S. must stay away. So also a warning there to the United States. But it is interesting, Alex, of course, as Iran is communicating through its military means, communicating through more than 100 drones and reportedly some missiles, which it has now launched and fired in the direction of Israeli territory. It is also communicating through very public diplomatic channels, trying to suggest that it has carried out this attack, which is quite a large-scale attack, in order to respond to an Israeli strike last week, and now saying that this matter can be deemed concluded. Israeli officials, of course, in recent days have made very, very clear that should Iran carry out an attack on Israeli soil, that Israel would indeed respond in kind. Of course, we will have to wait to see how many of these drones and potentially missiles actually make it onto Israeli territory, and to what extent that shapes
and it's
a future
it's
Israeli
interesting
response.
that they say that. It's interesting they say that, let this matter be concluded, because I feel like I said, Iran needs to do big flashy response, but do they really want to kill a bunch of people? Do they really want, I think what they want is for Israel to shoot everything down.
They say make another mistake, that Iran's response will be considerably more severe. Does that mean that this is over for tonight?
It is likely over from the Iranian perspective, but a couple of points remain. First, Iran does not seek a conventional war, because a conventional war or even a longer-term conflict involving Israel in Iranian territory would embarrass the regime, as Israel, in essence, destroyed a number of tangible, visible sites within Tehran itself. The second point is Iran needs to punish Israel, preferably by showing damaged territories in Israel, or at least claiming that to its own people for its domestic narrative. But at the same time, Iran has now crossed a red line. It has said we will attack Israel directly when we believe doing so has a good reason. Well, that cat is out of the bag. And what they haven't done is they haven't allowed, in essence, Israel to be able to do the same thing against Iranian territory itself, other than the alleged consular building, a Quds Force intelligence center. And I think we are in a new place in the Middle East, no matter what Iran has said.
All right, Norm Rule, please stay with us. Lots more to discuss, but for the moment, I want to bring in Jonathan Conricus. He's a former spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. Jonathan, our viewers certainly will recognize you from the past few months of discussing the Israeli war with Hamas. But tonight, this is a different conflict, or at least a different side to this conflict that we're discussing. What do you make of that message just now from the Iranian mission at the United Nations saying, all right, essentially we fired what we were going to, and now it's over?
So no cruise missiles then? Cruise missiles, that was a rumor? Fake news, cruise missiles?
That's typical Iranian. The attack is very out of form and not Iranian, because they are now, for the first time, masks are...
Spokesperson for the IDF. We're going to go ahead and hit mute on that shit. And we got IDF over there at NBC. Gee, guys. What kind of narrative you think the United States the West is trying to push here? Gee, I don't know. MSNBC just going to let IDF mouthpiece, known liar, well-known lies, dude. Lies pouring out of his mouth half the time. Just unfettered access. Same thing with this guy. Total liar. Total fucking liar. You know, Israel can do no wrong. Every justification, you know, all that. Just unfettered access to CNN. Total joke. Fox News showing diaper commercials. The UK RAF? I don't know.
The IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari saying that Israel will do whatever is necessary, also mentioning...
Yeah, gee, wow. What a shocker. I was not expecting that statement.
Happening in Israel tonight. We have reported that the U.S. had intercepted some of those drones. Those were the first wave of weapons to be fired by Iran. Clarissa Ward also reported that Israel is telling residents of certain areas, particularly around military areas, to seek shelter.
So it's a one and done little squirt. People are saying 400 to 500 drones. I would like to see some confirmation on those numbers. So, because yeah, if they really wanted to hit something, they would have to sustain, you know, really get them in there. Oh my God. Lol. All I see in there is lol. Basically, he's a troll. I'm just gonna assume he's a troll. He's laughing. How dare you laugh at me? This is not a joke, sir. Okay, it's the same. CNN, CNBC. Okay. No, business crap.
The damage to military or civilian facilities in the Golan Heights in Israel, and there were alarms in the south as well, the area around the Gaza Strip, but no reports of casualties or any damages. But CBS, another night from that perspective in Israel, what is very different is, of course, that the Iranians are attacking with a very large-scale attack, which we have addressed here, which really is a game changer. There is no talking this back, and there is no saying that from an Iranian perspective that we've done this now and that's it. Let's call it fits. That doesn't work. That's not how business.
Isn't that cute? We got Zahiri, Israeli liar. You know, isn't that cute?
Yeah,
they attacked them directly.
Iran has been very careful, I think.
They attacked them directly. They get a response. Now you see, the gloves are off. See, we got no choice. Yeah, we're the victims yet again. We're the victims. No choice.
Such a significant attack as we believe is unfolding right now. These are live pictures. It's unclear exactly what we're looking at, but you can see those streaks in the sky.
Of a different country.
They look like shooting stars. They could quite easily be missiles, but I don't want to speculate too much.
Whoa,
Let's take a listen.
That ain't no fucking shooting star, buddy. Yeah, that ain't no shooting star. Oh, fuck nuts. That's the real deal. Great camera work. Oof. There's another one.
Nick Robertson, if you can hear me, Nick Robertson in Jerusalem, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
How about you just let the footage speak for itself, jackass?
Third big detonation. It looks, I see a lot of tracer fire and rockets. I've seen at least a dozen rockets, tracer fire, intercepts lighting up the sky here.
This is a familiar sight for you, Nick, and for those of us who've been following this war.
It is.
Nick, does this look the same as the Iron Dome intercepts that you've been seeing for the past few months? How different is this?
It's a little different. It's hard for me to assess. There's the sirens now.
Wow, a little late on
Guys,
those.
are we on air?
And those are the sirens. Nick Robertson, you are on air. Those are the sirens that are sounded by Israeli authorities to warn residents, in this case in Jerusalem, of incoming rocket fire. What you're looking at there, live pictures of Jerusalem, the hills of Jerusalem, just before 2 o'clock.
Blessed up kid, Iran just made a statement saying, okay, we've retaliated. That's it. It's not gonna, it doesn't look like it's a sustained attack. It looks like it's a single attack. It looks like it is large enough, though, to be, you know, it's not exactly, it's several hundred drones. We've heard reports of 400 to 500. I need to see some proof. But not exactly like full-blown war, you know, let's get the troops boots on the ground, coordinated, ground and air attack, invasion, none of that. It's basically just a tit-for-tat response.
Nick Robertson, if you're still there, is there anything more you can tell us about what you're seeing?
We're continuing to see multiple intercepts in the skies above me, coming from multiple different directions. It's hard to determine what is potentially an incoming missile and what is an intercept at the moment. So I'm just going to back up and look out here. That's a bright white light flying in here. That's scudding. That just got intercepted. So coming in from this side, it appears to be, well, that was a bright white light, so that appeared to be the incoming missile. I saw it intercepted. The siren's now gone off. I'm searching the skies here to see more intercepts. I'm hearing barrages of what sound like Iron Dome interceptors, but more in the distance. That perhaps that phase of missiles that was intercepted over Jerusalem close to us, that phase of missiles is moving through now and being intercepted somewhere else. But those explosions that we could see in the air behind me, and I'm hearing multiple detonations again of what sound like intercepts in the sky. I am not, and I should be very clear about this, I am not hearing the sound of impacts. I am not hearing the sound of things hitting and detonating on the ground. What we're hearing at the moment are the detonations of the outgoing, it sounds like Iron Dome intercepts. We're seeing the intercepts in the sky, and we're hearing the detonations associated with those intercepts in the sky. But I have to stress, it's a little hard to pick out the precise dynamic of what's happening. That was another white flash. And I'm seeing more, more amber, orange tracer fire, possibly intercept missiles in the sky.
Several hundred. This has got to be several hundred
behind us here. So this is ongoing. That was another big detonation and rumble there. This is an ongoing situation. I would say, while we've been talking here, we've witnessed 20 to 30 perhaps intercepts. Now, we don't know what's being intercepted in the skies above us, but I hadn't that bright white light that I told you I saw tracing through the sky over here a couple of minutes ago. I haven't seen something like that in the skies here above Israel. It's not something that we've witnessed around Gaza. So I would estimate, and this is an estimate because at the moment there's a level of uncertainty about precisely what we're seeing. But I would estimate that that bright white light that flew slowly across here was potentially an incoming missile of some description, and it appeared quite large.
Ooh,
it was certainly not what I'm familiar with in terms of the amber light that you see, the amber glow that you see with the interceptors, and the interceptor did intercept with that bright white light. But again, stressing, it is difficult to assess. I'm not hearing many explosions, or they're distant explosions at the moment, so it is hard.
And what do the representatives of the Israeli government do immediately? Immediately, like, oh, yep, all gloves are off. It's all justified. You see what I mean? Exactly what we predict. It's like you fucked with them. You fucked with them. And oh, well, what about Hezbollah? What about Hezbollah and their help of Hamas? Oh, okay. All right. So it just doesn't matter. Israel gets to do whatever the hell it wants. There's no limits.
Our Nick Robertson is right there on the ground. We've been watching these incredible scenes play out in the skies above Jerusalem. You can see right there those streaks, those glows in the sky. Nick has been describing what appears to be interceptor rockets going up, presumably to try to take down anything that may be incoming. Of course, these are similar scenes we've been play out over the past 6 months as Hamas and other groups inside Gaza have been firing rockets all across Israel. But Nick, I think it's important in this moment to remind everyone that this is a far different kettle of fish, if you will. The rockets, the missiles, the drones that are being fired by Iran tonight are far superior, far more deadly and damaging. And you can hear those sirens going off again.
Yep, we got
in Jerusalem.
Right there.
And Nick was just describing those interceptions. Nick, what are you hearing aside from the sirens? Have there been more of those explosions?
We are seeing more of the explosions. And the missiles that are coming from Iran are way different from what Hamas has fired out of Gaza. Hamas's rockets are not directional. They fire a handful or a few dozen, and they're mostly readily intercepted. And they're like, in a way, they're oversized metal tubes that might look like the metal tube of a lamppost that you would have standing at the side of the road lighting a highway. These missiles are different. These Iranian drones are directional. They are able to fly by GPS coordinates, which we know the IDF is blocking. Tonight they've said that, but they have precise information loaded inside them to hit precise targets. They have a lot more explosives than Hamas's rockets. Hamas's rockets, if you will, are dumb rockets. They fly in a general direction and land in a general area. These drones go to specific targets. That's what they're aiming for. And they can pack a far more powerful punch. Now, we don't know everything we're seeing right now. We don't know all the missiles that are in the sky. We know that Iran, in its arsenal, also has cruise missiles. The interceptor systems here would be able to intercept them. Israel has a range of interceptor missile systems, but this is a dynamic and ongoing situation at the moment. But as you say, everyone here and the audience should fully understand that these weapons.
I think Iran wants that. They don't want to get anybody killed. Clearly they have more of these. If they really wanted to blow something up, they would have put like 1,000 of them in the air. It's like a sustainable amount to shoot down. It's not an overwhelming amount, seemingly.
As we have heard just
have any of these actually hit?
United Nations saying essentially this is over, that their retaliation for the Israeli strike against that building in Damascus last week, as far as they're concerned, it's over. But it's really just getting started where you are. It's been several hours since we've been on the air reporting this Iranian attack against Israel. And there is this delay where you have several hours for the drones to get to Israel. And so what you are experiencing now, just before 2 o'clock in the morning in Israel, may just be the very beginning of what Israel is going to be going through for the next several hours.
Several hours, yeah.
The IDF briefing an hour or so ago said they believe that the wave that we've talked about incoming to Israel, that is perhaps the wave that we've just seen flying over and being intercepted, is only one, they suspect, of what could be several waves. So the expectation is there is more to come, that the IDF has told people to stay in their shelters in both the north and in the Golan and in Dimona and other locations in the Negev.
Perfect for the media.
So it is clear
that has to be intentional. This means the media will cover it while the missiles are still, while the drones are in the air. You know, giving this about 4 to 5 hours, giving it the appearance of an emergency. You know, a flashpoint, right? But it's not actually effective, and they know that.
Clearly,
they have to know that.
Many have got inside the country and are incredibly, if you consider where Jerusalem is in the geography of Israel. We don't know where these weapon systems crossed the border, but they have, by the time they have reached Israel, will have been in Israeli airspace for many minutes. So they will have been flying over Israel, the West Bank, for a period of time, perhaps coming from the north, perhaps, but they will have been in Israeli airspace for some time. And it is only here that they're getting intercepted. Now, that may be because Israel has determined it should use other assets to patrol its borders for perhaps other types of missile systems. We don't know how Israel is dividing up its sophisticated air defense systems and choosing what to target and where to target it. But I don't think anyone was expecting to see intercepts, so many intercepts over Jerusalem. Again, a densely populated city. That, I think, is not something people were expecting. But to stress again, we have not heard any impacts on the ground here where we stand tonight. We don't have
Maybe there's a delay with CNN
yet, as I understand of casualties from in and around the Jerusalem area. So perhaps these were missiles passing to somewhere else, intercepted over here.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. So far, we at least at CNN have not seen or heard any reports of impact or damage or deaths and injuries on the ground. Nick Robertson in Jerusalem, I want you to stand by. I'm going to go quickly back to General Mark Hertling. General Hertling, what do you make of what Nick was just describing? Obviously, the sirens are...
I'm going to go to a retired general. Let's hear what the representative of the military-industrial complex has to say. I'm an objective journalist.
What do you make of that?
Yeah, I wish I was inside the Integrated Air Defense Center of Israel right now, Alex, because you have a better feel for that. You don't know, but from what I'm seeing from the picture and Nick's description, I would suggest it's probably not Iron Dome intercepts. It could be aircraft intercepts or even Arrow or David Sling intercepts. But it's now, I'm looking at my clock, and it's 3 hours since the reported first launch of the drones. That would have given them enough time to get to Jerusalem, I think, Jerusalem being more toward the eastern side of Israel. So, you know, this could certainly be some of those drones. The Iron Dome is not as effective against drones as it is against rockets that have a parabolic strike shape. So I would guess that this is some other system, perhaps even aircraft shooting them down. And even looking at the video right now, it appears that it doesn't have the telltale Iron Dome launch and intercept. But it could be, it appears that it's being launched from in the sky itself. So this could be either Israeli or U.S. aircraft intercepting some of those incoming
we have heard
devices.
Reports that it might be
General,
US
we only
aircraft.
have about a minute left, but I'm looking at the timing of this, and we first got the reporting about the ballistic missiles just over an hour ago. Those go pretty fast.
What, minute left before you got to cut to commercial and sell some fucking bleach? What are you talking about? This is the news, man. It's a goddamn crisis. What are you going to cut to?
Could be. And these would be the targets that...
Uh-oh. Sorry. Browser just had a heart attack. I know, honey. I'm sorry. I push it so hard. This old mule, she ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she...
a Learjet or a smaller jet, whereas the drones are moving about the speed of, as I said before, a Cessna aircraft. So you would have aircraft intercepting some of those cruise missiles.
Lenny.
It certainly could be a cruise missile that's entered into Israeli airspace.
All right, General Mark Hertling, everyone else, I want you to please stand by. We have much more coming up. Our special live coverage of this breaking news in Israel continues right now.
Browsers suck. They do kind of suck, don't they? The news. Yeah, terror. Totally, right? I prefer things like OAN, right? The Blaze News Network, right? Alternative news, real news, right? Newsmax, another trustworthy news station. Am I right, Terror? Oh, here we go. Whoa, dog. Jesus, this is like a fucking Michael Bay movie, man. This looks right out of Transformers. Holy fuck. So these are hitting. Yeah, these are hitting. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Those are hitting. Yeah, no, Iran, no. You're not doing this right. You're not supposed to actually kill people. For Israel, if you kill people, Israel will have the right to respond. And the certain elements of the international community will have their back, even though they don't want to. Look at this. This is an impact. Thank you once again to Davin. Look at that's an impact. That's a hit. That's a hit. Several. Those are all hit. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they're on fire because these are being shot down. Maybe that's why, right? All these are you know, that's why they're on fire, because they're being shot down. They go into respond anyway. If Iran didn't kill anybody, they'd get more pressure from the United States not to. Is that military target? I don't know. I do not know the target. Respond to the basic ass firework rockets. They never kill hardly anyone with deadly retaliation. Yeah. Well, this is different. This isn't Hezbollah firing this out of, you know, a hospital. I think the Iron Dome has ever been tested like this. Apparently a lot of these drones are, you know, the Iron Dome is not designed to shoot down drones, because the guy just said the Iron Dome is designed to shoot things that are at a parabolic angle. These are, you know, self-piloted drones. And apparently Iron Dome is not very good at it. And look, we're seeing the results here. Those are hits. I don't know if these are being like, if they're on fire like this because they were shot, though. I'm not sure. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me.
We expect there to be waves and waves as this attack could go on for many hours. We in this hotel went down to the lobby. We saw a number of people had brought their pillows down to the lobby. They wanted to know where the shelter was. The people in the hotel told them that wasn't necessary at this stage. We saw people who were coming back from the airport because the Israelis have closed Israeli airspace. And there is a sense, most importantly, as Wolf just touched upon, that this is an unprecedented moment in this conflict. It is one that many had desperately hoped to avoid. The Iranians have telegraphed that it is now over in their eyes, but it remains to be seen how the Israelis will take that claim, what their response will be, whether there will be some kind of a retaliation, whether that is a direct attack or an attempt to deter further attacks. A lot of moving parts and a lot of anxiety about what could take place next.
Clarissa Ward, thank you very much. Clarissa Ward's in Tel Aviv for us. I want to go to Jerusalem right now. Nick Robertson is on the scene for us. Nick, and we all heard the sirens going off in Jerusalem. As someone who's covered these kinds of situations in Israel over the years, it's pretty unusual for the sirens to be blasting over Jerusalem.
And in the latest development, the biggest coalition airdrop of aid since the war began is taking place to mark the end of Ramadan.
Whoa. You're
Speaking
not,
in the past hour, the
BBC, what the hell? You're not even covering this? Womp womp. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Muslims and a lot of Arabs live in Jerusalem as well. So it's pretty unusual that the sirens are now first going off over Jerusalem as opposed to, let's say, Tel Aviv.
It is, Wolf.
Davin, keep the interesting links coming.
I don't think anyone was expecting that for
See
exactly
if we can.
I
just want to get a British perspective here.
Again, of course,
and we're not getting RT.
We're not aware of any impacts
Sky News.
on the
I guess we can try
any
them out.
casualties in Jerusalem, but it
no
does
casualties
appear
reported
that
so
those
far.
weapon systems that were being intercepted, those Iranian missiles that were and drones or whatever they were. Again, we don't have details on what they were that were intercepted.
All right, let's get the perspective of France 24 here.
We saw a message on Twitter from the Iranian mission to the UN,
Not
which
yet.
said,
We're
and I
not
quote,
there yet.
Iran's military action was
Keep
a
your head
response
up.
to the Zionist regime's aggression against our diplomatic premises in Damascus. The matter can be deemed concluded. However, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be quoted considerably more.
It sounds like Mr. Biking Cat agrees with the intentional starvation of the Palestinians in Gaza. Is that what you're trying to get at? Hopefully not. Or are you trying to say that you're worried that the airdropped aid is going to stop because of this?
With the latest there from Washington. Now back to Israel.
It says from Damascus.
Thousands of Israelis took to the streets on Saturday, with some calling for the 6-month
That's the Discord, folks, if you want to join the conversation after the stream.
In an effort to bring the remaining hostages home. Now around half of some 253 people taken on October the 7th have already been released in previous deals.
In the video.
But as time drags on.
Oh, who's that? Palestinians? Showing how the Iranian suicide drones are being intercepted after being engaged by. Oh, I see. Oh, they're cheering that the drones are being shot down. Yeah, well, that's understandable. Oh yeah, wow. Shit, they're partying. They're partying in the fucking streets. Worried that the aid is going to stop because of this. Okay, Biking Cat, I appreciate your humanity. I mean, Israel has pretty much effectively destroyed the two largest aid agencies, UNRWA and World Central Kitchen, and that was intentional. They don't really need this to slow down the food aid. They had to turn the tap back on and let the aid agencies in. Only after extreme pressure from Joe Biden, but they're going back into Rafah, and if they're going back into Rafah, that means, to me, in my opinion, it means the ethnic cleansing campaign has not been completed, that they still want to push 2 million people into the Sinai Peninsula, and the only way to do that is to engineer a famine and then create a crisis-like situation with airdrops and the army moving into Rafah. So I think what Biden did was buy some time, and maybe a lot of time. Maybe the Rafah operation will happen after the presidential election in the United States, because we're in hell world. We're in hell world, and human rights doesn't matter anymore, right?
Down Iranian-launched drones targeting Israel. Our forces remain postured to provide additional defensive support and to protect U.S. forces operating in the region. Now, what's not clear at this point is what types of U.S. forces and military assets have been used to shoot down this drone. There was a tanker, an aerial refueling platform that we saw on flight tracking websites some time ago. That's indicative of U.S. fighters. up and active in the region. Of course, a tanker wouldn't simply be flying around, and certainly not under these current circumstances. So it's possible that these were intercepted by U.S. Aerial fighter jets, or it's possible that they were ground-based aerial defense systems that intercepted these drones, or both. That's the type of information we're still looking for.
Israelis are wild, man. They're cheering. That's totally bananas. Wow. How bizarre. Okay, we got some other videos here. Yeah, this one. So, Big Stefan, you're hearing reports of a new famine already? I'd be surprised that a new famine would be starting so quickly. I figured Joe Biden at least bought himself a couple months.
يا الله هي الصواريخ هيهم طلع طيارات الاعتراض.
So wait, who's cheering now? Is it the Israelis cheering, or is it, so this is Arabs? Are these Arabs cheering? I guess it doesn't really matter. It is interesting though. No idea. This guy's definitely Arab. He's busting out the Allah Akbars.
هيهم
Right?
صوت يا الله هي الصواريخ.
He just said Allah. Okay, so God something. Israelis are cheering. Really? Man, this is crazy. This is so crazy, man. I don't even know what else to say, dude. This is like some weird friggin' Twilight Zone shit. Okay, France 24 is pretty goddamn useless. Oh God! Russia claims captured
the Russian
Ukraine
forces to maneuver with tanks and other armored vehicles, intensifying its
usually
attacks.
When Russia claims it's captured a village, it's usually premature, but only by like 24 or 48 hours.
It's an enemy that has it outmanned and outgunned.
Humanitarians are saying Gaza is already in famine.
The Russian Ministry of Defense has released these images.
Well, that was last week before because the latest news out of Gaza is that they've had to let all the aid agencies in.
And then, of course, if needed,
after
intercepting
attacking
over Israeli airspace as well.
Israel's air defense system, as you and I well know, is very intense, very sophisticated between the Iron Dome, the Arrow, David Sling. They've got a lot of major capabilities. And when they're backed up by the United States, which has significant military capabilities, anti-aircraft capabilities in the region right now,
I know.
It's a very
Wolf Blitzer. No thanks. I can't do Wolf Blitzer for more than 5 seconds. Let's just listen to this real quick. I'm curious just to hear what this is actually. Unmute this. Okay. Yeah, we just got the live feed from. Oh, and there we go. And then I lose, and then I can't get out of full screen. It's just unbelievable. This thing is just the media player on Twitch is just. Oh. Wolf is always riveting. Yeah. I don't really want to hear from Wolf. Hey, it's either Wolf Blitzer or representative of the military-industrial complex. Those are your two choices on CNN. Interesting. That again. Just have to reload it once again.
With his top national security advisors to assess this situation and, of course, figure out what.
Representatives from the CIA and the U.S. military and U.S. politicians and. Okay, so no one objective, no one, who isn't 100% on the side of the Western consensus, no questioning whatsoever.
Tonight, it said and reiterated the U.S.'s support for Israel's security is ironclad. And to that end, as Oren was just reporting on, that is why we are seeing, of course, the U.S.'s involvement here and working to intercept some of these weapons that have been launched by Iran, and it is a part of why, of course, we saw in recent days the U.S. moving extra forces into the region and getting them in position in preparation for exactly this kind of scenario. And I think, Wolf, it is also just worth underscoring that this state-on-state conflict between Iran and Israel was exactly the kind of scenario that U.S. officials had very much hoped to avoid, given the real volatility and unpredictability.
It's so funny because they that's probably legitimate. They do hope to avoid it, right? They're not going to do anything substantive, but they're going to cross their fingers and hope everything just works out. It really feels like that coming from Biden. It's just like a total lack of leadership.
You know, at the same time that we are hearing from the White House, and it is being reiterated that the U.S.'s commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. At the same time, the U.S. also wants the situation in the region to very much be contained. So again, those conversations that have been going on over the last few hours, the last several days, certainly worth keeping a very close eye on, Wolf.
All right, let's see what we can get BBC talking about.
Assets. You know, Israel for some time has been attacking targets in Syria, but that was partly to stop supply chains that were supplying Hezbollah assets. This was an escalation, and from Tehran's point of view, their response today, tonight and into tomorrow morning, is in direct response to that. And by trying to draw a line under that, their hope is that this won't escalate further. But A, we can't trust them. B, we don't know whether the missiles that have been launched will cause damage. And then C, finally, we still don't know what the proxies are going to do. So Hezbollah, which is the best armed of the Iranian-backed proxies in the region, were they to up any of the sort of the fire that's been exchanged now since October 7 on a daily basis, if any of that escalates, we still don't know how this is going to turn out.
Interesting.
Ravi, I want to ask you a little bit more about the dynamics of what we saw unfold on the 1st of April with that alleged Israeli attack on the mission, on the annex, the consular annex there in Damascus.
Wow.
We also know that 6 Syrian civilians were also killed in that attack. Do you think that's something that the response that we appear to be seeing now, do you think that's something that Israel was cognizant of when it went ahead, allegedly, with that attack? Or do you think there was some kind of miscalculation here?
Oh, it was a mistake. Whoopsie doodles.
Well, Iran has signaled for some time now that it would respond. You're right in that this was an alleged Israeli attack. Iran, of course, is quite convinced that that was an Israeli attack. And they will claim that they have intelligence to prove it.
Don't worry, Israel's investigating itself.
In terms of what their response could have been, it's fair to say that not Israel nor any of its allies expected it to be this severe, with upwards of 100 suicide drones headed towards Israeli territory with cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. That sort of battery attack with a range of different types of missiles, that is not what Israel was expecting. They were expecting a response, not this. This is a direct state-to-state attack, not using proxies, not using third parties.
The lack of proxies is surprising.
This is given the fact that Iran has an array of third-party proxies lined up against Israel that have been exchanging fire with Israel. I mentioned Hezbollah, but also the Houthi rebels in Yemen, Hamas, of course, and then you have the Islamic resistance in Iraq. So Iran had a range of options through which to act. It chose a direct route. That is a significant escalation. It is not one everyone was expecting. But in the last few hours, last day, I should say, airspace in the region has been closed down. We've known that President Biden was called back from vacation to come back to the White House. We know that the National Security Council has been huddling and trying to understand how they should react and respond. So in some senses, there's been enough intelligence to know that something big was coming. Whether it was exactly this, we don't know.
Ravi, stay with us. We will come back to you. I just want to...
Let me find a better BBC here, because that one is just can barely, the audio is all crunchy. I don't know if you were noticing that. Getting hard to listen to. Interesting take there. And a lot of the time, you'll see the BBC is just as fawning, or even more so.
A state-to-state conflict.
Yeah, even more so, willing to carry water for Israel.
View to all of this. How significant is it that we are now seeing this directly between Israel and Iran?
Well, I mean, you may well have already discussed this with your guests, but I mean, there's been, as I'm sure you know and your viewers know, a shadow war between Israel and Iran for years. It's been fought through proxies. Israel's carried out operations inside Iran. There have been assassinations. All of that has intensified since October the 7th, which Israel held Iran to some extent responsible for, essentially accusing Iran.
Seeing if this audio is any better, I don't think it is.
If not really. 100% telling Hamas to do what it did, at least giving it the green light to do so. Iran has suggested that wasn't the case, but I mean, we have seen with the proxies of Iran, particularly on the northern border of Israel with Hezbollah, we've seen an intensification, again, of a battle that's been going on for many years, but nothing like what we've seen over the past few months. We've seen the Houthis, of course, as has just been mentioned, that they've carried out attacks. They've managed to almost close down a shipping lane.
Oh, Geodude,
so
okay.
they've been putting pressure. Again, that is an Iranian proxy.
About
now,
the BBC?
when Israel carried out the attack in Damascus and it killed a senior Iranian general and several other members of the Revolutionary Guards in essentially a building that was within the ambit of the embassy, so Iran could see that as its actual sovereign territory, that immediately seemed like an escalation. And what we're seeing tonight, of course, is what has been promised ever since by Iran, is that it will match that escalation and it will essentially go further. And that's what it's done.
Thank you for that.
As you said, this is Iran directly now targeting Israel. The questions, obviously, that arise from this is how measured, how worked out is this response from Iran? Is there built into this the fact, the idea that Israel and its allies will be able to shoot down virtually all of the drones?
Video games are fun,
that
but this
there
is
is
important.
a long gap, hours, between the drones being launched and arriving in Israel, which essentially will mean that very little damage and hopefully no casualties will be caused by this, in which case Iran, as it's already done, can essentially say, we have provided our response, and this is an end to it. That's how they've tried to phrase it. Now, Israel, if there is damage, if there are casualties, will obviously take it much more seriously. But even now, officials are talking about a significant response. And I think from everything we've seen from Israel, the Israeli government at the moment, they are quite likely to see, I mean, this is a terrible kind of card game that's being played. They will see Iran's hand and they will play a higher hand. That's quite possible, in which case the escalation that we're seeing can move beyond the realms of what is containable.
Sebastian, let's talk about that hand then. If we do then go into further tit-for-tat territory, what are Iran's defense capabilities?
Its defense capabilities are nowhere near as well developed as Israel's. Israel has the Iron Dome, it has other air defense mechanisms, it has extraordinarily up-to-date.
She's just filling time. We don't need a military capability.
Aircraft in the air giving additional support.
This is new
potentially, we may learn more in the coming hours about additional support from friends and neighbors in the region about how their airspace may have been used to defend Israel. But the fact that so many intercepts were necessary over Jerusalem is a mark of just how many missiles Iran has fired here, and the fact that we didn't hear any direct impacts that we're aware of yet indicates how successful Israel's air defense systems have been so far this evening, it appears. But of course,
it looks like it's the impact of a shot down drone, though. It does not, because it's on fire. You know, the drone doesn't light. You know, it's not like a fuse, like an old school bomb. The fuse lights before it hits. If there's a fire trail, that means it's been hit. So we've definitely seen some impacts of drones that have been shot down.
Our meeting, Wolf, and this, of course, will be a key factor that the Prime Minister will have to give all due consideration to. Clearly, the Iranians are trying to get in ahead of it and say, look, we struck you because you struck us. But at the moment, even if there was pre-advanced coordination or messaging by the Iranians to U.S. officials, the sort of thing that was going on.
You saw the blast wave.
The United States killed Qasem Soleimani in January 2020. Even if that was going on, this is still going to be a very, very big and consequential political decision for the Prime Minister, who has a propensity to want to project power. A war cabinet or a governing cabinet that feels the need, with military commanders who feel the need to project that power, to continue to signal to Iran that it cannot act in this way, and particularly view the threat of their big proxy to the north of here in Lebanon as an ongoing threat. So this is going to be a very, very big decision facing the Prime Minister, and he will be evaluating it in that room right now as he watches and learns about how the IDF and the other services here in Israel are handling this very big threat from Iran tonight.
No, he won't leave us alone. All right, we have to. I'm curious now. I kind of have to see it. Let's do it in its own little window. There's a Trump rally
right after a quick break.
Oh, come on, Wolf. Oh, is that the one? No, that's not the one. The blast radius. Sorry, Borderline. They didn't show. I'm sure it'll pop up on Twitter here real soon. But it was cool. It was like a blast wave. Like a spherical blast wave. What are they doing? Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Trump speech. See if we got a live stream. 1 day ago. I'm sure it's on RSBN on YouTube. Okay. Yep, you're right. There it is. God help us all. It's all. Save us, Jesus. Yep, okay. He's not speaking yet. Thank you for that heads up. We're going to keep that up, and yeah, I'm just curious to see what he has to say. Knowing Trump, he's going to come out and be like, kill them all, kill them all, kill all, bomb Iran. Oh, there was a politician I was making fun of one day. I can't remember his name, but he said bomb Iran. And it's like, maybe that was the only good idea he ever had. You know what I mean? Is this Santorum? Who the fuck is this piece of shit? Yeah, we got to have fascism. Fascism's the only solution. He's always at least an hour late. He's got to sit on the shitter for at least an hour. I don't want to hear any more of that guy. Guess we don't have much of a choice.
President Biden has said that there could be conditions on U.S. aid, for example, with regards to how Israel has been prosecuting the war in Gaza. I mean, do some of those concerns fade into the rear window in light of what we're seeing now? What do you make of that?
Well, at least temporarily they have to. I think, the White House right now is going to be focused first and foremost on preventing damage, on making sure that it and its allies can intercept as many of those missiles and those drones as possible to prevent significant damage, especially civilian damage. They still don't know exactly where all of those missiles are headed, but as they do, that is going to be their first and primary focus. Once the dust settles on that, I think America will need to look at this situation and try to de-escalate first and foremost, try and draw a line under this. It seems like Iran may have done so already, or at least it is saying that it wants to draw a line under this, and that it has sought revenge for the alleged Israeli attack on Iranians in Damascus on April 1st. And with that, its job is done. If America is able to, A, prevent casualties, prevent damage in this attack, and is then able to convince Israel to not further retaliate, having upped the ante on April 1st and having now been the recipient of what is clearly a significant set of attacks, that is going to be America's first focus. Because remember, post-October 7, we are now well over 6 months into the conflict between Hamas and Israel, and that hasn't abated as such. Israel is still going strong in Gaza. America's still, trying to push for a ceasefire. What he does. Every now and then,
without a shred of
evidence, in the Middle East with meetings through the Qataris, through other intermediaries. And that doesn't need to.
You know, we had the guy in the chat a couple days ago who was like, "Yeah, no, Trump's going to make my housing cheaper." Doesn't, not a single promise made, not as, it's just as like literally wish fulfillment, just total bull. All right, let's see if we can find maybe a hashtag here. God, I hate using Twitter for anything now. It is just terrible. Let's do Iron Dome, Iran. Let's see what's trending with Iran. See if we can't get some footage. Intercepted over. Oh, wow. So this is over Jordanian airspace, according to this Twitter guy.
What is that?
Jordanian airspace. Maybe did Jordan let the United States?
Are they falling on the ground?
Don't you hear it?
Civilians are so funny. So maybe Jordan. Whoa, what the fuck, dude? World War III? What the fuck? Okay, World War III. Well, I don't even know. Is that real? Iran launching to. Yeah, guys, this is what it looks like. Hey Lenny, talk about accidents waiting to happen, huh? What this guy does not give a shit about his fingers, bro. Any one of these could catastrophically explode. Any one of those could catastrophically explode. He could lose all of his fingers. This man's a gambler. This man's a gambler. Currently, clash between Iran's drones and the Iron Dome. I don't think it's the Iron Dome. I don't know.
Wow.
Look at this craziness, though. Whoa. Maybe it is the Iron Dome, because this is close. Exactly. Kissing Gonzo. What are you, a chump? Only cucks protect their fingers and their eyeballs. State-of-the-art military tech. I mean, imagine, the Chinese used to use, gunpowder and fireworks in their wars and stuff, When that shit was first introduced, that must have really freaked people out. Launching them. Shoo, shoo, shoo. No, we don't need them. Just blink, right? Blinking cat? Or no, it's biking cat. Oh, sorry. I thought I was being clever. Everyone says it's the Iron Dome. I don't know, man. Hear people cheering. God, that is so bizarre. Oh, shit. I thought that was Trump for a second. Let me know when you see Trump on you. This guy's still talking? Everyone's like, dude, what the hell? Get off the stage. Let me know when it's Trump, okay? I want to hear what that fucking maniac has to say. Several Israeli sites reportedly hit by Iran. These are all initial reports. Once again, this does look like fallen debris. This does not look like... That one's coming down. I don't know, dude. That one's coming down with a purpose. That one might be a cruise missile. That one's coming down with a real purpose, man. That does not look like a shot down drone. Look at that. No, dude, that is an afterburner going straight down. Oh, dude. Iran fucked up. Iran fucked up. They should have just a bunch of drones. This looks like a legitimate cruise missile. There's another one. That's another one. Yeah, dude, that's a missile. That's a missile. There's the explosion. Yeah, that's a missile. That isn't no drone. Fuck, dude. No, no, no. It's like, and you're giving BB exactly what he wants. You're giving BB exactly what he wants. No. Man, no one knows how to do this shit. No one knows how to play the game anymore. It's spiraling out of control. It's spiraling out of control. We got the adults are out of the room. Oh my God. EMP over Tehran. That would be interesting to see EMP being used in any kind of context. Yeah, Lenny, I don't think that was a drone. Two of them. I don't think there was two drones. Because I mean, look, this is what drones being shot out of the sky looks like. You know? Trump is going to do a speech, and Iran is firing cruise missiles and drones at Israel. I got to cover it. But Trump, the fascist, is about to speak, so we got to cover that too. Lots of news happening, man. I'm glad I hit start stream. Lots of crazy news happening right now, folks. This is the News Underground, covering this live as it happens. I'm doing this. I'm doing. How long have I just had this looping video played? I'm so bad at my job. Here we go. Politicians are largely puppets. Do we even see the faces of those making the decisions? It's more complicated than that. I see where you're going. I don't necessarily disagree. You know, I would say that the people that are making these decisions are not accountable. We know who they are. Huh? Big guy. I don't think so, Kyler. Oh God! Oh God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Out of the way. There we go. I don't think so, Kyler. Oh, brother, RBNS is President Trump to address the nation. Yeah, President Trump. Hey, buddy. Little Zaphoid Beeblebrox, everybody. Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong? Hey, it's okay. We're going to go out and have fun with Mama. Ow! Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Missiles not being intercepted, yeah. Lenny, you better be careful, buddy. Yeah, okay. Those are definitely missiles. You okay? You good? Oh, buddy. New footage here looks like. Another missile. Another missile. Maybe a different view of the same. Yeah, two in a row. That's at a base. Very base. Wow. The Nation's not watching the news. You're talking about the news, the right-wing news channel, The Nation? Yeah, dude, these are real legitimate missiles. No, Iran, you fucked up. This is not how you're supposed to do this. Full-blown panic in Israeli streets, looks like. Son of a bitch. Full-blown panic in Israeli streets. Iran will be experiencing hell within 2 weeks. I mean, there's no way these missiles didn't kill anybody. Wow. I really thought Iran was going to be smart enough to just do the drones. Let them all get shot down. Right? There you go. We responded. Yeah, threatened. Oh, we could have done a lot worse. We could have done a lot worse. But they did the missiles. Okay. So here we have pro-Palestinians cheering this on. And I don't agree with it. But does that mean their entire existence being condemned to destruction is justified? No. Just like when Israelis cheer on the death of Palestinians, they don't deserve to be eradicated either. Same thing when Americans cheer on the death of fill in the blanks. Right? It's troubling. I don't like to see it. And really, I would, if I had an opportunity to tell these people, I would tell them, the missiles back and forth, the tit for tat, it's counterproductive. It feeds right into Bibi Netanyahu's narratives. Feeds directly into that. That victimhood narrative, that eradication narrative. If we don't fight back, we're going to be destroyed. The first and so far only reported casualty of Iran's retaliatory strike on Israel is a 10-year-old Bedouin child. Smooth. That was that missile we just saw. Great job, Iran. I mean, literally, like Hamas, Iran, Hezbollah, playing right into the hands of Bibi Netanyahu. There he is. Oh my God, there he is, guys. He's waddling his fat ass out of his luxury vehicle. Oh my God, Trump's on the way. He's going to save us. Did you know Trump personally shot down every one of these ones that you see falling out of the sky? Trump personally did that. He is, oh my God. Oh my God, can we talk about it? Can we talk about how Trump is the second coming of God? Personally, he's coming. He's a comer.
Things that can be taken down by the United States and Israel. We got reports before
Thank you,
those
Orange
sirens
Jeebus.
went off. Before we saw
all right, what do we got, Davey?
in Israel,
Another hot clip.
Indeed, the U.S.
Take a look. Davin with a hot clip. Breaking Israeli war cabinet approves a military response to Iran's aggression. Good one, Iran. Should have just been 100 drones that were easily shot out of the sky, and then a lot of bellicose language. They went way too far, dude. Way too far. Oh my God. Am I seeing this? Oh my God. Are you seeing this? Look at this. Look at the fucking Mike Pillow advertisement, dog. They never learn. They never learn. Let's not forget. Look, I mean, just from a business perspective, Mike Pillow, Mike Lindell, aka Mike Pillow, is he with his Dominion lawsuit fucking problems. You don't want to get close to Mike Pillow, dude. They never learn. They never learn. They just never learn. No. You don't get close to that guy. So that's troubling news. Looks like Israel is ready to drag the United States into this war. Okay, well that's footage. So this is just live updates from. Okay, this could be useful. All right, we'll hold on to that one. Thank you, Davin. I wouldn't let my dog sleep on a My Pillow. No, he'd prefer to sleep on a garbage fuel pillow or blanket. Pillow lost his production warehouse. Yeah, because he couldn't pay his bill for storage. But hey, the Republicans still have their own. If Mike Pillow, if this was like a lefty thing, right, and this was like happening on the left, Mike Pillow would have been out of business. The fact that he's still around, that people are still loyal, that really shows you like there's a big difference between lefties and righties when it comes to giving up the money for the things that they believe in. Lefties need to be giving that up, dude. We got to be given the things that we believe in all the money we can, just like the right wing does. Oh God, here he goes. All right, it's happening. All right, let's do this. We'll keep this on the screen, and then I will resize this as necessary. I think we can keep this down here, and we'll give you audio in 1 second here. Probably doing the fucking Proud to Be American song. It's disgusting. Yeah, just disgusting. You're such a piece of shit. You're everything America isn't. And he fucking plays this song. The audacity. The audacity. The audacity. This song being played with this man on stage. He is everything that is wrong with America. Everything. Some dumb shit, brace yourself. Yeah, I know. That's where I'll just waiting for him to say some incredibly stupid shit. More missiles on the way. What a dumb move by Iran. What a dumb move. His production is pretty trash. He gets bored. He gets bored. I think he wants to cut the song down. He doesn't like standing around. Looks like the first criminal trial starts Monday. Yeah. Yeah, and the pundits are expecting a conviction right away. It's apparently the evidence is pretty clear. Okay, yada yada, come on. Yeah, he'll eventually get to it. Look at it, he gets so sick of the song. He's so tired of it. He just wants the song to end. Hates this song. I'm overthinking it though. Who knows what he really thinks about the song? It's just despicable. It's just despicable.
Wow. Hello,
all right.
Pennsylvania. What a great place. Thank you very much. You know, the pilot said it's too windy to land, sir. I said, that's okay. Land anyway. We have no choice. It's windy out here.
I said, that's okay. Put everyone on the plane in danger. Yeah, I'm a leader.
I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud,
that's a good point.
Hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. With your help, we're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden, and we're going to make America great again.
Almost got him. He dies in a plane crash because of his shitty decisions.
Before going any further, I want to say God bless the people of Israel. They're under attack right now. That's because we show great weakness. This would not happen. The weakness that we've shown is unbelievable, and it would not have happened if we were in office. You know that. They know that. Everybody knows that. But America prays for Israel.
Everybody
we send our
that.
Absolute support to everyone in harm's way. This is an attack that would not have happened. I mean, to think about about what we have to go through and the things we put up with the border, with no energy independence.
Now we're talking
with
about
all
the border.
Electric cars. Would everybody like to buy an electric car for the rest of the
Now we're shitting on electric cars. Wow, we're hopping around.
But we will return the world to peace through strength, and it'll happen very quickly. I will revive American strength abroad, and we will restore American strength at home. We were respected 4 years ago all over the world. Today, we are considered a joke. It's not going to be for long. Believe me, it's not going to be for long. We will quickly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world like we had it just 4 years ago.
Wow, it was
just announced that inflation is once again raging.
That's all you get, Israel. That's it. That's it. Okay, we're right back into it. That's all he's got to say.
First of all, Crooked Joe, he claimed inflation was transitory. Remember that? Then he said it was temporary. Then he said it won't happen.
Yeah,
it really won't happen.
They laughed at
and then
him in
he
the
said,
UN,
well,
laughed
it's much
directly at
higher
him.
than expected. and then
laughed and humiliated his daughter, who pretended to be a diplomat for a day.
Putin, they called it.
Oh,
Putin
no, Big
price
Stefan.
hikes. It wasn't only Putin; it was Putin and plenty.
All right, that's all you get. Look, if you want more of this, I'll give you the link right here. If you actually want more of this, but that's it. I'm not entertaining any more of this. Sorry. Okay, I can't seem to scroll on this because this is OBS. So never mind. You don't even get the link. Who fucking cares? Look for it. Find it yourself if you want to hear Trump's bullshit. Shit off my fucking. I just wanted to hear his stupid comments about this. Everything would have been better because of me. Everything would have been better because there's no proof to that. There's no evidence to that whatsoever that I would somehow be a better decision maker. But everything would have been better because of me. Anyway, we shouldn't have done the electric cars. The electric cars are ruining the Palestinians there. And yeah, I mean, people eat it up, man. It's very similar though to the Barack Obama phenomenon, where on the left it was, he didn't have to make any direct promises. He just had to have this, kind of inflection in his speech, this kind of confidence in delivery, and people kind of filled in the blanks for Obama, and all of a sudden, he's getting a Nobel Prize, and there's murals of him getting painted like he emancipated, black people, and it's like the couldn't be farther from the truth.
And see what it was that was tinkling on the ground. These were lumps of metal that would cause severe injuries, and that's what appears.
We can't prove them wrong, right? Because it's a total hypothetical, so we can't prove them wrong. So we're stuck spinning our wheels, and the right wing with their fucking bitch slappable faces, with their fucking goofy ass grins. Well, everything's gonna be better once we get my dictator in there. All my problems are going to go away.
From the interceptions that themselves can be dangerous and tragically dangerous as well. And this boy obviously been taken to hospital now, and his condition, though, is severe, Wolf.
Yeah, it's a sad situation. I was in the border between Gaza and Israel a few years ago when another war was going on. And
okay, folks, I think I'm going to stick around for one more hour. We're hitting hour number 5 here. I think I'm going to stick around for one more hour. We'll go till 6 o'clock, and we'll tie it up. Obviously, Israel isn't going to be responding today, so this is not the start of World War III. We're not going to see boots on the ground, but I think what we will see is more targeted assassinations of top Iranian officials. Thank you, Lenny, for sticking in. Appreciate it. Channel 12 quotes a senior Israeli official pledging an unprecedented response to Iran's attack and urging Israelis to not go to bed due to what is coming Tehran's way. Not go to bed? It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Huh? Hey, I'm not leaving right now, Chem Goblin. We got one more hour of the stream left. Don't be leaving right now. Oh my God, that is atrocious. The person's getting brain surgery. Yeah, well, okay, so that's interesting. Channel 12 quoting Israel there, saying that response is going to come quick, very quickly. But I am going. Oh, okay. All right, well, no problem, Chem Goblin. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Sorry we were able to finish our Ukraine coverage for today, thankfully. So thank you for your insight from Ukraine, and of course, power to the Ukrainian democracy. Let's hope. Maybe Davey is right. Maybe the right wing are going to be signing. Maybe Mike Johnson's going to be making that omnibus spending bill where Israel and Ukraine and other aid is all together, is all bundled together. Maybe this will get him to sign it. So maybe we'll get something for you, Chem Goblin. Maybe. See you next time. I doubt it. Well. Come on, put on a happy face. Come on, what's got you so down? What? The world isn't so bad. Come on, have a little positivity. What's my opinion about Israel-Iran war, if you can answer? What's my opinion? Wow, I mean, that's a rather simplistic question, wouldn't you say? What's my opinion? Iran is being a bad actor. Iran and Hezbollah, I don't support them. I don't necessarily agree with the West's antagonism towards Iran, because we've seen Iran cooperate with the West when it comes to nuclear regulation. You know, Barack Obama famously, secured a pretty good deal. So I don't think they're irrational. I don't think Iran is irrational, but I do think they're bad actors. There's a history of lying. There's a history of deceit. And then Israel, there's a whole other slew of reasons why I don't trust the Israeli government. The main reason why I don't trust the Israeli government with a war in Iran is that a war in Iran benefits Bibi Netanyahu politically. Bibi Netanyahu is in a rock and a hard place with October 7th. People initially saw him as incompetent because of what happened on October 7th, and now people see him as the reason that everyone hates Israel and how he executed the war against Hamas. So dragging the United States into a direct conflict with Iran actually benefits Bibi Netanyahu's politics. So yeah, no, I'm not really, that's I don't really, no one's a winner here, dog. No one's, this is not Iran, this is not Ukraine, Russia, you're welcome. You appreciate my thoughts. Be kind of terrible if Trump becomes president, helps Ukraine, and then most Ukrainians will think of him as a good guy, ignores everything else he's doing. Yeah, that would be nice to see him do a 180 if he gets into office on Ukraine. Ukraine will survive this war. It may take a long time, but Russia will lose. I'm from Israel, but I was getting what you said. Yeah, I could tell from your name that you were from Israel. By the way, free Palestine, and I would recommend for the Israeli government to recognize the existence of the Palestinian state. That might help with negotiations.
Are under pressure to go take the next step. If, on the other hand, this is followed by cruise missiles and others, that it truly is an effort to overwhelm the system, then that's a very different thing.
What if it's followed by proxies like Hezbollah or the Houthis taking aim at Israel?
Complicates it a lot, and particularly complicates it because President Biden and his aides have been on the phone to Prime Minister Netanyahu and others saying, let's let tonight be it if there are no significant casualties.
Yeah, and that statement that the Iranian mission at the United Nations put out,
people are listening to Biden. People are tuning in, listening to Biden. He's such a leader. He's such a leader. Oh, he's the guy I want to get behind. Well, we're going to listen. I mean, this whole thing is boiling over, and people are like, the president speaks, the U.S. president speaks, and people are just ignoring him. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for Biden. He's such a terrible leader. He is unbelievably bad. Now I need to, the caveat being, of course, the right-wing fascists, the Republicans would do no better, but this is what we got. This is what we got to deal with, is this Biden administration that is just absolutely terrible, terrible. Here we go. So we're actually seeing, wow, this is crazy. We're seeing the impact and we're seeing the launch. So this is supposedly a cruise missile being launched from Iran. Big mistake, Iran. Big mistake. If this was just a small, I've said it a million times already, but if this was just a small drone attack that wasn't being followed up by cruise missiles. It's bad news. This is really bad news. Yeah, Viking cat. Yeah, it is from an anthropological POV. It is pretty interesting. There, we've already seen that footage, and then this is the another angle of the impact that apparently killed a 10-year-old boy. We have not seen this one. Take a look here. We got some audio with it. Screaming God's name for destruction is sickness. Yeah, from any religion. And all religions do it, don't they? They all got their own little cute little justification for it, don't they? It's adorable. No, that one's really close. That was an impact that happened right there. It looks like on a highway, a road maybe? Or was that an optical illusion? No, those are burning vehicles on the road. Oh, Lenny, you're right. I'm most likely going to be doing a special stream tomorrow as well to just to follow up and cover this. Because yeah, the Sunday shows are going to be bananas. Big Stefan, just in the Middle East. Big Stefan. Let's not forget Donald Rumsfeld put Bible quotes on the security briefings that he gave to George W. Bush during the Iraq-Afghanistan war. So is it just the Middle East? Religion everywhere is an answer. It's like just extended footage of what we already saw. Definitely looks like a highway. No audio on this one. Yeah, I would say there's no way the cruise missile was meant to hit. This is probably debris. This is probably one of the drones being shot down. Maybe more drones being shot down. Looks like hills, maybe a building. Nope, seen that footage, seen it. I don't know, have we seen this one? Looks like a telegraph footage. Jesus, look at this. My God. I mean, this is shocking footage. This is totally shocking. Damn. And are these are getting shot out? Am I seeing this correctly? That these are being shot out of the sky immediately, or is something cutting off? Because these look like these are being freshly launched, but then are they being shot out of the sky as soon as they're being launched, or is something changing with the afterburners? Like it's launching up in the air, and then the afterburner cuts off, and then a different motor kicks in. Is that what's going on? Seems very strange that they'd be blowing up right above where they're being launched. This is in Israel. Are these Hezbollahs or from Iran? Maybe they're not being launched. Maybe this is the trick of the eye, and they're coming over the horizon. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we're looking at here. Let me see if I can get some information. U.S. and U.K. fighter jets are now intercepting Iranian drones over Syria and Jordan. So these... Wait a minute. So are these missiles being launched from Jordan, but are being shot down immediately because the Jordanian government is allowing the United States and the UK into their airspace to shoot? This is crazy. This is insane. Is this what we're seeing? Are we seeing these things being launched from Jordan and Syria? Is that where this is from? And they're being shot out of the sky immediately, 5 seconds after hitting the air? Is that what we're seeing here? And the Jordanian government's like, look, we're not associated with these guys. We know they operate. We know they're in our country. We can't stop them. But look, you can come into our airspace and shoot them down. Right. So please don't hurt us. Right. It's like a conciliatory move to the U.S. and UK. No way. No way. That's what we're seeing here. No way. Bananas. Jordan said they would shoot them down. So is this is the uncontrolled, Jordan doesn't have control over Hezbollah. It's complicated, right? They know they operate in their space, but to save face, they're working against Hezbollah. What is happening? What is happening? This is total bananas. I've never seen this before. I've never seen something like this where they're getting shot out of the air the moment they're launched. Yeah, that was at least 2025. One more time with this 43-second clip. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, at least 20.
Wow.
At least 20. We'll say 25, 30. No way. Yeah, just the comments filled with fucking ridiculous nonsense because Elon Musk turned Twitter into a fucking slag heap. Don't even bother trying to get good comments out of Twitter now. Yeah, here we have another missile strike, another hit. I can't believe Iran fired legitimate missiles into Israel, dude. This changes everything. I thought it was going to be a little pissant drone strike, maybe from a proxy. I thought the Lebanon thing was it. I thought it was going to be, you know, some little wet fart from a proxy. Plausible deniability up and down. These motherfuckers fire cruise missiles from Iran into Israel. Why not? How come the Ayatollah doesn't just come down to Israel and do a big speech for Bibi Netanyahu? Why is the Muslim world in lockstep? You know, with Bibi, not the entire Muslim world, but you know what I mean? Why are these Arab elements so goddamn politically inept? Bibi Netanyahu might as well selected from a menu. You know, I need a viable reason to stay in office. I need a war to stay in office. Can you help me out, Iran? Well, yeah, but you got to antagonize us, blow up one of our guys, and we'll retaliate in a way where you have to respond. Wow, dude. Super great. Super duper. Super great. Yeah, Lenny, I mean, at the beginning of the stream, I wasn't so convinced, but I mean, this is exactly what Bibi wanted. This is exactly what he wanted, man. Gift wrapped with a bow. Gift wrapped with a bow, dude. Just like with Hamas. You know, these Muslim theocratic elements just played like a fiddle by Bibi Netanyahu. You know, like a fiddle, dude. Right into his hands. Whoa, we have not seen this footage. Okay, we got more new footage here. Cruise missile impact. We're going to get back to the live streams in a second. I don't know if that, I mean, yeah, that's, so these aren't the cruise missiles. These are probably the rockets that we just, you know, those rockets, those multiple rockets that are being launched. This looks like them. Some of them are getting shot out of the sky. It's pretty awesome. Look, even that close, that one got hit. But yeah, you can't get them all. You know, the Iron Dome, you know, really great against the, you know, peasant, you know, just, you know, built by peasants, rockets. You know, not saying that they're not deadly. Jesus Christ, here we have an up close impact. Not sure if this is cruise missile or drone. Multiple impacts. Is this going to be enough fog of war to expand from Gaza to the West Bank? Yeah, I mean, if there's a full-blown war with Iran, no one's going to be paying attention to Palestine. Israel will be able to do whatever the hell it wants. Like I said, playing right into Bibi Netanyahu's hands. You know, like he made a phone call. He's like, "Oh yeah, can you do me a solid? I need an international crisis. I need to drag Uncle Sam into this." Oh yeah, no problem. We got you, bro. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Just can't believe how stupid Iran is. You don't use your proxies. You go way overboard. All right, let's get some live here. Let's see what we got. CNN, see what we got here.
Over the past couple of hours, the U.S. forces have intercepted drones that were fired towards Israel by Iran. It's unclear at this point where those were intercepted, so potentially Iraq, Syria, maybe even Jordan. And then the assets used. The military hasn't gone that far to say that yet. It could be fighter jets that have been up over the region in all likelihood, because we saw an aerial refueling platform.
Oren, hold on for a moment. I hate to interrupt you, but the IDF spokesman is speaking in English right now, giving a briefing. Let's listen in.
Our planes are in the air. Tonight, wide-scale attack by Iran is a major escalation. Together with our allies and partners, we are operating at full force to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel. We will continue to fulfill this mission. Questions, please.
CNN is asking, what type and how many projectiles have been fired towards Israel tonight so far?
I thought he was going to make a larger statement about escalating, promising we're going to do this or that. So CNN taking the time to ask a softball question about the amount of projectiles, like he would have that information right now, and like anyone cares right now. I mean, that is an interesting little tidbit. Yeah, Hopkins, if you want to check that out, that's a little website I use called freeintertv.com. Here you go. I'll give you the link. Got a lot of great news, entertainment, live streams. Check it out. Very handy for a news guy like me. Biden, Trump, JFK Jr. have been claiming to be the best ally of Israel. Can't wait for the world for. Yeah, can't wait. Yeah, Iran must be held accountable for its actions, guys. It's history began today. History, we are the victims. Man, they do it so well. The victim narrative, the eradication narrative. The one, we'll be besieged by Muslims the moment we let up. We let up off the brutality. We're going to be seized by the Muslims. They're going to invade, just like they did in the Nakba. It's essential, and they play right into it. They play right into it. They can't help themselves. They just can't help themselves. These leaders, these Arab leaders, man. I don't know what to say. Not saying any Christians would, I don't know if, Christian extremists would make any better decisions, but I don't get it. Hamas, just total amateur hour. And Iran playing right into the hands of Bibi Netanyahu. Yeah, Allah Akbar, buddy. You just fucked yourself. You just gave Bibi Netanyahu a fucking free pass to the carnival. Well, I mean, it really is just a show of power. Wampa Lover, funny name. It's really just a show of power, but it's too big. It's the missiles are too much. The missiles hit. If it was just drones that were shot out of the sky, Israel would have a much harder time justifying it. But here, these are Israelis dying right here. This is a missile strike. This isn't a drone. See, these are drones. You see how slow that is? That's what it looks like when a drone's getting shot out of the air. These things coming down at 1,000,000 miles an hour, those are missiles. This is what Israel needed. And dude, I don't know I mean. We might see a strike in Tehran. I believe that's the capital. You know, like a direct strike on government buildings in Tehran as a response. What does this douchebag have to say?
Our border has been wide open for 3 years.
God, they're so predictable. I knew exactly what was going to be coming out of his mouth the moment he started talking. We're under attack from the border, guys. Israel, it's just like in the United States, how we're under attack at our border from the drug fentanyl taking immigrants that want to destroy our way of life and replace me, the white alpha male. They want to replace me with their dirty brown children. Yeah, all right, buddy. Thank you for pulling over your car and giving us your opinion there. Didn't even get 3 seconds. And the border, the crisis at the border. I do agree that the way that Biden is handling the border is not great. I don't agree with him giving the Republicans everything they wanted. You know, it's funny to see MSNBC patting him on the back. Oh, Joe Biden's so savvy, so savvy. He only fully agrees with the right-wing fascists on how to treat immigrants. This is interesting. It's always interesting, the framing on Twitter, right? Settlers in Israel panicking after the announcement of an attack from Iran. It is interesting. I don't know if I disagree with using that. I mean, because we do agree that Israel, after 1967, the 1967 borders, all the land that they've taken since 1967 is illegal. Dude, we agree with the international community, right? That those have been illegal land grabs. I think both sides are coming to terms. Oh yeah, Wampa lover, yeah. No, both sides are coming to terms with it. Magically, the Republicans are going to come to terms with the border after the presidential election. Isn't that crazy how the timing works? Politics as usual, huh? Yeah, there's no stopping this, right? No way. No way. Oh, looks like we have some on-the-ground footage. On-the-ground footage in Israel here. No, we don't, Wampa lover. We won't know the extent of the casualties until at least tomorrow. One confirmed dead, 10-year-old child. According to someone in the chat.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم سلم اللهم سلم هذا جنب بيتي يا جماعة الخير
It looks like this might have actually fallen in Palestine. I don't think the guy speaking is Israeli, so this might have fallen in the Palestinian region. Interesting. Keep it moving here. I'm just looking for interesting footage. Go back to the BBC, see what they have to say.
Intercepts objects headed for Israel. This footage was from a little while ago, but nevertheless, it gives you a good understanding.
Yeah, Wampa lover, there does not appear to be a de-escalation. Israel has basically promised to escalate this even further. And Iran played right into those hands.
Who's on the ground
played right into the game that they're playing. It's exactly what Israel wanted. It is exactly what Israel wanted, what Bibi Netanyahu wanted when he went into the Al-Aqsa mosque at the start of his administration. Immediately, allowing Ben-Gvir to antagonize the Palestinians before October 7th. It really is. It's just like all he needs to do is just hit up his favorite Arab buddies and tickle their fucking jimmies the right way, and they fall right in line, doing exactly what Bibi Netanyahu wants. They're really not savvy. They're being played. They're being played by Bibi.
Now, that is at the moment on Israeli media, they have been claiming that some of those missiles have hit an Israeli airbase in the Negev. So they have doing that, but as according to the Israelis, that is minor damages to that military base in southern Israel. Here in Jerusalem itself, it's a little bit quieter than it has been. We haven't had many sirens in recent hours. We haven't had a repetition of the firing of the Iron Dome air defense system that we had earlier this evening.
James, I believe it is shortly after, 18 minutes past 3 there in Jerusalem, where you are, of course. Israelis are used to responding to sirens and so on, but I just wonder, you know, based on what we've been hearing from the IDF, from the government, the instructions to civilians there on the ground, when people start waking up, reacting more to this news, I mean, I imagine some people have been staying awake all night. Nevertheless, what do you expect in the next few hours? What are the kind of instructions that civilians will be greeted with when they wake up?
Well, they will be told, make sure that your phones are on, make sure that you've got your civil defense app up and running so that you can get...
I think Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, which is a clear proxy of the Iranians, will get involved. They have thousands of rockets and missiles in their inventory over there that could cause enormous damage, and many of those rockets and those missiles, they not only can reach northern Israel, Haifa, for example, but they can reach Tel Aviv, even further south, all the way towards Eilat, we're told.
They can. It's between 150 and 170,000 rockets. They are longer range, more accurate, in many cases heavier rockets that are those in the possession of Hamas. Hamas, I've always said, is a tactical threat to the state of Israel. They committed horrible atrocities on October 7th, but they didn't really threaten the existence of the state of Israel the way that Hezbollah can. But that's an intolerable situation for any sovereign country to face that type of threat on its northern border. You know, you and I are old enough to remember the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, and Kennedy was willing to go to a world war to prevent missiles being put, you know, off the coast of Florida and Cuba. An intolerable situation for any sovereign country, and to have that, you know, that literally that sort of Damocles over our head constantly, and people not being able to go back to their homes in the Galilee. That's a situation that has to change, preferably not by military means, by diplomatic means. But at the end of the day,
Yeah, you mean Israel needs to give back its territory to Palestine, and that would diffuse the situation, right? Shill that's wearing a U.S.-Israeli flag pin, right? We got to de-escalate the situation by treating the Palestinians like human beings, right? Oh, no. This is a situation that needs to be fixed, a.k.a. violence. Got to push these people out.
What President Obama said in the Oval Office on my last day in Washington, he said that, you know, if Israel was ever attacked by Iran, by Hezbollah, facing thousands of rockets every day, the United States would always come to Israel's aid, because that's what the American people expect. And I think the American people still expect that. The question is, would America go onto the offensive? And that I would rather doubt.
Yeah,
I think America will help defend Israel's skies, and we have agreements to that effect. The United States, you know, I mentioned this David Sling system. America has other anti-missile systems, the THAAD system, the Aegis system, the Patriot system. These are very effective.
Okay, I had enough of this idiot. Let's see here what else we got. BBC. France 24, just off in another universe. Never mind. All right, let's see. Any kind of strikes happening on the live streams. Not seeing anything at the moment. We can close that one. And I don't know. I don't know if I want this ABC News. I don't really trust them that much. Whoa. Iran. I thought that said Israel begins retaliatory strikes. It's like, whoa, Israel's already attacking? That would be pretty crazy if Israel were to launch an attack. If Israel does launch an attack, I'll go back on live stream. Lady, fucking chill. That one shot out of the air. It looks like that one too. Yeah, it looks like both of those were shot out of the air. Okay. Jesus Christ. Look, you're only allowed to do that when you're just about to be eaten by Godzilla. That's okay. Yeah, no, that's I'm literally about to be consumed by a monster level of screaming. I'm sorry. It's totally inappropriate. It must be really shocking as a civilian who doesn't see this shit like we do, like, you know, seeking out this footage and stuff, and you're just living in a TikTok world or something, right? And then you see, you know, missiles being intercepted right in front of you. Yeah, okay, that's, you know, that's a lot for a civilian to take in. That's a lot. Hamas should keep a low profile, not give an IDF a reason to respond. That Hamas doing that? Well, I guess that's what they should do, but they might see this as an opportunity to lay on the pressure, you know, because Israel is basically saying Hamas is all defeated in Rafah, and is all defeated except for Rafah. So what if they launch some kind of attack and, you know, kill some IDF people in northern Gaza? You know, yeah, she's like 20 miles from the interception. I know it's a lot to take in, though, Davey. It's a lot. I know I was making fun of her, but now I'm defending her. Because it's a lot to take in. She's having a full-blown meltdown, you know, seeing it. Holy fuck. Is this the Iron Dome in action? True, crunchy snacks. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. If you're about to be consumed by a T-Rex, this isn't real. Come on, what is this? What is this with the fucking fake planes in the air? Come on. We're getting trolled, guys. We're getting trolled. The goddamn trolls are hitting the internet. AI generated it already. For them? Who's them? You talking about femoids? Femazoids? I've heard plenty of men scream like that. Yeah, World War II planes. This isn't real, Eddie. No way. This is totally fake. Joe Biden's, isn't that great? Public Paul, isn't that great, buddy? He's just like human centipede attached to that Bibi Netanyahu anus, dude. I tell you, I'm sorry, that was gross, but you know what I mean? It's just Joe Biden is so pathetic. He's such a useless leader that he doesn't even really need to be there. Believable, yeah, definitely. Super believable. Yeah, Biking Cat. That's a great point, Biking Cat. She may have family over there. So here we see your average defender of Israel, and this is what they think. Just bleed. Cool. That's a totally normal opinion to have. You know, just total bloodlust. Sitting in the comfort of your little computer chair. Kill them all. That'd be great. More killing, more death. All right, so this is the Iran one. Let's check out the Israel one. Here we go. Fresh footage. Let's double check our live streams. We got IDF on BBC, full unfettered access to mainstream. Israel gets full unfettered access to mainstream media, setting the narrative. Where are the victims? Listen, we only need 5 seconds of this.
Terrorists all across the Middle East in order to fight against Israel, the US, and the West in general.
They're terrorists.
That's how Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and many other Iranian proxies have been allowed to exist. And hopefully the Israeli responses will be forward-looking.
Yeah, I support Ukraine's resistance to the Russian occupation. Yes, I do. Does that bother you, honey?
And how can Iran be forced to stop funding terror and to stop providing arms for terror organizations.
I mean, really, attacking Iran is just an extension of attacking Hamas, guys. So what's the difference? Oh, I'm glad to hear that you like that.
Are aware of. All of them, I think, are being planned and assessed as we speak.
Yeah.
And
so there you go. Wow. IDF building a foundation of war. Eager to build that foundation of war. Yep. No, we can't do nothing. We're just forced into it. Geez. You twisted our arm. I guess we're gonna go to war. You know, Bibi really didn't want to do it. He was like, oh gosh, putting us in a rock and a hard place here, Iran. Whoa, dog. This has got to be fake. That feels fake. I don't want to diminish that, but we got to be careful, folks. Something ain't right about that clip. I'm going to need confirmation on that one. And we've seen all those clips. Looks like Israel is, this might be a meeting, a war cabinet meeting. Definitely fake. I've seen the explosion filter before. I see. Okay, yeah. Something didn't seem right about the editing on that one. Ending is from TikTok. Yeah, okay. Even America said, hold the fuck on. Well, just trying to get more footage here. If you have any interesting clips, feel free to put them in the chat. Yep, we've all seen this. Fascinating footage of these things getting shot down. We're not getting much from this. Let's see what's trending. World War III is trending. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at the World War III hashtag. I'm sure we're going to get lots of measured and carefully thought out responses from the World War III tag. Oh, video's old, not from, okay, so interesting. This video is old. All right, so this is misinformation according to this. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to go see Civil War either later tonight or tomorrow. I definitely want to see Civil War. Any input from Al Jazeera? Yeah, probably. Let's find out. Let's see what Al Jizzy has to say. Yeah, because that's actually an interesting question because Iran will be speaking through Al Jazeera. So let's take a look and see what Al Jazeera has to say. Yeah, we'll just go right to their live.
Let me get a final thought from you, Hassan, because we've been talking to our guests tonight who've been telling us that they were surprised that Iran made this direct attack on Israel and that they didn't go through their proxies.
Unlikely if Trump loses. I would say the percentage is much higher if a Republican gets into office.
Specifically Hezbollah. I mean, there are many other fronts which so far have calibrated to some extent their response. Could we now see an escalation then from those proxies and a change in the rules of engagement?
I don't see this coming these days simply because this is not in the interest of the Iranians to have the Israelis launch probably a regional war against their interests, and their proxies are very important, very valuable for them. They don't want them to lose in the process. Hezbollah is the most important proxy for Iran. It has been doing a great job from the Iranian perspective, and probably that's it for the Iranians. So Hezbollah can keep harassing Israel, keep targeting Israel within rules of engagement.
I think when I was telling Borderline Feline about the blast radius thing, I think that's what I was
looking for, is to widen the war, and this is not in the interest of the Iranians, simply because the Iranians want to buy time. They rely on strategic patience because they have different files, different priorities. Chief among them is the nuclear one. So they don't want to have, a regional war where the Americans will step in, and probably this will be detrimental to the Iranian interest.
Yeah, and so, the Iranians saying that, you know, this is their one and only response. As far as they're concerned, the matter is concluded.
Yeah, exactly.
But as we heard from Daniel Hagari, the Israeli spokesperson, saying
it's not over.
It's not over. The threat is still ongoing. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Iraq is one of the countries that are
plays right into BB's hands. He's got to be grinning ear to ear. Oh, we got some interception. Oh, these are replays. Okay, we're just showing some replays over here right now on the Twitch live stream over here. Interceptions over Jerusalem. Can't believe how stupid. I just can't believe it. I can't believe how stupid Iran is being here. I just can't believe it. Okay, this video is making me worried it's a beheading, dude. AI, man. AI is something else. And this video getting spread around everywhere. Thoughts on RFK? He's a grifter, out of control grifter. If you respect the opinions of RFK, you're not very informed. A bit of levity is good. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. I don't think we've seen this footage. This looks new to me. We have no audio here. I'm saying Israel would not have pulled this shit if Trump was head honcho. What do you say to that? I mean, those kind of hypotheticals really only benefit Trump. I don't think it's true, but that doesn't really matter because it's a hypothetical. The context of which I'm basing my conclusion is how he acted in the 4 years as president. Geopolitically, his foreign policy was absolutely dismal. Terrible decision maker. If anything, he would have long ago given Bibi Netanyahu the green light, and this could have even quicker, in an even quicker manner, spiraled out of control. Yeah, those I can't. This is so many missiles hitting. This is so many missiles hitting. This can't be real. Davey, I mean, I don't know what his deal is. I don't know who's paying his bills. I don't know who's giving him money to say the crazy things that he's saying, but he's so completely and utterly full of shit. RFK. Oh, wow, a bunch of jackasses. Oh, Andrew Tate speaks on Iran and Israel situation. Guys. Wow, we got Kim.com, a traitor to democracy. We got Alex Jones, a traitor to U.S. democracy. Jackson Hinkle, a seditious traitor who absolutely supports January 6th, and every despot and authoritarian government that's ever existed. Wow, it's like literally every piece of shit together. Right. Let's respect their opinions, guys. Did you hear about Israel and Iran? They are officially at war. Not officially, not yet. Not official. I don't think Israel has not declared. Has Israel declared war against Iran? I think they've promised to strike. They've promised to retaliate. I don't think they're officially at war. Someone check their Facebook status. See if it's official. Yes, people have said if Trump was in office, there would be no war. What's your thought? I think people that are robotically repeating that, and you're, I think, the fourth person so far to have done that, are pretty fucking stupid. What foreign policy victory are you basing this conclusion off of? During Trump's 4 years, what foreign policy slam dunk are you basing this idea that Trump would somehow have avoided this? What evidence do you have to base your conclusion off of? Is it farts? No, I don't think he would stop it, but I was just saying. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad you don't agree with that nonsense, because that's exactly what it is. It's a ridiculous hypothetical with no basis in fact or reality. Looking at his foreign policy history of when he was president for 4 years, there's no evidence to indicate that he was somehow more savvy, more geopolitically savvy than any other president. In fact, there's plenty of evidence to the contrary, that he was a complete boob, a total idiot who didn't know what he was doing, in way over his head, and didn't know basic facts about countries. Yeah, no, Wumpa lover. No, things are... Abortion is really going to hurt the Republicans. Wumpa lover. By the way, welcome back, mashed potatoes. Abortion is really, really going to hurt the Trump administration and his attempt at re-election. But this is going to hurt Joe Biden in Michigan. This is going to hurt Joe Biden in Michigan specifically. And Michigan is a very critical swing state. Michigan is a very critical swing state. But Biden has basically lost Michigan. This is a guaranteed win for Trump in Michigan. Because there's going to be Dearborn, Michigan is going to sit this election out. All right, Davin, you always got the back of this milquetoast neoliberal. It's kind of funny, but no, the incredibly high Arab and Muslim population in Michigan is gonna give that state over to Trump. They're not after the Gaza stuff. They don't have his bag. They're not going to vote for him. But Biden, with people who support Israel, I think there's more people that support Israel than support Palestine. That's the unfortunate reality. But how many of those people that support Israel are in swing states? Yeah, Davin, you're showing the kind of Hillary Clinton style arrogance that lost them the last election. I guess not the last election, the election before last. You seem pretty fucking confident there, Davin. Gotta say. RFK Jr. It's really funny how a representative of RFK Jr.'s campaign came out and said, we're a spoiler for Trump. Yeah, I think it's going to be an incredibly tight race. I think it's going to be one of the tightest races in American history. I think, the last Trump Biden election, the turnout was historically high for both sides. Trump had his historic turnout and Biden had historic turnout. I think it's going to be the exact opposite. I think it's going to be the exact opposite this go around. We're going to see, for a myriad of reasons, as I already explained, on the left and the right, we're going to see millions of people just sitting this out. I don't fucking care. That's what they're going to say. Because when it was Trump, it was like a phenomenon. It was like something, it was like a total phenomenon I can get behind. But that's my prediction, is that the turnout is going to be historically low on both sides, because both sides have their reasons to be demotivated. Listen to the song that's being played. That's interesting. They're listening to Western music. That's really interesting. Yeah, Wampa Lover, the abortion bans are going to hurt the Republicans. I mean, they're, you know, if they don't win in 2024, if they don't win this year, it's going to be really hard for it's going to be really hard for the Republicans to recover from that. It's really mask off, you know, fuck everything, you know, we got to get the dictator in no matter what kind of scenario. It is an existential battle for the Republican Party right now. The USA is choosing isolationism. A result of this is that it will quickly become irrelevant in world affairs as other nations realize they can depend on them. I mean, that's not going to happen instantly, but this you know, failure to lead will lead to more doubt. Yeah. Principle, see why they return Roe v. Wade, but even the hardcore on principle, huh? What's the principle of that? That women don't own their wombs? That men have partial ownership over female body parts? Is that the principle you're talking about? States' rights, right? States' rights. States should have the right to treat women like second-class citizens. Is that the principle that you're talking about? Just confused about what principle. I assume you're a man, right? What principle you have about the female right to choose never become irrelevant when it's massive controlling. Davey over here. Davey with your endless American exceptionalism. I would say that I never get tired of it, but that would be a lie. It's like we're not getting a lot of new footage here. Let's check back with some of our live streams.
Night, where of course the U.S. is going to have to reinforce.
And once again, mainstream media, former State Department correspondent, former general, IDF spokespeople. Have we heard a single voice for peace or reason on any of these networks since the start of this? A single voice of, well, you know, this, Israel is, ratcheting it up. You know, it was very obvious what Israel was doing. Not a single peep of that. Victimhood narrative, war foundational narrative, right? We have to justify this. We know Israel is going to strike back, and now we got to build that foundation so that it's all justified. Kicked right into it, dude. Kicked right into it like a fucking reflex, like a reflex. Totally buttressing the war. The creation of a war.
Not to attack again, so this spiral does not just keep going inevitably on and on and on, whether they can get.
There was no basis for it in the Constitution. Have you ever heard of precedent in law? You're aware that a lot of the things in the United States that are the law of the land are not in the Constitution because there's precedent. It's not. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's anti-constitutional just because it's not in the Constitution. So give it a generation, the laws will come, maybe even constitutional protection in our life. Yeah, I mean, so you agree, Wampa Lover, that the right to an abortion for a woman, I mean, obviously, should be enshrined in the Constitution? That's what you're trying to say? America gets to go fuck up Iran. Hey, it's the dream of the Bush administration. Biden's going to win so easily. Davin. You want to put your money where your mouth is? $20 Canadian? You only have to pay me the $15 or $14 if you're US. And put your money where your mouth is, buddy. $20. $20. I don't really want to vote for Trump. I don't want to bet for Trump though. That's awkward. I don't want to bet for Trump.
Forces, which, is
all right, I take it back. I take it back, Davin. I don't really want to bet money for Trump to win. That's not cool.
So I think
I take it back. Kanye 2024, huh?
Very spot on here. So the narrative.
And look at this, retired general, State Department, IDF. My God.
Support to Israel and a clear message to Iran to reinforce what has already been message through interlocutors and
no message should go to Israel for its obvious antagonizing of Iran. No.
Current response is over the coming hours and days. So We'll see how this plays out, but I think that will be the key message that will be coming out of.
Gorps, I think you're under the misinterpretation that you're funny. Is that you think you're like some kind of comedian or something? Is that what's going on, Gorps? I don't know, Gorps. No, nope, for real. No cap? That's not you trying to be funny? No cap? I don't mean to cap. I don't mean to cap you, bro. Got to make warmongers happy. You betcha. No cap, for real. On God? All right, I'm not trying to cap, but I will cap. Thinking that you're fucking funny. On Allah. Well, Allah Akbar. Telling you, Saudis are overjoyed with this, getting the U.S. to deal with the Houthis in Iran. 2 birds, 1 stone. Why is there still, after Iraq and Afghanistan and Vietnam and Cuba and all these examples of the United States falling flat on its fucking face, why is there this assumption that, you've pissed off Uncle Sam, you've pissed off Uncle Sam's proxies, oh, you better watch out. America has, do I need to remind people? America has a piss fucking poor reputation dealing with the Middle East. Did we forget that? That we completely shit the bed in the Middle East? That we had no fucking idea what we were doing in the Middle East? Did we forget this? It seems like we have. People over just straight up assuming we got this shit in the bag. We got it under control. Is it that we had no idea or that we just didn't give a shit? Yeah, no, that's actually an okay life. Great point. Davey, you're saying that? I'm just assuming you're saying that as if that's a positive thing. Could you remind me how many hours it took for the Taliban to retake Afghanistan? Was it 13? 14? You're really going to come up to the table and defend the red, white, and blue with that embarrassment in Afghanistan? Really? You just can't help yourself, can you? Knee-jerk defense. We don't know what we're doing in the Middle East. And this idea that it's like a slam dunk and, we're just going to pull up our pants and the big boys are in the room now is fucking crazy.
Let's talk a little bit about Iran's capabilities of aiming
we have control of
these drones, these missiles, these rockets towards Israel. Do you think when they aimed towards Israel, they didn't necessarily realize that they were going to be going over Jerusalem, a holy city?
This is Gorp trolling me? Oh my God. Oh my God. That's the best he's got? Oh no. On God, no cap. That's some really terrible trolling.
And Wolf, if you look at how they do this, there are some weapon systems that they have that can be pretty precise, including the fairly primitive drones with the fairly primitive engines that are basically like lawnmower
Sounds like
engines.
He's a zoomer.
But they are able to do certain things with them. They can guide them in a certain way in real time.
Yeah,
that does make a difference.
No, we know what we're doing.
Missile systems have improved quite a bit in terms of their ability to hit specific targets. So they knew generally what they were doing. I think what their main problem is that they didn't sequence things.
Isn't Gorp the guy with the macaroni cheese hair? Yeah, no, look, he changed his image. Gorp, what happened to the curls, buddy? Those fucking luscious curls, Gorp.
Ability of the weapon system, the rapidity with which the weapon system can actually hit a target, and the distance that it can cover in a certain amount of time.
David Sager, I know you're doing a lot of reporting on what's going on. What are you hearing from your sources?
Oh, right. So it was Vietnam's fault that they just didn't accept our goodwill. It was Iraq's fault that they just pushed against us. They should have just acquiesced to our dominance, huh, Davey? Listen to yourself, man. What the U.S. is not good at doing is rebuilding unwilling countries after they destroy everything. Why would a country, after being completely demolished, as you explained, that the U.S. is so good at, why would that country then want to cooperate with the fucking entity that just blew it the fuck up? And how in the fuck is that a failure of the country, not the United States, not the United States' plan, not their anything. No, they just didn't know how to get fucked in the ass by Uncle Sam correctly. Is that it? Listen to yourself, man. Vietnam just did, if Vietnam wanted to just, cooperate, if the Taliban in Afghanistan just wanted to cooperate, they were so resistant. And I do agree. It was a fool's errand to get the Afghanistan army to give them all the U.S. weapons and to get them training. It was a total fool's errand from the beginning. But it wasn't a fool's errand on Afghanistan's part to accept the help of the United States. It was a mistake of the United States to think that they could fucking change anything there. The South Vietnamese government cooperated. The North Vietnamese did not. So that was the problem, huh, Davey? Is that the South Vietnamese government didn't cooperate enough. The Afghanistan military didn't cooperate enough. It wasn't the failure of the United States strategy. What a fucking pass, dude. What a fucking, just totally lets them off the hook, man. According to Davey, you just totally give America a fucking totally off the hook with that Vietnam, huh? Totally off the hook with Afghanistan. Oh, well, they just didn't know what they were doing. Listen to yourself, bro. Come on with this. Holy fuck, dude. The American empire could do no wrong. We're altruistic. We're trying to create democracy. You just did the whole thing wholesale. You didn't even take a bite out of it. You just put that whole thing down your throat like a fucking duck. The narrative that we're a good guy. Afghanistan was a complete joke, a total hollow military with no backbone. So why did the United States spend $2 trillion in 20 years trying to do it? Wouldn't you admit that that attempt was the failure of the United States? If I was the Afghan military, yeah, give me your money. Yeah, give me your help. Sure, come on, bring it all in. Give me all your Humvees. Was it their mistake? Or was it the United States' mistake? Come on. Listen to CNN over here. Fucking, it's war, baby. CNN over here. Listen to this. This is CNN 100%. Hold on. This is fucking CNN over here.
In his measures is totally inappropriate reaction. Occur in Eastman's Town in itself into.
You'd like me to say it?
I want you to say it, yes.
You want the word?
The word.
I will not flinch.
You will not flinch from?
War.
War. Gentlemen, I'll put you on hold. If fighting did break out, it will probably occur in Eastman's Town in the Upper Cataracts on the Australia-Hong Kong border. Our reporter Donald Bethlehem is there now. Donald, what's the atmosphere like?
Tension here is very.
Okay, Davey, thank you so much. It was literally like pulling a tree out by its roots. But I got you to admit that the United States strategy in Afghanistan was a total and abject failure.
Hi, Chris. The stretched twig of peace is at melting point. People.
So will you go ahead and reverse your previous defense and agree with me that the United States doesn't know what the fuck it's doing in the Middle East, or are you gonna find some way to carry water for Uncle Sam again? You want to go ahead and maybe retract your steps on that one? That the United States has no fucking clue about what it's doing in the Middle East? No, we're just gonna assume, yeah, they got this one. They got this one.
here are literally bursting with war. This is very much a country that's going to blow up in its face.
Well, gentlemen, it seems you have little option now but to declare war immediately.
Well, this is quite impossible. I couldn't take such a decision without referring to my superior, Chris Patton. He's in Hong Kong.
Good, because he's on the line now via satellite. Mr. Patton, what do you think of the idea of a war now? I'll take that as a yes.
Very well, it's war.
War it is.
That's it, Chris. It's war. War has broken out. This is a war.
That's it. Yes, it's war. From now on, the Day-to-Day will be providing the most immediate coverage of any war ever fought. On the front line and in your face, Donald Bethlehem.
Standing by, Douglas Hurd.
The Day-to-Day smart bombs have nose-mounted cameras. This is Smart Bomb Stephen, and that is Susanna Gekkelois.
I'll be reporting from inside the fight.
Like some crazy Trojan. And keeping an eye on everything that's going on out there at the Day-to-Day news pipe, Douglas Trox.
Chris.
But first, the weather from Sylvester Stewart.
And now the weather, starting in the southeast, where the sun should plop through after a dull start, a bit like having your hand sewn back on after a farming accident. Let's revolve the weather collar now 70 degrees to the Midlands, where I was first bereaved. And there'll be a large cack of heavy cloud covering the area, but it should stay dry enough for you to dance outside until our Lord Beelzebub calls upon us.
Oh, good.
Now, if we rotate the throat circle back...
I like it. It's total vintage. I like it when the weather is presented by Throat Circle. Okay, we got commercials. It's war. It's war. CNN, man. They're ready. You want me to say it? I want you to say it. It's war. All right, out of respect for Davey here, let me read his response. The United States can completely destroy Iran within 5 months if it wanted to. It wouldn't be able to rebuild Iran, though. Yeah, there's the idea they could destroy, it would physically destroy all of Iran. Sure, I agree with you. The United States does have that power, but it would not destroy the Iranian country. Brass Eye was a great series if you never caught it. I think I know what series you're talking about with Brass Eye. I think I know. Let me double check. We got time. Just kind of buying time, waiting for CNN to come back here. Like I said, it looks like we're going to have to do a special stream tomorrow. Just to follow up and see, what's going on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have seen this. Yeah. Yeah, the Day-to-Day was part of Brass Eye. Something like the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I knew I recognized that. Okay, yeah, so this is that link that Davin provided us. We didn't have time to look at it while we were watching that other video, but this is, according to Twitter, very unique footage showing an exo-atmospheric interception amid the Iranian ballistic missile attack, likely by the Arrow 3 air defense system. Very interesting. I haven't seen it yet, Clutch Cargo. I hear mixed reviews. I hear it's not bad. Not bad. I don't know. I don't trust Todd Howard for anything, even a TV show that he's not directing. Wow, yeah, I think that is what we were seeing before in that live stream. Wow. Exo-atmospheric. Interesting stuff. Let's see what Al Jazeera is talking about.
In Security Council chambers.
Yeah, Gabriel, and just a final thought to you. I mean, we were talking to you earlier that Israel is not a big fan of the UN. It seems quite ironic then that they're asking for UN intervention, isn't it?
Well, don't I know it, Corwin? I'm a big Fallout 2 guy. I've really been wanting to do a live stream of the 3D version of Fallout 2. Have you seen that? Someone did a full, complete translation of the 2D game into 3D, and you could play it from your browser even. What's my prediction for Israel-U.S. response? Well, that's a very interesting question. I think Israel will strike government building, maybe, in Iran. And I think if it stops there, if Iran does not respond or maybe does a weak response, it might stop there. Davey's hoping for an EMP. There's no evidence that that's going to happen, but he's crossing his fingers that an EMP is going to be used. I mean, this is a good time to experiment with that kind of insane stuff. So, I don't believe so, but from like geopolitically, from that perspective, because Israel responding to Iran, they're not going to receive criticism. I mean, as we've already seen with the media, the Western media, basically building the justification in real time for Israel to respond. It's a bad thing to say. Got a boner from that EMP. Now's a good time to test EMP. Well, no, so I mean, from a geopolitical, right? Because like Israel can do some shit, and the West is going to have their back. Israel is going to, basically Israel has a free pass right now to respond. And yeah, if they wanted to do some kind of crazy EMP blast over Tehran, now would be the time to do it. At the very least, Israel would surely take out nuclear program in Iran. No, not at the very least. No, the first thing they do is go after their nuclear stuff. No. Later, if you want to listen to Middle East politics, don't listen to an American politician. Certainly. What do we got here from Davey? This guy with this fucking clip. Tactical nuke.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Yeah, no, the nukes, there's no nuclear threat. Why not? That's the biggest threat. Well, if Iran literally wanted to, actually boots on the ground, if Israel wanted to boots on the ground invade Iran, then yes, that would be a high priority target. But that is not what's going to be happening here. At least not initially. Back to CNN, back to the war room.
Has deferred to the Prime Minister's much smaller war cabinet to make a decision about how Israel should respond. So that perhaps will come in the coming hours. But the impact of what's happened across the country.
No, they can bomb anything they want. Israel and the United States, they could bomb any target in Iran easily. It's not about accessibility. It's about escalation.
And from that
justification
that phone call from President Biden with Prime Minister Netanyahu that is expected not to
Mashed
escalate
potato,
this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how old you are, but if you're old enough to remember the Iraq War, the Bush era Iraq-Afghanistan war, feels very similar.
Damage of any significance, but it is hard to estimate at the moment the decision the Prime Minister will ultimately take.
But as you know, Nick, the Israeli military has done the math, and they realize that those drones are relatively slow. It could take 8 or 9, maybe even 10 hours for one of those drones to get from Iran, from a base in Iran, all the way towards Israel, going past Iraq and Syria, maybe Jordan, over towards Israel. So these drones are, as Admiral Hagari called them, these killer drones. They could be arriving in the next few hours as well. It hasn't been 9 or 10 hours yet.
It hasn't been at all, and I was struck by what General Hagari, rather Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari said in his press briefing, that there are still intercepts going on, that is still happening, that the fighter jets that we're hearing in the skies are still involved in that, and of course, as is said, 10 cruise missiles and dozens of drones intercepted outside of Israeli airspace, and as we're not hearing the intercepts here at the moment, perhaps they are going on over the borders before they get to Israel. But the fact that the Home Command has effectively put people on notice that they can be a little bit more relaxed, they can, of course, turn that around in moments. It is a very, very effective alert system here, not just with the sirens you hear, and I hear another jet speeding through the sky there, and a second one directly above me speeding through the sky. It is a very sophisticated system that can pinpoint a threat and let the population in that area know very quickly over their cellular phones. That jet
the
is
initial
quite
strike
low,
is not going to be against Iran's nuclear
heading off into the
capability.
distance above me now. So what we heard from Daniel Hagari may still be playing out, despite the fact that the population has been put a little more at ease for the moment, Wolf.
Yeah, he said that over 200 of these Iranian drones, he called them the killer drones, have been intercepted successfully by the Israelis. We'll see what happens in the next few hours. The situation clearly is continuing right now. Nick Robertson in Jerusalem, thank you. I want to bring in Fred Pleitgen right now. He's done a lot of reporting from inside Iran. He's spoken to all the top Iranian officials over these past several years. There's a statement that just came out. I'm sure you.
All right, folks. So it's very likely that we're definitely going to be getting more, missiles. I mean, look at that. I just reset the webcam and it goes right back to. See how there's a delay? 1 second. There we go. Okay. All right. So there's probably likely to be more missiles incoming from Iran into Israel, but there's no telling how many. I'm going to be following up on this tomorrow, just to get a follow-up. We might get a response from Israel. If anything further escalates, I will I'll fire up the stream again. We'll do an emergency afternoon stream. You got that, buddy? We'll do an emergency afternoon stream if something seriously escalates from here. But if not, you can expect. If not, you can expect a follow-up stream tomorrow just to follow up with all the latest news and comments. Big props to everybody that's here. Mashed Potato, Peach Pie, Davey, Lenny, Corwin. Thank you, Corwin. Thank you, Chem Goblin, Woke Patriot, Clutch Cargo. Who else is in here? Zeo Duke, Borderline, Feline. Thank you so much, Lenny. Big props to Lenny. Mashed Potatoes. Big props to you. Thank you, Mashed Potatoes. Lost Zote. I don't know who you are. Wampa Lover. Thank you, Wampa Lover. An OK Life. Thank you, An OK Life. Gorps. Thanks for trolling me, Gorps. Sounds like you're a 17-year-old edgelord. Hard to hate that. I was a 17-year-old edgelord, so. Ow, you're biting my shoulder again. Ah! Public Paul Limited. Thank you for coming in. Davin, thank you for coming in. Anybody else on this list? A lot of chatters today. Thank you, everybody. All you lurkers, very much appreciate it, lurkers. Thank you. Not Davey, or not Dev. Okay. Borderline Feline, thanks again. Davin, thank you, Davin. Biking Cat, thank you, Biking Cat. Pissing Gonzo, thank you. Okay, there we go. Does my son have blinders on? No, he's got goggles. He's constantly putting his hands in his eyeballs. Yeah, intense night, Lenny, no doubt about it. Yeah, Clutch Cargo. I'm hoping for no casualties. I hope no one died. But, we'll see. We'll report on this tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody. Get one of those dog cones. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Corwin. All right, peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Thank you, Zio Dude. Again, folks, news on the ground. News on the ground. We'll catch you tomorrow. Catch you tomorrow, folks. Thanks again.